welcome to day one of QuakeCon 2023 and the Quake World Championship. I'm DJ Wheat, joined here today by Flea and Ketchup, and we are about to kick off day one of the Quake World Championship with our group stage where 12 players will be battling it out to secure their spot in the round of 16. Gentlemen, good morning and welcome to day one. How's it going?
It's going pretty good, to say the least. I think players arrived nice and early this week. They've had a decent amount of practice, and they're, I think, as ready to go as they could be. Obviously, the LAN setting will change things out considerably. And in terms of general vibes, I think there's a mixture of happy to see everyone again, but there's definitely an intensity because there's a lot on the line this weekend.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I've been talking to a bunch of the players backstage, and every single one that I've talked to was like, yeah, I've been sleeping well, setup feels good, performance is great, you know, this is gonna be it.
Well, I mean, the big question is, will we see a new champion crowned this weekend here at QuakeCon 2023? I'm not going to get too far ahead of ourselves because we've got quite a bit to go through, including today, the day one schedule. You can see it right now, where we're going to have the main stream and the B stream going live on /Quake and /Quake 2, where you're going to see all of the matches from the group stages. We'll look at those groups in just a second, but just to give you an idea on what you can expect here for day number one. And all of these players have qualified in or were ranked during the regular season and now have to kind of battle it in order to secure that spot in the round of 16. We'll take a look at the groups here in just a moment. I mean, gentlemen, we can reflect back a little bit on like the 18 weeks of regular play that we had during the QPL Season 4. We saw a lot happen. We saw players kind of break out of the mold and really kind of run to the top. We had guys like Strong Sage finishing top 8 in his first time in this season.
Something that you don't see all that often, the newcomer.
Yeah.
And, you know, we can talk about Strong Sage loads and loads and loads later, but it's just lovely to see a journey like that. However, quite a few of these players in these groups have a journey of their own. As you can see here, Group A, Dramis, Buxer, and Celts. Group B, Chain, CNZ, and Dander King. Group C, with a combined age of, I think, roughly the 120 mark, Toxic, Garpy, and
boys.
Sparty. That's what Quake's all about. Group D, Cygib, Sib, and Effortless. So, I mean, look, everyone's got their own attachment to various players here. So a lot of you at home are probably looking at some groups in particular. And look, we're spending all day getting through them.
And of course, just to remind everyone, it is the top 2 players of each group that will advance into the final stage that starts tomorrow.
Yeah, so unfortunate that we will see basically 4 individuals, 4 competitors have their tournament run end here today, but making it into that round of 16, already tough. And then tomorrow we're going to go on another journey, and then of course day 3 will be our finals day as well. So here's the upper bracket, right? So we're a day away from this, but it's kind of fun to play the what if game, gentlemen. What if, right, Wenger and Strong Sage go up in the round of 8? What if we see Rasva and Nosva or Kilson and Maxer? Like, all of the round of 8 are going to be explosive, but there's some great players in the group that could come in and potentially cause some disruption in the round of 16.
And don't forget, folks, double elimination.
Right.
The upper bracket being the first destination for those that start tomorrow's games. But if they lose one of those best of 3s, do not worry, because there is a lower bracket where those players will then join, right? So, long story short, 2 lives in tournament, and that's your lot.
Yeah. Except kind
today.
of today. Kind of. I mean, you know, you got to get to play Swiss format, I guess, throughout the whole thing. So, yeah, I mean, today and then tomorrow, obviously that's when the round of 16 starts. Day 3 is going to be our finals day, where we're going to be wrapping everything up. The games today during group stage will be a best of 3, not like a regulation where all 3 games are played, but you win 2, you get your win in the win column. And so just to set expectations on what you've got today. So, what do we want to look at? We ready to just talk about what the first game is going to be, or
look, from our last broadcast to now, been a bit of a wait. I think everyone just wants to talk about these matches.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and before we kind of jump officially into that, one of the storylines that has been pretty prevalent in every single week that we've got is that, you know, we have got the top 8 all very capable of causing some wild chaos within the tournament this weekend. We all kind of entered into QuakeCon thinking, you know, it is possible that we have 6 to 8 different possible champions, right? That could happen. Wenger at the top of the list, right? And currently kind of coming off and defending a championship. Rafa, Razy, Kilson, Zeniku, Maxter, and Strong Stage, just that top 7, and then Nosfa in there as well. Like, that is a stacked group, and every single one of them have shown incredible performance here throughout Season 4.
Yeah, absolutely. These are clearly the best players in the world that we've got with us for the Quake World Championships. And like you said, this is impossible to call, right?
Yeah.
We've got plenty of these players in the top who have already secured their first victory, but then you've also got the likes of Razy, who has stranded in the 2nd place so damn often. So maybe this is the one for him.
If there's one tournament to have it, it's going to be a tournament like this. You know, to break that. I almost don't want to call it a curse because it's so high up in the bracket.
It's a little bit of a curse.
At this level, first place is all that matters to them.
Yeah.
And Razy's definitely the kind of player that will play out of his mind, and if he can't get that #1 spot, he's not going to be satisfied. And that is the champion mentality. That is the mentality that basically everyone at this tournament is going to have. And then factoring in the land setting, the fact that things are going to be so heavily focused, nothing really getting in between yourself, the player, and just the game that you're playing. The return of QuakeCon in person, like the vibes are good. Everyone's happy. You can see around in the convention center, in the lines getting in, everyone is just so over the moon that we are finally back under the same roof. And we get to celebrate the world's greatest Quake gameplay with the world's greatest Quake players. And with today's show, I mean, we're just going to get right through it. Don't forget as well, there is a B stream as well as this. So have 2 tabs, if not 2 monitors. There's a lot of Quake to consume today.
There will. And today might be a little bit shorter than our other days, but focused here on the group stage and then round of 16. It is going to heat up. So set your calendars, your reminders, whatever, over the course of the next 3 days. It's going to be pretty fantastic. So let's go ahead and talk about the first match that we're going to be seeing here on the A stream, and that is going to be Buckster versus Celts. And I'm not sure exactly what group that is because I'm too small. Group A. That's for Group A. Buckster versus Celts. Flea, any thoughts?
I mean, Buckster's a player who has made it into in the same spot that he is now time and time again. I believe this is the 4th time that he's qualified through challengers, only to always strand and to never quite make it into the Pro League itself. So Buckster, representing Latvia, is looking good. Had the opportunity to talk to him earlier. He's feeling good. He said he's got some practice in, better than he's ever played. So let's hope that he can really put up a show for us today.
Yeah,
it's a great opportunity for Buckster to try and just hit that layer in tournament that perhaps he's not reached before. And I think that's a really big deal about these kind of events. You know, I was talking to him merely an hour ago before we entered here, and the important thing for him is that he's been able to, excuse me, get a lot of rest. He's been able to sort of like fix the jet lag. He's awake and he's ready and he's, you know, prepared for these matches. And believe it or not, sometimes in a tournament like this, that's all you can ask for before you've even played your first match. There are so many external elements that can keep you from being laser focused that if you can conquer those beforehand, you're off to a good start to just ascend from that point.
And his opponent, Celts. Flea, any thoughts here?
I mean, Celts is definitely one of the more interesting players to keep an eye out because this is his first Quake Champions LAN. He is the only player of the 20 that we have with us that is actually really making his debut in the Quake Pro League. He managed to qualify through the 4th global qualifier, if I remember correctly, representing Sweden. Same with Talk, same with Sardi. We've got quite a few of them. And this is his first LAN. This is the first time playing with the big boys on the big stage.
And I feel like that opportunity is being relished and, you know, for a lack of a better term, rinsed for as much as it can. Because it could be just me and it could just be a coincidence, but every time I've looked over at the player areas and some players are practicing, some players are hanging out, I feel like he has just been sat down almost the entire time. Every time I'm over there, he's playing practice matches against someone, right? And if it is your first LAN, you got to get used to those small differences that the LAN will provide. And many players, and this is not just Quake, this is most esports in general, that a first appearance can be one of 2 things. Either you just hit the ground running and take everyone by surprise, or you can crumble under that pressure. The elements at play that are so different to playing at home can really get in the way of your focus. And for his case, you know, I'm sure it won't, but let's hope that we can get off to a good start and just play some good Quake.
Yeah, and I mean, let's talk a little bit about just the Swede connection, right? Like the Swedes have had a legacy here in Quake. We've got Toxic, right? One of the greatest. There's Fox, there's Faz, and Keltz putting himself up there to potentially be, right, another one to carry that Swedish Quake mantle and trophy flag ready into battle. So I think we got a chance to sit down with Keltz and learn a little bit about. Excuse me, with Buckster. We'll hear from Keltz eventually. With Buckster, hear a little bit about how he's approached this tournament. Let's check it out.
My nickname in-game is Buckster, and I'm not a part of any organization. My nickname comes from a very long time, from the 90s when I was a little boy, from the internet club. So yeah, I invented my nickname there. I think my favorite champion would be Galena, and it's favorite since the release of the game. Like before the time limit duels, like in duel round format, it was my favorite champion. So I think it's still my favorite champion. I'm not playing her that much, but yeah, still favorite. My favorite weapon probably is rocket launcher, but I wish it was LG, because a lot of players out LGing me in the game by quite a lot. This is my first QuakeCon in United States. I was at QuakeCon last year in Romania, and I might have played some online qualifiers for QuakeCon, I'm not sure, but in US that's the first year. I'm excited to play my group stages first of all, because I already know who I play against, so yeah, I'm looking forward to those games. I think it's really hard question to who is gonna take the trophy. I want to believe that Kilson might take it, but I also saw Wenger's improvement, but also we have Rafa. So I say one of these three players will take the trophy. Well, shoutouts to my friends and family who will probably be watching my games and cheering for me. So yeah, shouting to them.
First QuakeCon here in the U.S., always exciting and certainly a big moment for any Quake player, especially to be playing on that stage. Love that Buckster is pretty hyper-focused on the group stage, right? You should be. You kind of know who your opponents are. You can't really be thinking too far ahead because you got to get through that first set of mini-bosses before you're actually going into the round of 16.
Yeah, true. I mean, and I think that's perfect, the right mindset to approach this, right? You've got to focus on day one first, because it's far from guaranteed that you're even going to see day two, right? The level of competition is so insanely high that even in the group stages, no matter who you are, no matter which group you're in, there's a very real chance that you won't be able to progress into day two. So for Buckster to really say, I'm putting all of my focus on this, I know my opponents, I've studied this, I've prepared, I think that's just the right way to go about it.
And I feel like experience and time has taught us that that is often the approach that players on day one have always taken, whether it was the old days of the relegation or you know, those individual matches, whatever the case may be. You kind of look at players and you've talked to them, and that first day has always been pretty much the most important day to them, because the bracket is the bracket, and that's something that we can talk about tomorrow. Today, as we said, only 2 players per group make it out, which leaves room for players to be out now. You know, within merely a few hours, we could be saying goodbye to some of these players that have spent all year grinding and getting ready for this tournament, which is a mixture of heartbreaking, but also you're really proud of the players that make it through and the emotions run high. And it's just wild to think that we've only just started the show, but it won't be long until some players are eliminated.
Yep, welcome to esports. That's how it works, right? And not everyone can be a winner. You don't all get a participation trophy at all, unless you're just watching, and then we're, you know, congratulations, we're here. So let's take a look at the picks and bans here for our first matchup, Buckster versus Keltz, as that will certainly play into it. Who wants to break these down?
Whoa, all right. Well, it may be the first match of the day, but we're getting a high-octane one. It's going to be Athena versus the Slash, with the other crouch slider removed from play thanks to Buckster. Corrupted Keep. It's going to be BJ versus the Ranger, and the Anarchy being removed. And our final destination, should we reach it, Vale of Nath. Galena says, I don't play Galena that much these days, but here it is, and it's going to be the Ison. Now, a very common pick and sort of pick system for Vale. You do see a lot of Galena, you do see a lot of Ison, and the Death Knight being taken out. I have seen in the final weeks, as things have developed, we've seen a little bit more Death Knight on some maps, just for either the denial, the explosive nature of how much damage he can do. And on a map like Vale, you know, you spring one good trap and Death Knight can take a frag. That frag could be, for all reasons, the end of the game. So maybe we'll be seeing a little bit more of that later on. But Flea, anything here really stick out to you in particular?
I mean, I'm loving map 1 immediately, right? Blood Covenant is really the playground for those nimble, fast champions. So Athena versus Slash is going to be really hype. Gonna see some really fast, high-octane gameplay. Map 2, Corrupted Keep, very standard picks, right? The BJ is so popular on this map, and Ranger just has so much versatility with that orb, both defensively as well as aggressively. And then, as Ryan pointed out, Vale, actually two pretty similar champions in a way, right? They're both mediums, they both have got nothing special in terms of movement, and they've got like a deployable item, the totem versus the turret. And indeed, Ryan, like you pointed out, we've come a long way from, you know, Death Knight being that final pick in the final map of a best of 7.
I think that's Keel this year, sorry for you, but Keel's probably going to be that this year.
I think it is.
I think map 2 is kind of interesting too, right? In the interview, Buckster talked about, hey, I love the rocket launcher. I wish I loved the LG a little bit more. Well, right, a lot of BJ players on Corrupted Keep are looking for that perfect high accuracy LG to really make the best use of the dual wield, but we've seen, right, other cases where a heavy machine gun comes into play too. So I'm just curious, based off of his interview, right, and saying, I'm not maybe as confident in my LG as I would like to be, but that's a very standard matchup, but one of the areas where it's like that kind of makes or breaks some of those games versus the Ranger on Keep. So pretty excited about this first one.
I would say as well, for the people at home, get used to seeing Ranger. I've spoken to a few players this weekend, and on this LAN setting, some players have really said they think that Ranger is one of the strongest in the pool. So, you know, I know he was already a strong champion anyway, but hearing his name brought up more than once in just one day, I feel like that's going to give us more than enough information that you're probably going to see him a lot this weekend.
Yeah. Same goes for Anarchy, I think. Unless he's banned, which we can expect to see happen a whole lot. I think Anarchy and Athena have been the two most banned champions by a pretty significant margin for the entirety of this season.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to see if that changes or how that might, just how LAN play might affect that, right? And I think you mentioned it, Ketchup, but that first matchup, high octane, great way to kick off QuakeCon here on day number 1. I'm looking forward to this one.
I hope they've had their coffee. It's early here in Texas.
It is.
It's a little early. I mean, they've been over there getting ready and prepping for a solid hour now. So practice is in, players are getting ready, and it's just exciting to hear kicking off another in-person QuakeCon and Quake World Championship.
It's a great time. It's a great time, and it's been a long time coming being back in this environment. And you know, I know we've mentioned that Celts, this is the first LAN, but for everyone else, they've at least been to a LAN before. Some of these players, this will be their first QuakeCon. So the morning is still extremely early here in Dallas. So you know, the event itself is going to set up BYOC. The lights are going to go on. The games are going to start. The crowd's going to start making noise, and it's all a part of the show that I just cannot wait for. You know, the spirit of the LAN is really merely a few hours away.
It is. So we're probably just moments away from this first game. Quick reminder, today's the group stages. If you just joined us, today's group stages. All these matches are going to be best of 3. Win 2, you get the W in the win column. Tomorrow will be our round of 16. We'll start to make that through, even play out some of the lower bracket. We will see some great competitors probably leave tomorrow too. And then, of course, day 3, that's the finals day. Someone's going to grab that belt. Are we going to have a new champion? Will it be a previous champion? I have a feeling we're going to see one of the most explosive final days that we've seen in quite some time. And get used to us saying that, because we're all expecting it, to be a little wild. So I don't know if we're ready to hop into game 1 quite yet, but we're loading in right now, I guess.
Yes.
So all right.
Now, well, before we get it started, just perhaps a bit of a look back at the history between those players.
Yeah.
They've you know, I got to do it.
You got to do it.
I got to do it.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for that.
Ketchup was waiting for it. These two players have only faced each other once in the context of the Quake Pro League, and it was Buckster securing the victory in a 2-1 fashion. But it was a very close series.
All right.
When was that? Do you remember?
I think it was the one of the global qualifiers, the 3rd one. That Buckster qualified ultimately.
Hey, that's
one of the qualifiers. Okay.
Yes, it was one of the qualifiers for challengers.
All right, gentlemen. Well, enjoy yourselves. I'm a step away, but take it away. I'm excited here for game number 1.
Well, as we've already talked about, thank you very much, Wheat, and we'll be seeing you in a little bit. The speed and ferocity is what you expect here, and the fight towards Heavy has already begun, and Celts in a pretty bad situation, but as long as these rockets miss, which that final one does not, there was an avenue that perhaps Buckster was not going to secure that first frag. However, he was, and the armor being able to pick up right there afterwards, and now we look towards that next item. In this case, it will be the Heavy again. And Celts spawns near the Mega, takes it for what it is, and has had at least enough time now, Flea, to get the important weapons locked in.
Absolutely. Now, this was quite the unconventional opening. Just a brawl at Heavy, with Celts balancing on the edge of the map. Buckster did manage to secure the first frag. Kind of waiting things out.
Wow.
Celts speeding on by.
Yeah, there was no chance in hell that Buckster was going to be able to challenge that Heavy, so quite rightly did the right thing. Thought, well, I can't compete for this item. What I can do is keep my positioning. I've got the top of the map. That's going to give me a lot of information to chase and look for those rails, of which Buckster has plenty of in the tank. Lacks an LG right now, and that could be a pain. That's one trade-off, I suppose, of this high ground, is that the LG definitely is hiding beneath. Uh-oh, that missed rail's an absolute go-ahead for Celts to push forward, and the rail back-to-back, that's going to be 2, looking for the final kill shot, but unable to obtain it. Now, what it has done is trade positioning. Celts was able to now control the high ground instead, and it has been Buckster relegated to a worse position. There's the benefit of Athena, though, using that grapple. No self-damage of a rocket jump necessary. I'm going to go up there, I'm going to meet you, and I'm going to try and fight for this high ground. Our next objective, Flea, is going to be that Heavy.
I like how Buckster has been playing this so far. He's just kind of counter-punching towards Celts' offensive, right? He knows that Slash is so fast, he doesn't have an LG yet, so the way he's approaching this is by waiting, kind of trying to use the speed against his opponent, just letting them come into the room and then resort to those rockets. Big damage coming out, both players low.
Ooh!
No kill shot just yet. Celts will be the one to secure health and armor first. Buckster kind of has to make a run for it, but he's dangerously low. He can't stick around for Heavy.
No, absolutely not. He's going to have to go for the slightly less attractive light armor, and I'm sure Buckster was able to hear that plasma trail coming around the corner, knowing that this Slash is going to be here in the moment's notice, and you have to fight and you have to try and survive. A nice little combo as well, a couple of rockets able to hit the rail near the end, but surviving it, your life was still very much in the balance. An aggressive push again from Celts, but this one masterfully answered back by Buckster. Celts got absolutely nothing out of that plasma trail, and has actually, in a reverse of fortune, been put in the same situation. It was now relegated down to the catacombs, tries to concede actually that light armor, and it will be Buckster in a much better position to take this Heavy. Celts has been kind of in and out, right? Almost a hit and run style, but the moment Buckster's ready for it, where does Celts go from there, Flea?
Celts is taking a whole lot of risks, in my opinion. That push up the bounce pad, he absolutely could have died there. Buckster, he mentioned it himself, his LG isn't always up to par, and if he had landed a few more shots, Celts could have really been in trouble and been down 2 frags by now. Now rails are being exchanged. Celts is gonna get the upper hand. Buckster has to relocate, still not confident in sticking around for Heavy. First has to go secure that small armor. Once again, rocket, that's really been Buckster's main tool. Here we go, Celts pushing through the choke point, eating a direct. It's gonna have to fall back on the Heavy.
But it is this aggression that I do wonder if we're gonna be seeing this throughout the rest of the series, Flea, because Celts seeing the opportunity to know, I've got a Heavy behind me, I can dish damage and then equalize even further by picking up this Heavy, decides to push through a very, very risky door and needs 100 damage for it. A couple of those, putting yourself 1 or 2 frags down against Athena, yeah, you're Slash, but Athena has totally different ways to navigate this map. And if Buckster's able to then take that lead and play a slower, more patient game, it's still going to be tricky for Celts to come back. I'm a bit worried about some of these pushes.
I am too. I'm expecting one of them to go wrong sooner rather than later. Buckster has really just turtled down, right? He's still moving around the map. He's now securing some of the major items too. But you can tell that he's not hunting for frags. He is just waiting, always trying to approach each fight defensively, either with his rocket out, trying to force Celts through a choke point, or by going for the rail engagements.
Now, a difference here is that Celts has been able to get a substantial amount of stack. However, just that one rail, make that 2, is not only going to be bad for Celts, but here here comes Buckster with a major push, looking for the final shot, or at least a shot that would put Kelts in a much, much worse position. That two-piece combo, though, gives him exactly what he wants, and it looks like Buckster is on the hunt, but cannot chase it down enough. That is the nature of Slash. She is so fast, so able to get in and out. There's that rail, and now Kelts is in big trouble. An aggressive push was made, backing off Kelts, trying to take the light health, as it was really the only thing that he could have picked up nearby and not taken a bunch of damage. That will now be 2 frags to 0. The halfway point is met, Flea, and Buckster really in control of this match.
He absolutely is. He absolutely is. That's the way he likes to play it as well. Again, going for a rail engagement. Kelts landing the opening shot, unreturned damage. That should allow him to walk away with the Mega clean and free. Now Buckster. Still looking for an angle. I don't think he's going to be changing up his game plan. This is what's working for him. He's always going to try and stick back, allow Kelts to come to him, hopefully land the first rail, otherwise just retaliate with the rockets, and that's how he's going to want to play this game out. Now, again, Kelts, I think that's 2 rails landed, unreturned in a row. Finally, Buckster trades with him though, but this might be an opportunity for Kelts.
I like the patience from Buckster there. I think some players might have panicked in that instance and used like their last grapple to go underground just in case you get chased. But Buckster has the timing of the items. He knew the heavy was just about to spawn, and he knew that Kelts was going to do the smart thing and use that damage to get a free heavy. The small little bits of optimization, right? Just having, let's not be, you know, let's face the facts that Athena doesn't have as many grapples as she once did. So you have to manage them so much more carefully, especially against someone like Slash that she'll chase. If she wants to chase you, she's going to chase you.
Oh yeah.
So Buckster has got to be careful, and careful he certainly has been. This Mega is going to be the next objective. Misses the opening rail, which is kind of unfortunate because, yeah, he's now got to give it up.
Big damage.
Good opportunity for Kelts, though, who will make this aggressive push. The LG's been pretty good, but not enough to finish the job just yet. And actually, Kelts still on the aggression, knowing that this Mega is going to be a free pickup and just wants to secure the frag first. Sadly, though, has been unable to do that, which is going to give just a small margin of breathing space for Buckster. However, has to concede that heavy. We're going to go back to that slow game, looking for maybe a rocket around a corner, a rail at distance. What I'm worried about is if Kelts lands that first rail and Buckster doesn't return.
I like the restraint we're seeing out of Kelts. He absolutely was tempted to make a big push earlier, held back and just fell back on the item, knowing that he still got time.
But again, the thing is, as you say that, Kelts decides to go in for another push and walks right into a rocket and then walks right into a rail. All of that work that Kelts has built up over the last few minutes was undone swiftly. Now, sadly, time is running out.
We're now kind of getting into the point where Kelts is going to have to commit to those aggressive pushes over and over and over again and go take more and more risks. And we've already seen that turn out poorly for him earlier, and I think the time pressure is only going to make that worse for him. So Buckster, again, this is kind of like his favorite spot on the map, over at the railgun site.
I like the choice. You've got lots of information, you've got lots of backups, you know, loads of escape routes, especially with Athena. Even instances where you drop down, you're normally a lot more at risk of taking damage because of the slow drop speed. Athena, verticality is not something she has to worry about thanks to the grapple hooks. But 2 minutes on the clock, as you quite rightly said, I imagine Kelts is going to start to go, right, I'm running out of time and I need to do something. So these aggressive pushes are going to continue. Rocket jump turns into a free rail. Buckster with just the patience. And the patience has been the magic word for the last 8.5 minutes. Again, the punish there on that jump pad. You want to use it? Well, I hope you're ready to trade off 90 damage for your efforts, because I'm still in the lead and you are running out of time, mate. I like that defense piece at least.
It really is. It's great. This is a masterclass. That's a lot of damage. A rail comes out. Kelts, again, not in the position to make a push, and this is not where you want to be. If you have to chase down your opponent, you at least want to be the one who's in control of the major items, right? But the fact that Buckster is still controlling both of them, he's actually even gonna go and take this fight if he can secure this kill, which he does. Good rocket. I think that one might just seal the deal. Ketchup, I think. I mean, technically, yes, there is still time, but Kelts, very little stack to work with. No weapons either, no rail, no LG.
That was the problem. Pushes himself out fresh off the spawn, but the only weapons you're going to be able to find is rocket launcher, heavy machine gun, and that's not going to be enough at that range to do anything to Buckster, who can return with rails and whatever else he fancies. But I think you're quite right there, Flea. I do reckon this is probably going to be the end of that first map. That third frag really sealed it. and now Celts is going to push forward and kind of do what you can, but mathematically, I just don't think it's going to happen. Just came down to really, really good defensive play from Buckster, and kind of even in the closing 15 seconds there, that was the story of almost every single engagement. I'm going to wait for you. You're going to, at some point, come speeding around this corner with an aggressive push. I'm going to get first damage. You're in a bad situation.
Celts is going to be regretting how that very first engagement over the heavy turned out, because that's really what gave Buckster that 1 point of an advantage that he ultimately ran with, forcing Celts to come to him, and then he closed it out in a very convincing fashion. Now the scoreline is pretty low, but overall I think it's clear that Buckster was the one who was in full control. He dictated the pace of the game, and he made the decisions that really mattered, whereas Celts was constantly just playing catch-up.
And from the very beginning of the map, we saw stuff like that, and I kind of liked that approach from Buckster, though. You know, we're talking about, we looked at the map, we looked at the champions, and we think expect a really high-octane game, and although the movement was still there, and it was the nature of being able to just get in and out, that was all still present. Because it was such a low-scoring game, it was down to just making every frag count.
Yeah.
And those frags, it can't be a good feeling when you're 3 down, and all 3 of those frags were initiated by you. You know, Buckster was playing just reactively this entire map. He was doing what he needed to do. He was keeping the timing. He was playing the way he knows he has to play. But he was just spending the whole map listening to and then just reacting to these situations. I feel like Celts might come down here. I can hear the approach. Right, it's time to play. I'm going to hit this rocket, I'm going to hit this rail. And even if it didn't result in a frag, it took away enough stack that Celts could no longer stick around.
Yep.
And that's the problem, because now you've got to disengage, you've got to get your stack back up, you've put yourself out of control now, you cannot contest these items. And looking at these endgame stats, even the stats by the end, I think Buckster was just... Even look at the damage of the rocket.
Yeah,
you know, over 1,000 from the rocket on its own. Significantly more on the railgun too. And that was the result of almost every fight, was rocket and rail in some combination.
Yeah. I think it was really Celts who was trying to push for those LG fights. But if you look at the damage, right, 231 versus 294, that LG barely saw any use this game. It was dominated by rails and then those defensive rockets by Buckster. So, exactly. The score is borne out by the statistics as well. Now, just gonna say, if anyone doesn't have the Quake 2, the B stream open, make sure that you do, because they're running matches at the exact same time, and I can hear 40 and ZSX getting loud just over there. So that must be a pretty hype game as well.
Look, if you've got 2 monitors, make use of them. If not, just have 2 tabs.
Perfect.
Easy. Easy, and you don't want to miss anything. But we just to quickly reflect on those final stats before we go into our next map, which, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be that corrupted keep. It's if you are a player that gets out LG'd all the time, it's just part of the adaptation process, isn't it? If you look at the fact that there's more use of rail and rocket, but almost no LG, and when you look back at those fights, there was no opportunity to LG. That feels extremely deliberate to me. You know, Buckster with the understanding of, I don't really want to take these LG fights, so my game is going to be built around being at a distance that my preferred weapons are better. You know, I'm going to be really far away and hit those rails. I'm going to set up those weird angles, maybe try and play reactively, as we saw on the first map, to hit those initial rockets. And they just mess up those good LG situations. If it's too close or it's too far, that's not where you want to be. But it just works so well for him. We're not going to have the same luxury, sadly, on our second map, but maybe that's why the BJ got picked. So A, my opponent can't, and B, having 2 LGs might kind of make up for my lack of consistency with it.
Also, Buckster went ahead and he banned Strog. That was his very first ban, which very clearly was not a ban for Blood Covenant, but he was thinking ahead, and he was thinking about this one, Corrupted Keep. He did not want to deal with the Strog, the crowd sliding, the Peeker, and indeed, yeah, the BJ is a pretty good pick. If you're not confident in your LG, that extra damage boost from the dual wield can really help you out in those tricky situations.
Now, I think as we have clearly seen in those picks and bans, though, it's going to be the Ranger from Celts, and that's a pick that is just so consistent among Quake players because, as we said, again, just to remind, on the off chance that some of you have just joined us, we've been talking to a lot of these players, and I have heard more than once that on LAN, Ranger is considered to be pretty good. So I imagine that we'll be seeing him even more than online, if you would believe it. But let's jump into our first opportunity here as Buckster with that BJ spawns. As far as BJ goes, kind of spawns in one of the best places he could. 2 LGs already locked and loaded, which means you're also able to deny the LG from your opponent.
It's remarkable how both of these games have started with the players being aggressive like this. You know, it's always started with an immediate fight, not something you see in every series. Now, Buckster, still missing rockets. Doesn't have the super shoddy either. Those are important weapons on this map. Now keep in mind, Corrupted Keep, the only map that doesn't have a railgun in it. Buckster made very good use of that weapon on map 1. Now he's got to play without it, so that may come useful for Celts.
Celts confidently using that stack to say, you know what, I'm going in. I'm taking this weapon, you're not going to stop me, and now it's time to fight back. And we have a more even playing field here. However, Buckster still has to be careful because he hasn't quite been able to get a few extra weapons. He's missing a tri-bolt, he's missing a shotgun. And on this map, those 2 weapons are pretty damn important. How Buckster has spent the majority of this map just taking control of that LG room. Oh, hang on a minute. Celts kind of bullying his way through there. You know, we eye up what's the next objective going to be. Pretty even split, if I do say. So I think both these players are going to have to make a choice. Looks like choice might be forced at this rate as Buckster drops down to take that light armor. However, you don't want to let your opponent take both of these major items. The dual wield was used just to scare off Celts and force them away. In doing so, Celts is going to be able to take that free, heavy, uncontested Buckster an opportunity to get more of that rocket ammo and try and figure out what do we do next. Buckster has just been a pain in the backside for Celts, and it kind of get real vibes of that first map, even here.
I was about to say.
Waiting around the corner.
Buckster's really just taking the same strategy and pushing it through on map 2 as well. So often that he's setting these little traps. You know, just like right now, he's waiting. He knows more or less exactly where Celts is at, and he wants to bait him into making the mistake. He's waiting for that dual wheel to be back up again.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a nice steal from Celts. Perfect use of that orb ability to secure himself of both of the major items. He's going to drop down, pick up the heavy, and now he's going to plus forward. He wants to secure this, but that was a meaty defensive rocket from Buckster as we've come to expect.
We've seen that all over this series as those rockets placed so well. The damage that just undoes all that hard work. You know, shoutouts to Celts. That cheeky little ranger maneuver is something that I love to see, even years and years later, being able to pick up 2 items at once. The dual wield is able to get a pretty decent amount of damage. You are getting floated. The chase down with the orb, though, but it's not quite enough to kill. Again, Buckster lives, and again, Buckster escapes, not only with his life, but with the heavy. And the delay between those 2 items continues. It's a great chance for Buckster to now bring himself back into this. Celts had such an advantage, but couldn't finish the job.
That was a squandered opportunity by Celts. When he was over towards the small green armor and he looped around through rockets and dropped down, he just ended up giving the best position on the map up to Buckster, allowing him to easily drop down onto Mega, force him out of the room, and then make a run for heavy. So Celts, he had all the advantages. He had 100 stack over his opponent, and still he put himself in a weaker position and allowed Buckster to not only survive but thrive. Just look at that. Buckster now in control of both of the major items once more.
Must be said, I do not think that Celts is having as much of a good job with his rockets as Buckster. We saw Celts there was springing a trap very similar to what Buckster would do in Nailgun Room. He heard Buckster coming, but he just didn't have the mental timing for that rocket to really do anything. You know, that could have been 100 damage, that could have been 80, it could have been anything other than the basically 0. And now Buckster able to run around this map, pick up what he needs to do, take that first frag, reward himself with a heavy. 15 seconds until Mega, so now we can start the snowball fleet. We can start to cycle these items. We can keep the opponent behind and struggling. And it looks like the way things are going, this could be a 2-0 for Buckster. You know, Celts has got to shift gear into something else because this hasn't worked for 15 minutes.
He's gonna need another one of those big plays, like when he used the orb to secure both of the majors and steal him away from Buckster. He's gonna need another one of those, but that's difficult to set up and even more difficult to execute. There comes the orb. Just a fakie.
Oh wait, no, that's a big push for Buckster. He hasn't got to worry about the orb anymore. Why does he care about going up close?
Buckster could have done more there though. Plasma was not hitting at all. He might actually go down and die here. Yeah, Buckster has to make a run for it. Again, if he had just continued the assault when he jumped into the room and Celts was swapping away from the plasma gun, Buckster had him dead to rights. Got a little bit of a fumble there of him, I believe.
Oh, but the rockets again flee. Every time Celts feels like it's the time to go in, a rocket is lying in wait. Now, we're not calling this like it's over. There is a chance, a strong chance that Celts can bring this back and then maybe even take this match. But with the way things are currently going, right, aggressive LG, and that's going to result in a frag for Celts. Wonderful job. It wasn't super clean, but in the Mega Room and having access to all that extra health, it doesn't really matter too much.
Buckster was expecting him to make a move for LG. That's why he had heavy machine gun out, looking to do some damage to the back.
Come on! 3 rockets from that! Buckster's rockets have been sublime this morning.
They really have been. See Celts reeling after that death.
Yeah, because it's what it could potentially mean.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Don't want to start off first thing in the morning going a map down, 3 people in the group, and only 2 people can make it. I mean, that can't be a good feeling!
Oh.
Neither can that! Oh my god, right in the kneecap. Ouch.
Buckster's LG is looking, let's be real, shaky, unconvincing, right? Let's put it nicely. But his rockets more than make up for that lack of confidence with the lightning gun, and Celts is just unable to exploit that weakness. The rockets are just too good. And now 10 seconds between the major items. Buckster stacked as hell. Celts, he's got to find some way to deal with this. He cannot go for a full frontal assault once again. He needs to whittle down that stack. Go for the long distance heavy machine gun. Maybe catch him off guard. Go for another big ore play, but he's just not able to pull it off. This should be another kill. Yep, Buckster.
And this is going to be the benefit to that BJ pick. I know that it's more than just LG that benefits BJ on this map. The health regeneration can be really good. Having 2 machine guns, having 2 rockets, having 2 shotguns, it all works out. But if you don't have the LG that everyone else has, just being able to give yourself that extra damage from it by having the dual wield LG, even in that instance down there when you chased it down, it can go a long way. Plus, you know, the benefit if your opponent cannot pick that champion either. But 3 minutes on the clock, mounted of work for Celts to pull off in this first map, and Buckster looking relatively unchallenged this entire series. I feel like we could definitely be looking at a 2-0 here. Buckster has just had a strong game plan from the get-go.
Yep.
You know, there was a clear idea the moment things began, and it's worked perfectly. His positioning has been wonderful. Celts has just been eating these rockets, eating these rails on map 1, and even here, I mean, I blink and Celts is gone. Trapped off the spawn, all you've got is a nail gun. Could easily be another one, and dare I safely, I think that's a wrap.
I'm inclined to agree, Ketchup. I also think that the ability usage has just been so much better on Buckster's end. At least so much more effective used when it really mattered, right? What has Buckster gotten out of, well, one, that passive health regeneration? We've seen it come into play multiple times. But he's also been able to use the dual wield to either get a frag, to push his opponent away, just to have that intimidation factor. But what about Celts? He had that one brilliant play where he stole both of the items, but other than that, what has the orb really done for him? He's either used it to absolutely no effect whatsoever, kind of wasted it, squandered it, allowed Buckster to close the gap, or he just kind of threw it out as a fakie that barely accomplished anything. So the ability, the orb, has really not worked for Celts.
Looks like he's going to get beaten to that heavy at death's door at this rate, and that's the super shotgun. I breeze in your general direction, and that's going to be another frag. And looking like, folks, a minute and a half to get 5 frags for the Buckster, who has been in control and in charge for the entire series. I do not think that it's going to result any other way. 2-0 for Buckster is going to be the final result of this map. It's a shame, really, that Celts couldn't get going. It just seemed like Buckster had that strict game plan of he knew how he was going to position himself, kind of knew how he was going to approach this map. Even here, you know, from that range, at that position, somehow hit almost 40 damage of a rocket. Celts has just been bullied this entire time, but he's not been chased. That's the bizarre thing, is that when someone bullies someone, you think they're the ones that's being aggressive. They're people that are pushing forward and not letting you do anything. Buckster has done that, but he's more sort of waited for Celts to make the first move. I imagine it's frustrating.
It has to be. It absolutely has to be. Now, this does mean that Buckster, again, beats Celts, secures himself 1 win, and that is so critical because all of these players are only playing 2 matches throughout the group stage. Buckster now facing down Celts, and yeah, 1 more win and he guarantees himself a spot tomorrow.
And needs to keep that focus at the same time.
Yep.
GGs, of course, will be rolling out any minute, and that will be Buckster taking the first series of the day and the first series of the World Championship this weekend. So congratulations there. By all means, the job is not done, and Buckster is going to know that better than anyone, but you know, a big part of this competitive environment is confidence and motivation. And if you're able to have a really strong result and a strong showing right at the start of the day, you're gonna naturally feel good going into the rest of your matches.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race. We hear this a lot, and that's how I felt like I would classify Buckster's play. You know, game one, although pretty low scoring, somewhat meticulous, but I think it was just sort of like, as you said, working on a game plan, executed it, it worked out. Game two is really interesting because dual wield was almost like I've got a big giant bat and I'm going to hit you with it, but not actually doing, right? I think there was one kill where he trapped him into the corner there right outside the red room. But outside of that, what it did yield was control for Buckster. And it just seemed like Celts was unable to really, you know, grab some control. That also is really unfortunate right off of that frag. Celts felt like he had some momentum, and then 3 rockets just stop you dead in your tracks. But you know, as you mentioned, Buckster wins that first match. He will then be playing Dramas later on too, and I'm really going to be looking for like what the pace of that game looks like compared to this one, because although Buckster did play slow and steady to win the race, I think Dramas is going to come in and just start sprinting, right? And it will be it'll be interesting to see how Buckster handles that.
It's more the fact that Celts was the kind of player that was kind of making that first step, and certainly on map 1 was the initiator to many of those fights.
Sure.
But Buckster was merely the finisher. What I'm thinking is, when Dramas comes into play, Dramas do be one of the fastest players in the league.
Absolutely.
He is.
So
yes.
is Buckster's style going to work against aggression of that caliber? I think remains to be seen. But to be honest, I'm excited and I'm here for it. I want to see what happens.
And frankly, winning that first game and going into that, there's still a pretty good chance for Buckster to make it out of those groups, right? We're going to have to see what happens in the other 2 matches, but good place, I think, for Buckster to be.
Yeah. Now, as far as Celts go, right, we can't count him out just yet.
No.
Okay, like, I hope for him that this was his very first showing at a LAN ever, right? So maybe he's now worked through the nerves, gotten rid of those jitters, right? He's able to calm down, just look at what he needs to do to still maybe advance into day 2. It's going to be difficult, it's going to be tough, but yeah, mistakes were made during these first 2 maps already, but I do think that he's got more in the tank, and that hopefully for him he can reset and now bring it into his next match.
It's concerning, because normally at an event like this, I'm kind of known to say, if these mistakes happen, or the mishaps take place, if it happens at the very beginning, at least you can get it out of the way.
Sure.
This weekend, there is no room for that.
There's not.
And that is where things get a little bit concerning, because normally you can get a few mistakes, happens early on, you've kind of just, you know, you shake it off and you run into the next match, the rest of the tournament, and you're better. Here, you've got 2 matches. For day 1, 2 matches can decide whether you make it or you're out.
Yeah.
And that's a scary thing.
And then
if
you do make it, then you get to go fight in the alligator pit that is around 16, right? Where it's like everyone is a predator and they're all coming after you. So that's going to wrap up match number 1 here on the A stream. We're going to be back. We're going to take a quick break. And when we return, our second match of the day. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Quake World Championship here at QuakeCon 2023. I'm DJ Wheat, joined now by Lethal and Ketchup again. Gentlemen, we're about to go into our second matchup here on the A stream. The matches are kind of moving through. We're already seeing some early results, but still pretty early. Our next matchup is going to be CNZ taking on Dan the King. Welcome back, gentlemen. How's it going?
Yeah, it's been going pretty damn well so far. You know, we've seen a couple of matches quite early on. I was just watching the Garpin match between Tox earlier, which was very, very close considering the circumstances between the two.
What was the result? Because I've been here the whole time.
It was a Tox 2-0.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
It was. But going into this one, it's going to be tough between the two because Dan the King is probably the kind of player I do not want to go up against straight off the bat. He's one of the players who comes out the gate strong. He's very aggressive, great combat skills as well. And you don't want to deal with that first thing in the morning, do you?
No.
You don't. You don't. But if there's one player out there that, especially at the moment in this group stage, that has been able to show time and time again that they can match those kind of styles and has been historically a little bit more on the reserved side of their mechanics, is CNZ.
Yeah.
And you know, when we think about CNZ, we realize that this is a player that has been in Pro League before.
Right.
You know, we've seen him been there, done that, worn the t-shirt, has been there tons over, which I think in that respect gives CNZ quite the advantage. But I feel like Dan the King, he's not going to be the kind of player that's really phased by that. I think he's going to be rather fearless in these groups.
Yeah, I mean, you could really kind of start to break it down. Whereas like Dan the King is like, you know, qualified yet again, getting another shot, probably pretty comfortable, kind of getting through. Not a whole lot of pressure, right? Even though you're trying to advance to the round of 16, where CNZ, having kind of come back in, he's been in, you know, in the Pro League, he's been in the regular season. We haven't seen him over the 18 weeks, right? But he qualified. He's clearly still got some skills to pay the bills, and we're going to get to see, right, how he looks here in this first matchup. So I would agree, like a very interesting matchup that we've got here for our second game. And I think just based off historics from CNZ, you would kind of expect that he could, right, he could do this. But I don't think Dan the King's like going to be a real easy pushover, right?
No, it's not at all. And it's very different styles as well. You've got CNZ, who's like known for his defensive capabilities, his timing as well. And he's got a match up against someone who's that aggressive first thing in the morning. He doesn't really care at all in terms of like who he's up against. It's quite a scary feat in itself. Yeah. And CNZ looking to try and do his best to get out of his groups. And with the situation he's got to place himself in, we need to see a really good start from CNZ to not really say have a chance or cause an upset, but Dan the King definitely could at this point.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, before we jump into our picks and bans, talk a little bit more, we got a chance to sit down and talk to CNZ. Let's see what he had to say.
I'm not representing any organization, so my nickname is CNZ. It's come from Dota 2. He's my favorite hero or champion, named as Klinks. Right now, my favorite champions are Nyx and Slash because they're so fast in the game and you can really easy control the map, and also you can very fast move over the map and find your opponent, or you can run away from him. My favorite weapon right now is lighting gun, as it was before. I really like use it because it's very effective and makes a lot of damage. This is my second QuakeCon. I came here 5 years ago. I'm going to play my first match versus Dan the King. It's a very strong guy from Australia. And the second opponent is Chain. It's my friend. And it's gonna be tough. It would be nice to meet someone like Rafa or Killzone in any stage of the tournament. I think we have several strong players like Killzone, Rafa, Wenger, Razy, and they have much more chances to get this belt than the others. I would like to say hello to everyone who is watching right now, and I would like to wish good luck and have fun to every player of this tournament.
Well spoken there by CNZ. Definitely some takeaways, right? I want to fight Kilson or Rafa in the group. Very aspirational, CNZ, but I have to say that seems pretty comfortable, right? Mentions it's a second QuakeCon, knows exactly what he's kind of got going into in the group stage. Yeah, it's rough when you have to play buddies, but in the arena, right? And sometimes you have to cut the throat of your best friend, right?
We were just talking in the previous series of the day, the dynamic that can be introduced when someone is less experienced with this kind of setting. CNZ is, of all the players that we have here, one of, and when I say players, I mean those that made it through challenges. Obviously, the same does not apply for those in Pro League. CNZ has been there for so long and has done this so much that even things like Media Day, you know, getting your picture taken, sitting down and doing a video that you just watched at home, it's all something that is not unknown, which means that, in theory, the only thing that is left for CNZ to do is sit down, load up the game, play the map, and do what he knows he can do. Because there's going to be absolutely nothing getting in the way of that. Because CNZ doesn't get frustrated. He doesn't get tilted. He tends to show very little emotion in general. Play. The only time I ever saw emotion from CNZ was back in Katowice on Molten Falls, and I shan't go into exactly what happened on that map. I'm sure some of you at home probably know what I'm talking about. But that's the only time I've ever seen any reaction from him. So I think, given the cutthroat nature of this group stage, I feel very confident that he's going to be able to make it through. Now, Dan the King is just well experienced in most things Quake. You know, that's the difference, is that, we haven't seen him loads in Pro League, but we've seen him in Quake, and that's going to mean quite a lot too.
Well, we've got our picks and bans ready, so let's take a look at those. And Letha, we're going to send it over to you to break these down for us.
Yeah, one thing I was going to mention as well, because CNZ always used to be very good at Molten Falls. It's one of his go-to maps once upon a time, but of course, like I said, time being a key word, things may have changed since then. Veil and Deep Embrace banned straight away. Going to Corrupted Keep, which has been a bit of a trend for a lot of these players. First thing this morning, it's going to be the BJ versus the Ranger, the Athena versus the Strog, and then last it's going to be the Slash versus the Nyx. In my opinion, this has all been pretty standard. We know with Corrupted Keep, we normally see that usual Strog versus Ranger matchup, but we're not going to get it this time around, but we will see the Strog going on to Awoken. But you can see in terms of the game plan here, most of the majority of those larger maps have been pretty much banned towards the end of the situation, and CNZ wanted to give as little as mobility as possible with the champions remaining on that final map, banning that Doom. So of course Dan does have that slight edge in terms of being able to get away or use that aggressive ghost walk for some of these items, but it's going to be a few issues for him with that Slash though, because CNZ not been known for being one of the greatest Slash players, but it will be quite beneficial for him going to that third map if it does get that far.
She's just a good champion on Blood Covenant. Although, to be fair, at the start of the day, we did see the Slash not work out in favor of Athena from Buckster. Less the champion, more the positioning. So, you know, that is something that players always have to be mindful of, is to not let their movement get ahead of themselves. We have seen players in the past that have picked the crouch sliders in particular, and they're almost too fast, that they just sort of slide right into unsafe situations. You get ahead of yourself, you take a bunch of damage before you know it, the map's gone. Obviously, do not think that's going to happen to CNZ at all, but yeah, I mean, we're looking at the Corrupted Keep here, two very safe picks. Awoken, the removal of the Visor, either used for Awoken or setting up for Blood Covenant. As we know, Visor on Blood Covenant can be a real pain in the backside, and CNZ, I got to say, I don't historically remember him using too many of the fast champions. When I last saw CNZ in Pro League, I used to see a lot of mediums. I used to see a lot more reserved champions designed for a slow play. Love to see what modern CNZ is going to show us.
I mean, it might be indicative a little bit of just that meta switch that we've seen throughout the 18 weeks here of QPL Season 4. I mean, I think CNZ's best scenario is that he takes down map 1 and 2, because definitely I would agree with Nyx on Blood Covenant. I don't know, but what I get from these is that they both are ready to fight, right? They're both ready to put us in a small cage and let's go at it. Be very curious to see how, especially that first one, like such a pace setter with Corrupted Keep, and how that might actually pan out. So I think we're getting close to jumping into this matchup. And CNZ mentioned it, but right, Chain is the other individual in that group. Strong player, had a reasonable performance throughout the regular season. Also, right, friends there. So a familiar matchup for CNZ and even for Chain, but both have to get through Dandaking in order to make that happen. So Corrupted Keep is going to be our first matchup. And CNZ did say, hey, I love me some LG right now. Not surprised to see the BJ pick there on Corrupted Keep as a result of that. One thing that we'll be looking out for. So any other thoughts before we jump into this this match?
I was thinking about champion choices. I'd probably say, considering what we saw across those 3 maps, CNZ has the slight edge, has the Athena on Awoken,
sure,
has the Slash on Dark Covenant. I kind of feel what we see on Corrupted Keep, I think it's just debatable if he wanted to use the Strog or not. Maybe using that LG with the dual with the BJ may be more beneficial for him to a certain standpoint, but it depends how much Dan can actually bait it out and use that orb to go in.
Yeah.
I kind of look at it the opposite way too. I think some potential punish opportunities. Should an orb be used badly, you're able to punish it with dual wield and shred, because at that point Ranger has no way to escape. On the opposite end, if Ranger's use of the orb is good from Dandaking, then at least CNZ is going to have some kind of element of explosive damage to match it.
Yeah, the threat is interesting because obviously it deals a ton of damage, but it can also be a deterrent, right? Which is exactly what we saw in like the Buckster versus Celts matchup. But anyway, looks like we're jumping it around. Well, in fact, we're live, so gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Wheat. We'll now jump in and check out how things are going to go, as we've already jumped in from CNZ's point of view. And I'm sure his camera's going to focus at some point. If not, who cares? He's focused on this match. We ain't going to get in the way of that. But now the fight towards LG room has already begun. And the fight for the control of LG early can be such a dangerous tactic. You know, it can be such an effective way to secure that first frag. And even at this point, CNZ trying to pepper out a little bit more of that LG, but just didn't have the ammo really. Had to be a lot more reserved with it. And has been all round not in a good position. So much health had to be conceded there. Backing off, at least there's a heavy to fall back to, Lethal. But I think right now, things are looking rather even. The only problem is Dandaking has an orb, CNZ doesn't have dual wield.
So because a few issues, he hasn't got the LG ammo in his back pocket, and he hasn't even got any rockets yet, so he's been heavily reliant on that heavy machine gun for the last minute. But in all fairness, it is a very heavy machine gun orientated map, so it's understandable to try and get at least something done using that fake orb to make him assume that he's going to try and approach him for that heavy and get his close range combat skills into play very early on, but that seems to be the case. CNZ and Dan so far, both of them almost equal stack. Dan with a slight disadvantage even more now in terms of stack there, and CNZ's in a very good spot, but trying to find him. What a lovely rocket to start things off in this series.
Two little piece there, the tri-bolt initially, and then getting a wonderful call out on Dandaking. Dandaking with a really aggressive push, a push that was so close to working out, but unfortunately didn't. So now the aggressive push there with the super shotgun and the orb, that is going to be a lovely recovery, and at the same time, Dandaking's able to take that heavy. So tried to go in for a major push there, did not work out, but who knows? I wonder if almost Dandaking knew there'd be something to fall back to if it didn't work. The orb was good to go, then the heavy was afterwards. However, he's taking a lot of damage from CNZ, who secures yet another frag, but it wasn't clean, and still has 5 seconds until the Mega is going to appear, and the timing that Dandaking had was used perfectly to get the frag and then get the item.
So like I said before, this is not the kind of play you want to match first thing in the morning on a in day number 1, and he's doing exactly that. Now it's all tied up 3 apiece, considering the fabulous start that CNZ kicked off with that rocket in that red room, and we saw Dan using that orb earlier on to get that second frag for extra insurance to save himself any damage. So little bits and pieces here and there starting to add up in terms of their stacks. And speaking of stacks, Dan is looking in prime position to try and contest this heavy, but he's been caught off guard with that LG, and that was a great play from CNZ.
Wow!
It comes straight out from Dan afterwards, still all tied up.
It has been the ability to make these frags that CNZ obtains not meaningless, but nowhere near as impactful. Dandaking's been having such a strong mental idea of just what the stack remaining is, and knowing what your resources are to go in and basically equalize like nothing happened. It kind of feels like CNZ has been a little bit in control of this, yet somehow the scoreline is 4-4. Every time a frag has been landed, DandaKing is able to match it. However, we'll see if that's going to happen again. Raining down hell from up top, and that is going to be so much more damage than he was expecting.
Dan was just teetering on the edge there for so long. The screens from the left, right, and centre trying to get away, and that rocket for the TP did itself justice there. Still got the orb, hasn't got the armor to his name, trying to look up for those lights on that recovery process. Decent rocket, just a sprinkle there just to add to the tally, but he comes in with the rocket straight away, and look at that, picks up the mega, and we'll get the heavy momentarily. Huge stack, and this could be a way in now for CNZ to try not only gain lead, but increase it too.
The push begins. There is an orb ready to go, but the orb is going to whiff. The close-range rocket certainly does a little bit more than you would have thought there. CNZ pretty low, but there's plenty of resources left in this map to soak up and absorb. In this case now, we're going to try and move towards this heavy if we can, but we still want to make our presence known on the mega. Concedes it from DandaKing. However, at the same time, CNZ's going to know that, look, DandaKing has the mega, but doesn't have really that much armor. So if I get this armor first, I've got my dual wield, I've got the access to huge damage. Didn't really work out too much, but that LG, oh my god, CNZ. Mate, calm down, we've only just started.
It wasn't like his movement was too predictable either. It was just lightning. Well, literally, we're not even at the halfway point so far. We've already got 13 frags tallied up. And we'll have to see what changes Dan's going to have to make. Sometimes he's been a little bit too aggressive to go for those trades earlier on, but Heavy now up in the next second. He could back up for this, but some good rockets, but not enough to really turn the tide. But he can still contest this, but it's not going to get it in time. But you saw there CNZ took a little damage from that last rocket, but look how weak Dan is at this point. And he's got the info from that last nail shot going around the corner. So we'll have to see how he's going to approach this Mega. Mega's up in the next 10 seconds. And CNZ is running out of LG ammo, but doesn't seem to be too bothered by that at the moment. So he doesn't get any damage from that previous rocket, but the LG should do enough. Next second with the Mega coming up. Is she about to take him? No, he does not. Unbelievable as Dan does take him down with that heavy machine gun.
A frustrating way to lose a frag. CNZ just needed really one hit of anything there to secure the frag and then would have been able to pick up the major item, but it just wasn't happening. And now that orb is going to turn around and finish off the damage. A bit of LG at the end there to seal it. One frag behind only is DandaKing, and now CNZ flying forward. We need that LG and we need it as soon as possible. And now we're going to duel it. We're going to look for it. DandaKing with the clutch swap to the super shotgun. Lands that vertical blast, secures it now. 8 frags each, and we are split right down the middle. The armor's about to spawn. CNZ goes down, however, stole away the heavy, which means that CNZ might be able to refrag this, and he's going to do just that. Actually, DandaKing tries to get an orb in return, doesn't, and now has 35 seconds without an orb available. That's going to be really good for CNZ with a lot of weapons in the tank, the chance to get one of these items. If there's no orb, you have way less to worry about.
It's been so back and forth. This is probably the first time in this matchup things have stabilised a little bit. Still, but the aggression continues now. He's going to try and clean up Dan if he can. He just manages to get around the corner onto that tri-bolt jump pad. And look, he's trying to sneak into the red room to try and fit, well, not fit up, but try and recover. But yeah, that was textbook stuff coming out from CNZ as he's trying to pretend to go back around towards the rocket, drop down again, gets the heavy machine gun, but needs to get out of this awful situation, but finds him, does get a little bit of damage, but the LG from CNZ, but the orb is just that little bit better from Dan, now just tying things up once again.
The orb has been such a lifesaver for DandaKing right now. So many of these fights where he's been, you know, frankly getting a little bit outgunned, but just having the orb available to deal with that situation really hasn't been used for mobility in any stretch. It has been for damage permanently. However, speaking of damage, here comes a lot of it. Dual wield. Man says, you want to hit me with a lot of damage? Well, I've got 2 LGs. What are you going to do now?
Yeah, not too much. CNZ now just trying to stay alive to try and contest that Mega, but still quite a fair amount there. Needs to be a little bit cautious now, considering Heavy's up in the next second, but Dan gets him just before the Heavy respawns, and now he's in a prime position to finally be able to take that lead once again. He's trapped to LG. He doesn't have the Heavy machine gun, but could do enough, but he's actually dropped down already, so he won't be able to go ahead with that game plan top mid and keep him pinned around the LG. But even then, he's running out of LG ammo. Hasn't got heavy machine gun either. It's going to be debatable what Dan wants to do here in this position. But around the arc of that Mega, it can be quite difficult. CNZ does take him down with the LG momentarily, though. So he gets the spawn onto Costa Heavy, but it's up in the next couple of seconds.
From that point, Dandaking kind of just had to concede, knowing that you were going to anywhere near enough health to survive that. And then the second frag, sadly, looked a little bit like the rocket knocked him into the teleporter, where he wasn't in control of his own fate there either. So CNZ, rather late in this first map, has been able to obtain 2 frags to work with. Not going to be a huge amount of time until that dual wield returns, but I'm liking this ranged play. You know, the orb from Dandaking has been such a scary part of these fights at the moment. However, I think if we can just separate ourselves a little bit, the close range rocket is going to do it as well. Now 3 frags in the lead is CNZ, and at this rate, things should look pretty good for map number 1. Dandaking needs to make something happen, needs to be aggressive. Problem is, dual wields ready, loads of rockets, plenty of LG ammo. Being aggressive is not going to result in a clean frag, and the clean frag is what you need if you're going to make a comeback.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I don't think we're going to see any clean frags. There's been no track record over the last 9 minutes. Been very back and forth, but now for Dan, he does have a huge stack, but it's like you said, it just needs to be a little bit careful in terms of like taking some of these engagements. But CNZ right now is making sure he's in all these different choke points in order to try and stay alive, and also to maybe do some return damage, which could be enough to potentially trade. What a great rocket though. Backs off again, goes back over to the tribal, and now he's only left on 75 HP, but look at the stack from Dan. But CNZ doesn't need to go for the items now, just needs to chill for the next 20 seconds and he'll be fine. And after that last rocket, not a huge amount of damage, but it can be enough to be a little bit tilting. But you can see there, gets the heavy, so at least he takes one of the items away. May actually take him down, funny enough, considering he's been trying to get away for the last 45 seconds. But that's going to be it. CNZ will take this first map in this series, but yeah, it was pretty damn close, Ryan.
It was close for the vast majority. It was just right near the end there. I think one of the big things just looked a little bit like CNZ was creating more distance.
Yeah.
Less interest in those close range engagements. Sometimes it's not really a choice to make, because if you're choosing to fight on an item, you're probably going to be close to each other at some point because you're both wanting the item, right? But in a lot of those closing fights, especially the last 3 frags or so, was CNC just putting a bit more space between them. You know, just even that small amount of space. It's more time for you to dodge the orb. It's more time for you to get around a rocket or something. And the use of the LG was absolutely fantastic, and the BJ is going to add to that wonderfully. But in a lot of these highlight moments, Dandaking's frags, I mean, I kind of feel like the orb is going to be a pretty big part of it. So the fact that CNZ was able to win under those conditions, especially early on with Dandaking, equalizing kind of as soon as he's been fragged. He would refrag, he would trade with a rocket. Speaking of a rocket, that one was absolutely lovely. That one was absolutely fantastic. But overall, a fast and furious start to the day for these two. And we're going straight into our next map, which I believe is going to be Awoken.
Yes, it was quite an interesting one to start things off, and yeah, definitely gave us a bit of time to wake up. We don't need caffeine here, consider what we just witnessed in that first map of the series. Absolutely ridiculous. But one of the biggest turning points, as you mentioned, and I think it's something I've got to bring up upon as well, is CNZ, and a lot of those duels he took, especially in terms of the lot of the aim duels they had, he always, majority of the time, had an advantageous angle or position. So, but Dan did come up with a lot of great ideas to create some surprise attacks and just come in flying. There was a few moments where he actually got away with that, but just looking at percentages so far, not really too much of a surprise there. 35% LG coming out from CNZ, 38.5% coming out from Dan, which again is known for his combat skills and his timing as well. But we'll have to see how this next one is going to go. Like I said, it's going to be on Awoken. I do believe it's going to be the Athena versus Strog, so this should flare up quite nicely here, Ryan.
CNZ mentioned that he's really a fan of the fast champions, and truth be told, that's not the CNZ that I remember. So
that is true. It's
been about a year since then, so we've had plenty of time to get well acquainted and kind of see what extra elements we might see from CNZ. And that's all about, you know, player growth and players further refining their game time after time after time, so that when you wind the clocks forward, and now here we are at QuakeCon, we get to see CNZ again with a slightly different pool than we're used to seeing. It just creates us being intrigued. Yeah. You know, and off that performance, Dandaking, it was close, right? So we could absolutely go into a final map between these two. Plus, if I'm not mistaken, this map was picked by Dandaking, so being able to play on the map that you picked yourself is always a good one, especially if it's one of your favorite maps.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I feel like Dan's still got a lot more on the plate to really deliver here on the table for CNZ, and CNZ just needs to be ready for it. It's like you said before, CNZ does seem a little bit different in a good way. in a good way, not a bad way, but in a good way in terms of how he's been performing so far today. But CNZ, he was always known to be someone quite neutral who would adapt on the fly and then maybe assess the situation and relies on his defensive capabilities and his timing. But it seems to be this time around who's a lot more aggressive. That was corrupt to keep, though. That can be quite a different story in itself, as we're now going to head into Awoken. It will be CNZ rocking the Athena. On the other side of things, it will be Dan the King with that Strog. So we're going to see exactly how things are going to occur. If we will end up going to map number 3 and Dan ties this up, or if CNZ is going to be the one to manage. A nice little clean sweep to start the day here, as you saw CNZ did pick up the light, but did take some damage in the meantime from that previous rocket from Dan.
Apologies for the player camera, by the way. Obviously, is appearing a little bit blurry at the moment on both sides, but rest assured, I'm sure production will be able to sort that throughout the course of the day. We have only just started the show, so speaking of which, we've only just started this map, and that's going to be Dan the King with a rail instantly within 20 seconds. So a good start there and a chance to keep things clean. The dynamic here between medium versus light, CNZ is going to have considerably less stack to work with, which gives Dan the King just that little bit more padding, that little bit more opportunity to be aggressive or to make chase. Make decisions that you otherwise wouldn't because you just don't have the stack to fight back with.
This is exactly it, and Dan, after that first frag, didn't really take any damage at all, so he could just continue on piling on the pressure for these items.
Oh, I like that reaction.
Mega in 7, Heavy in 13, so he's going to pick that up nicely and then go straight into CNZ's face once he's managed to pick that up. He's just trying to gather as much info as possible before heading that way.
Hang on.
Does have, you know, a bit of time to try and get the high ground. He has it, and he's going to try and jump forward, but it does get away. Understandable for CNZ to get away. Has time to recover, but Dan, you know what he's like. This is a man who will absolutely have no holds barred with that aggression.
CNZ spent so much time near that heavy, you almost assume that the timing just wasn't there, because hanging around at heavy for that long, and then by the time it appears, you've only just used your grappling hook to get away. Like, did he have timing on that? I'm not particularly convinced, but what it has resulted in is Dan the King having perfect timing on both and full control of the entire map. Couple that with all the weapons and all the ammo, plus the fact that you got more stacked than your opponent. Wow, that's a lot of Pika damage, and I gotta say, not used to seeing that much damage from the Hyper Blaster. Looks like so far this has been a rather wonderful map for Dan the King. Where you going? Get back here.
And again, look at his stack, Ryan. Didn't take anything at all. It's just been playing cat and mouse for some of these items. And what you were talking about with the previous heavy, I think it was just more of an educated guess, but wasn't really the best of guesses, sad. I think he was hoping to maybe contest that a little bit better and maybe get some kind of advantage. But because he went towards the choke point over to the rail, it was not really the angle he wanted Dan to approach from, so he had to get away straight afterwards. So we're just past that 2-minute mark here. Not the rocket he would like, but I'm sure we'll see a little bit more from him later. Hopefully not.
To be honest, Lethal, that's saying it. That's saying it politely. That is the last rocket that Dan the King wanted to shoot in that situation. Could have been the difference between making chase and not. It has given CNZ a bit of a window to slightly disengage and to start to cement yourself. Unfortunately, did not hit that opening rail, but actually, that one landed. Either there was a last tiny section of Dan the King's hitbox available, or CNZ just used the grappling hook to find some kind of angle. Either way, has brought himself back into this match. Needs to get the frags now, though. Being able to get those items, that's part of the battle, but it's not the entire one. Dan the King with less armor as well. Can CNZ push through this? Going through that door is such a risk to take, but he just does not want Dan the King to get the Mega. He has been able to pick it up. Oh, that rail missed! If that rail landed, that absolutely would have been a dead Dan the King for sure. Misses the rail shot. In return, takes a bunch of that heavy machine gun. Dan the King forced to disengage here, and in doing so, has kind of lost out on the last couple of fights. It's given complete items to CNZ, who, off the back of that heavy, is now looking to cement onto the Mega Health. But the problem is, I'm not seeing any frags. There's plenty of time left to go, and let's make no mistake, but CNZ remains behind statistically.
Yeah, he certainly does indeed, just approaching that 4-minute mark, but now it's a complete role reversal. CNZ with the decent stack advantage, but it's going to make it even better, picking up that heavy. Has the timings for him now, and now it's just a matter of how he's going to go about things. You can see Dan just holding into that T-junction.
Holy!
Look at all these rockets completely caught off guard.
Yeah.
And CNZ now, again, look at the stack. He can easily equalise things. He's going to push you with the LG, and he easily switch to the rocket if he wants to, but the Pika somehow comes and manages to get that third frag. And look at the HP that Dan was on at the time. My God.
Basically nothing. Basically nothing right there. Now, CNZ with the drop down. Machine gun, and then no doubt Rail if he's got it. He spawned nearby, so I'm going to assume that he's been able to take that one. Dandaking in the lead still, but it doesn't mean much at the moment. Not with the ferocity that CNZ is putting forward. And actually, I must say that this is a side of CNZ that I'm really glad to have seen flourish. That air of aggression, maybe even confidence. You know, CNZ, when I watched him play, I would always see a player that was a bit more reserved in their gameplay. Efficient, yes, but almost to a slow pace. Not always, but this is a very different experience, and one that if you're going to bring the heat for QuakeCon, this is the time to do it. The question is it going to be enough to secure this map? As CNZ is currently one map in the lead, Dandaking needs this to tie it up. A nice little rocket to begin with, a nice little combo there into Rail, hits 2 back-to-back. Is satisfied to leave it as it is. We're going to take that armor first, make that divide between stack even greater, and then try to eye up this heavy. CNZ takes the heavy. That's now 4 rails in a row that Dandaking has been able to land here. He's going to try and make it 5, and makes it 5. He will! That's going to be 4-1, and a wonderful chance now for Dandaking to bring us into a final map.
Making it look as though he's got Clutch's hitbox. Unbelievable. Like, just having the perfect angles every time. It wasn't like CNZ was making it easy for him either. Gets away again, but remember, CNZ has picked up the megas. Dan now actually manages to get a good amount of damage from those last 2 rockets, and then the direct just to seal the deal, making it his 5th frag now, 6 minutes in, and it's going to be a little bit of a worry now. He's got the peak coming up in the next 20 seconds. Mega's up in 10. He's in a good position for it. He's going to go up to the trade point just to make sure if he can try and catch him again. That last rocket would have definitely maybe been the final nail in the coffin, but that's going to do justice anyway. Now making it 6-1 here, Ryan.
CNZ is trying so hard to make his presence known on these items. You know, he's trying to get a lot of damage, but sadly, these rockets aren't really getting their mark at all. You know, we're not getting any directs, and we're not even getting any splash damage, and that's going to just allow Dandaking to continue to pressure on these items and continue to get the damage. Clean frags, of which you can then set your sights to pressuring on the opponent's spawn. In this case now, an unwinnable fight in theory for CNZ, and by all means it will be. And with a performance like this, looking very likely like we're going on to our final map and figuring out how the story's going to end between these two. CNZ gets himself a frag. Now, 6 minutes, or 6 frags, sorry, in 3 minutes is technically possible. What I'm worried about, Lethal, is the fact that CNZ has less native stack. You are light versus medium. CNZ has got to be able to daisy chain these frags together, but most of the time when you land a frag here, you're going to have to restack in some way, and all of that is going to take time. Time your opponent can get weapons, time your opponent can waste on the clock.
Seeing as they were trying to surprise him again with that previous hook, but you could tell there Dan was a bit more ready for it this time, a bit more aware this time
He's
round.
just straight up is hiding around that corner. CNZ didn't look for him.
I would. Well, no, I wouldn't look there, but I'll definitely be hiding.
Hey, look, it's wasted about 20 seconds, at least. The fight's breaking out now, but that fight could have happened significantly earlier. Anytime these happens, Dandaking with a lovely rail straight through the teleporter. That is what he needed. And now it's all about a game of angles, defensive angles. Dandaking is going to stick that ear to the ground, and Dandaking is going to listen. Where is CNZ? If I find CNZ, I would like to stay away from CNZ. And these defensive shots, whether it's rocket, whether it's rail, it's absolutely fantastic. We said now, a minute's gone by and not one frag has landed. This is perfect case scenario for Dandaking.
Yeah, always put himself in a position purposely to have time to get away and then rethink and assess the situation with the info which has been gathered. Back in that T-junction once more, just trying to see where Dan's going to go next, but you can see from CNZ's face right now, he knows it's just maybe a little bit too late, but trying to make something happen now. Pika comes out, gets us so much damage done. He's actually available as well, but make sure to get away just in the nick of time. He's picked up the heavy. Oh my god, that would.
Oh, there was one.
That was crucial. So still needs 5 in a minute 10. Very, very tough indeed. But yeah, it was just a little bit unfortunate it's happened so late.
That's the problem. It took far too long to get that first frag for what could have been a comeback, because now you've got 60 seconds to land 5 frags, and that's on the understanding that you're not going to lose even a single one in the meantime. Dandaking, the defensive play continues. The rockets are really good, but punishes it with the rail, and I think there's where the GGs will come through. It's now going to be 1 map apiece, and well, this story continues, Lethal.
It certainly does. So we will go to map number 3, and I'm sure it'll be an absolute doozy here as they both won each other's maps, or their own maps rather. 20 seconds left, and again, his rails are just ridiculous. I'm quite looking forward to his hit percentage. I hope it's not low or something like that, but I'm pretty sure it must be at least in the 50s from what we saw so far in this game. And against an Athena, it's just absolutely ridiculous. He's actually going to hit him once more just to add a bit more salt to the wound here. 11-3 now with 15 seconds left. Heavy is up. Hits another just for good measure and just for the giggles really at this point, Ryan. As we're going to close things up here, we'll be going to map number 3 shortly as before we have that trade. So for Dan, though, that's a nice way, a nice momentum swing for him now.
It's still very reminiscent of Dander King's LAN play. And I think that LAN play is something important to point out because he does not fear you. He doesn't care who you are. He knows what he can do, and he's going to jump into this map. And if he wants to be aggressive, he's going to be aggressive. If he wants to play a more position-based defensive game, we definitely saw a mixture of both on Awoken. We saw the pushes that were made with some absolutely lovely pressure on spawn as well, but then at the same time we saw Dander King slow down and pick those defensive rocket angles and capitalize on a rail as your opponent's trying to escape. Whatever the case may be, he did it pretty damn flawlessly here. And being one map down, being at QuakeCon, there are circumstances that would stress out maybe some players, but not him. And I think seeing that confidence and that, I think, belief in himself to push through, it opens up a very interesting final map, Lethal.
It certainly does, and of course, you know, Dan's been around the block quite a while, even since the Quake Live days. He's had some incredible plays. He even had the top 8 at one point at Quake Live, and he's had some great placements in the past as well. And it doesn't surprise me that he's just showing off his experience, knowing that, you know, it's so important. If you want to take someone down or topple them in some way, if you feel like they're equal in terms of skill or maybe a little bit better, you have to do it in the first match. By the time they're warmed up on day 2 or 3, it's pretty much neon impossible. As we look at the rails, yeah, I did say it'll probably be at least 58% against an Athena, which is just ridiculous in itself. The hit percentages weren't looking too good for CNZ. He's just falling apart a little bit towards the end with the 29 for the rail, 31 for the LG. Not really a huge amount to talk about there, but we'll have to see going into this next map because it's going to be an absolute doozy here, Ryan, as we go into it. Because, of course, we've had a lot of the smaller maps now in the pool. We've had a lot of the champions taken away, and how things are going to go this time around, it's going to be anyone's guess with that /Nix matchup.
I mean, let's not forget the fact that this is a pretty savage group.
It is.
I mean, like the matches you're going to have to play here. The fact that this is just the first, I believe this is the first match of the group that we've seen today.
Yeah.
And if it's going down like this to a final map and it's really close and it's clearly intense as well, I think it just spells good things for the rest of the day with the players remaining. And I guess the players in general, because just to remind everyone, again, we will be reminding you throughout the day, there's Quake and Quake 2. There are 2 streams taking place. One, I can't remember who's commentating it right now, but it's literally just over there, just behind the other curtain. So if you want to check out and stay up to date on all of the matches, make sure that you've got both of those streams open at all times. And that applies to tomorrow as well.
It certainly does, because of course we don't want any of you to miss out on any of the action here. And honestly, some of the stuff on the B stream is going to be absolute madness, I'm sure, over the next few moments. But going into this now, though, we spoke about this matchup and how it could be beneficial for one side. But I don't know your thoughts on how Dan's going to approach this, because his rail game seems to be very strong. Of course, he couldn't show it up on Squad to keep. But this seems like for Dan, though, how the things this is going to go. Was this help with CNZ with his defensive capabilities and his time? It is going to help with Dan in terms of his preparation for the items and that rail as well?
I think I'm looking at consistency. Dan being more than in the fight in the first map and keeping his damage and accuracy pretty much matched CNZ, split down the middle.
Yeah.
I think CNZ got like a little bit more LG damage or something, but there were other weapons that Dander King kind of equalized with. In the second map, of which he won, he still looked just as good. And in this final map, you can only assume that that's going to continue. So it depends. CNZ is known for, or was, I think is the key word here. It's been a long time since. This is the kind of map that I would always look at CNZ with. You'd look at this, you'd look at Molten Falls or Ruins, those maps that were known for being a little bit bigger and, in theory, a little bit more calculated. I always favoured CNZ on maps like that. And you know, we are here on Blood Covenant. The difference is it's a different pace and a different champion. In this case, that rail was looking real good. The safety Ghost Walk is going to get pulled there from Dander King. Can keep himself fighting in there with a Mega. However, CNZ ready for the chase, and that is the strength of Slash. You want to escape? Well, here comes my slide. Here comes my unrivaled speed. And of course, CNZ starting off strong with rails that we really needed to see in the second map.
Yeah, that's one way to shut down the morale which Dan gained from that previous map. Good LG, looking to try and finish up with that rail. Doesn't hit it, but trying to use those rockets to stop him from going out towards the LG straight. Still hasn't got any rocket damage done as of yet. He's just going to dive in. He's not messing about here, but Dan perfectly understand we're using that Ghost Walk to get away. Heavy is up though, and now he's going to be able to continue his path of destruction if possible. And it's quite difficult with the Slash versus the Nyx matchup. We know the Slash has its advantages. We know that Dan has the, we'll be worried about the Hourglass as more than what CNZ will be in terms of that department. So could be a little bit predictable in terms of where he's going to be, trying to pick up that Ghost Walk as soon as physically possible. As he tickles him with the rocket, but great rail coming out from Dan. And just needs one more, but it's not going to be in time as he has picked up the Mega, but just hit him again with these rails. Just hard hitting, just continuing on from what we saw previously.
Not just that, but a champion-specific rail. Using that double jump to create a less expected angle around that corner. Kind of allowed for a free rail. Now Dandaking making chase and allowing a rail to finish the job to make it 1-1. CNZ for a brief moment must have just felt like he was safe to push forward, and Dandaking with a rude awakening. 1 second now until Mega gets picked up, and here comes Dandaking with all that health and a chance to push forward for another time. CNZ has been lacking in the armor department pretty substantially. That first rail missing does mean that the Heavy's going to get picked up, and there's nothing that Dandaking can do about it. But what we can do now is try and limit the benefit from those. Oh, no rail ammo, thank the heavens you had access to that Ghost Walk, because if that click got heard around the world and there was no invincibility, CNZ, I feel like Dandaking was done for there, Harry.
I feel like you saw my face there when I saw that. I was like, oh, this can't happen this way. But 3 minutes in though, still one apiece here. Dan looking pretty sharp compared to what we saw during that first minute. Heavy's up in the next couple of seconds, but he's just been railed. He has to back away again. Does have the Ghost Walk, mind you. Is now still hasn't got any lights to his name, been hit once again. One more will do it. CNZ trying to get a little bit creative and cheeky there from bottom mid. Doesn't get him sadly, but he is going to be bouncing back up to try and at least do something with this Mega. Dan's just staying in the open. He's like, I don't care like if I'm railable. I'm going to try and do my best and do whatever, because he hasn't got any rail ammo either, but that heavy machine gun is going to help him out a little bit as he's still trying to progress towards that Heavy. Will have the positional advantage as well, but CNZ's so weak, he can't really continue this this return damage.
I must say, the fact that Dandaking has been able to keep himself alive with just a heavy machine gun throughout that last minute and a half, it took a long time for him to only just pick up more ammo for that railgun. By the way, lovely shot that was, but CNZ was almost keeping him away from it. Almost knew that he didn't have any ammo to work with, so okay, all I've got is a machine gun. I'm going to do what I can, but more than enough damage to keep CNZ away and fighting. 5 seconds now until Heavy, of which Dandaking will collect. 20 seconds until a Ghost Walk, so unless we can pick up some Hourglasses, we are going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Maybe an opening rail or two. Dandaking has been able to show, ever since he got ammo, I think he's fired 1 rail so far, and that shot was rather insanely good under near teleporter. So if we can just keep the consistency there, it's no wonder CNZ is playing this so careful. I think there's a lot of respect being shown to damage output here.
Perfectly understandable. Huge stack. Ghost Walk now available. Heavy up in 5. It's not looking so good for CNZ here, especially over the next 30 seconds. And when he's railing like that, it's just making matters a little bit worse, especially for your confidence to try and bring yourself back in this matchup. Is just lurking around for now, directly above him. Just going to at least sneak by. They've actually both completely gone past each other as well. And faking a couple of those rockets, but knows exactly where he is. CNZ, his game plan is just to back away. His game plan isn't to try and contest to his full potential some of these items or anything like that. Just keep his distance, do a bit of chip. That was a great example, but it needs to do it for at least another 30 seconds because his Heavy is up, but the rail, it should be CNZ doing the chip, but you can see now Dan is just all fired up and just catching him at every single point and every single angle.
That's the thing. CNZ is the one that has been slowing down the pace of this match, but Dandaking has been more than happy to return fire. We finally see rare footage of a rail missing its mark here from Dandaking. 5.5 minutes is done, not a lot of it left to go, but Dandaking consistently keeping more control of these items. The question is, does he push towards heavy. Does he concede? I mean, it's been long enough that surely he's not going to. Actually, no. Catches CNZ off guard. CNZ just caught standing around. What the hell was that?
I think he was assuming he was still going to go around one of the passageways and just get ready to use a defensive rocket, but instead catching with the LG, but comes out again. Mega's going to be up in the next couple of seconds, and Dan obviously can't chase him down as of yet, especially off that last rail. And for good measure, he knows he wasn't available, but it was just more the case of he wants to save as much of his stack as possible for when he contests this heavy. It's obviously not in a prime position, even though he had to stack, so he's going to be circulating around again. He's got that ghost walk up in 5 seconds. And it's okay, don't get on CNZ using the slash, but that's one thing. But the fact that you've lost the lead against someone with a Nyx who's been really on point with his hourglasses as well.
Oh,
that's
that rocket!
That's unreal. He can't really do anything in this position. Gets to light, but gets railed once again. One more will do it to get that third frag. He's going to try and back away, but oh, he literally Ferrari picked from that last corner. Still doesn't hit him. That's so unfortunate there. But Dan's done at least enough damage in order to keep him on his toes and keep him away for now.
It's a shame because Dandaking was being a total mind reader in that situation. Just knew what escape route CNZ was going to try and take and was correct 3 times back to back. Now we are starting to hit 2 rails. We need to get one more of anything from this position to make it count. CNZ has to disengage for another time. By disengaging, though, means that he has to give up a large portion of this map, and that is not what you want to do this late in the final map of the series. Now, Dandaking only 1 frag in the lead here, and that rail, that's going to put you off to a pretty decent start, but you need more than that. Dandaking, I'll take that rail, and I'm going to disengage. I've got a heavy to fall back on. Why do I care about it? Here comes the... Ooh, looking for the hell. CNZ quite rightly doing the safe thing and making all of us nervous at the same time.
Yeah, I was flinching a little bit, I'm not going to lie, but you could tell CNZ was, when he saw the ghost walk, he was like, yeah, he has the timing. He knows it's probably going to be, you know, in a few seconds time, but by the time it pops, he's going to be on that Mega like no tomorrow. 2 minutes 10. CNZ still trying to find an opening, but I'm not going to lie to you, Dan's not really giving him any room. All that heavy machine gun damage just to almost equal the stacks. Meg's up in the next second, and the decision's going to be, like, how is CNZ going to approach this? Especially when he's railing, like, the slash is pretty much a limited character. But even then, though, minute 45 left, and he's just been doing a great job, not only with the rail, but the timing and the prep for these items. Good LG with the rail. Now trying to circulate around to try and at least do some damage whilst he's approaching that heavy. Oh, look at the heavy machine gun here, Ryan. Still just doing so much just to keep it even footing in terms of the stack, but that rail was huge for CNZ.
That rail was huge and unexpected, and at the same time, we'll see what that turns into, because now CNZ with significantly less armor than his opponents in this kind of matchup where you're eating rail after rail after rail, is that going to result in a horrible, horrible start here? Misses the rail on the drop down, drops down towards that light. That's certainly going to be better than nothing, but Dandaking still in the lead. Wow, that rocket, make that 2, make that an LG to finish, and that could result in a map win. CNZ needs to stack up, get weapons, get in, and make a miracle happen.
Yeah, Dan's got enough for 2 ghost walks here over the last dying moments. Even with the speed and mobility that CNZ has.
It's still possible, but barely.
Yeah, literally barely. You're looking like a 20, 80, 10, 90 chance, depending if Dan makes an absolute fatal mistake. But, you know, with Blood Covenant, it's quite easy to lurk around his angles and try and
it's the Ghost Walk, Harry. It's the Ghost Walk. Exactly. The Ghost Walk is still ready to go.
Exactly. It needs to be popped, like, at some stage, but he's not going to. He finds him, gets a good rocket off. But is he going to be able to find him? He doesn't. He actually stays above ground. Assuming he went down below.
Could have just won the map. I think that's won the map for Dandaking. That escape and CNZ not being able to find him, was able to get the Ghost Walk out, an aggressive push. 10 seconds. If you find him right now, there's a chance. There is no Ghost Walk, but Dandaking is going to delay that respawn. 5 seconds left to go. 3 seconds. If he was just round that corner, maybe, but it wasn't enough time. And here comes the GGs with Dandaking, making us sweat all the way up until that final second.
Yeah, what an interesting matchup, because after that first game, you just like, okay, like CNZ looks to be pretty good. You mentioned, right, that they swapped map picks and basically won each other's games. The second game was really interesting. The rail, I mean, actually in both of Game 2 and Game 3, they're like Dandaking had some pretty sick rails. That was one of them right there. A couple of just kind of, I couldn't even believe that he hit a few of them. But I think that generally, just as much as you guys all were, like, really impressed with Dandy King's performance here. Yeah, there was just some remarkable plays here by Dandy King. He kept it cool and just, you know, played based off of what CNZ was bringing, and it was close, but a solid 2-1 victory for Dandy King.
Look at that, 41% with the rails, 1,690 damage, pretty much almost double compared to what CNZ had. But the whole point of CNZ's game plan for the majority of that game was just to find some chip and be able to enter in and then be able to rotate the items himself.
Yep.
But Dan was the one doing it the entire time in an aggressive manner, so there was not really any room for CNZ to get, you know, too creative of what he could do to punish Dan. It was just a real hard-fought victory there for Dan. But in the end, though, we knew that at some stage during the final minute that the Ghost Walk and how he's been lurking around the map and how he's probably like studied like CNZ's rotations during those 9 minutes and realised what he normally does in terms of his commitment to some areas of the map, and that's when we knew that, yeah, he's pretty much done for.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, definitely an interesting shakeup in that particular group. I think if you were trying to map out how you know, predictions for these particular groups, I'm sure a lot of people had CNZ up there to win this matchup, but Dandy King throwing a wrench into all of that. It'll be interesting to see how that's going to shake out the rest of the groups.
That's what Dandy King does on LAN.
It's
what he does.
I think you even mentioned it earlier. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised to see some potential shakeups here in the groups, and of course, there's still some matches to come, so we'll have to see how this is going to all play out. But CNZ certainly has got to feel like, okay, that wasn't exactly what I expected, but Dandy King, well played.
It's really hard to question it, isn't it? Because at this level of play, everyone's good and everyone's capable. Like, some players will be favored, but at the end of the day, a tournament's a tournament. You rock up on that day, and if you play the best you've played, or if you play even close to the best Quake you've ever played, you've got a good chance.
Yep.
So, you know, it's hard to say that CNZ did anything wrong in that series. I feel like in the second map, accuracy could have been a bit better, particularly the rails. Had a real hard time securing that range damage really when he needed it in those like tiny little moments, whereas Dandy King just wasn't. It was just damage.
He's got a track record for this on day one.
We saw it on all three maps too.
Track record, man.
You know, there just wasn't as much consistency in the damage department. I think that's the only thing I can really pull apart.
Well, that's the game 2, or the second series here on the A stream, but we've got a lot more coming at you here for the remainder of the day. Game 3 coming up soon, or match 3 coming up soon, so stick around. We'll be back with more here from the Quake World Championships. Don't go away. welcome back to the Quake World Championship here at QuakeCon 2023. It's day one, and we're here on the third match of our group stage here for the A stream. Joining me is Flea and ZSX. Gentlemen, hello, what is up? We're about to witness Garpy versus Sparty, and two players that we've seen in the QPL before, but now fighting their way back in, and now fighting their way towards the round of 16. I think you got to see Garpy this morning in his game versus Toxic. So Dan, you probably have some insight to provide us here.
Yeah, it was miserable for Garpy. I think, it's tough. It's really tough, right? I'm sure you've talked about it on stream already, but these groups of three, somewhat his destiny is almost out of his hands now, and this is an absolutely pivotal game for him. He came into that set, he was playing Tox, just for context, everyone didn't catch that, and it was cagey from both players, very cagey, very low scoring. And particularly on the second map, Garpy had opportunities to take the lead and almost take that map away. And to put it bluntly, he choked. And I spoke to him afterwards, and he kind of said the same thing, right? And so it doesn't matter how experienced he is. Like, Garpy's one of probably the most experienced players here. Sure. And yet this occasion potentially getting to him, and now he's going into a match with even more importance. So a little bit worried for him going into this one, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I talked to him as well just after the game, or right before this one started actually, and he kind of confirmed what you said. He said that he just wasn't feeling confident in his ability to push through and to clean up those frags, right? So he said that overall things were going well, but there were several situations where he had his opponents really on the rope. They were low, running for their life, and he just fell back, went for the items instead, and he missed out on very important frags. So let's see if he can make a change this time around.
We've got two vultures over here, like, just waiting to jump on Garpy after he loses. Like, hey, let me ask you a quick way to go, guys.
I was standing next to him in the bathroom, so he couldn't run.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, and of course, going up against Sparty, right? Someone who is originally in the QPL, battles his way through, eventually was dropped out, but has qualified back in. Sparty's a name that you've probably heard if you've been watching Quake Champions here over the past few years, whether it is at a QuakeCon or during the regular season QPL. I kind of, love Sparty because when he's on, and when he's off, he's full tilt, right? We get every aspect of the spectrum that you could possibly imagine there. But I think you're absolutely right? A very important matchup. Now, before we look at the picks and bans and see, ultimately, that will probably tell us a little bit about this game. We did get a chance to sit down with the players prior to QuakeCon starting. Let's hear from Garpy, who Tournament Live might be on the line here.
My nickname is Garpy, and I play for Maestro Gaming Organisation. Where my nickname comes from, I'm not too sure. When I was younger, it's just, I was called something else when I used to play, and then my brothers just started calling me Garpy, so it just came from basically my brothers calling me Garpy. What's my favourite champion? Probably Anarchy, because the movement with Anarchy is basically from the original game I used to play. So it's just old school. I just enjoy playing, and it's fast, and yeah. My favourite weapon is the rocket launcher, doing mid-air rockets. I'm quite well known for it, so it's got to be my favourite weapon. Is this my first QuakeCon? No, I've done quite a few QuakeCons. I'm quite old when it comes to esports and competing. I've probably been playing for over 20 years competitively, and this is probably my 7th or 8th QuakeCon now. But yeah, it's always nice coming back to Dallas to compete. I'm actually playing 2 of my old mates, so I'm excited to play these because we've just got a long history. We've played in a lot of different games together, so it'll be interesting who actually gets out of the groups. So I'm looking forward to playing them. I'd like to say, well, Razy is my teammate. He's normally always in the final of pretty much every QuakeCon, so it'd be nice to see him actually win it. But also my other teammate, Wenger, he's playing really well. I've been playing them 2 a lot in practice, so they're both in good shape. So I'll be surprised if one of them isn't in the final. I'd just like to say thanks to the sponsors, Logitech, for sponsoring us, and Maestro Gaming for supporting all the team and just being awesome.
definitely a veteran in the Quake scene. You know, he mentions two of my mates, and we kind of joked about how this is the senior league group a little bit. It's okay. It's okay. You know, but yeah, really great to kind of hear from Garpy in that regard. I think this is a pretty tough matchup, right? Maestro looking to try to keep all their players alive and sending them into the round of 16, and this match is going to be one of those that will determine if that's going to happen or not.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it already, the highs and lows of Sparty. So a lot of it rests on how well Sparty's playing. I've seen in practice him taking maps of the best, but also getting absolutely smashed. And something I saw from Garpy in the first series today is that he was playing quite slow and quite passive, which is maybe more defensive than he usually would. But at the same time, if he adopts that play style and allows Sparty to play into him, we might see Sparty over-aggressing, and then that might be where that spiral begins. But it also depends if Sparty's connecting, then it could be game over before Garpy knows what's happened.
Yep.
I mean, Sparty this morning said that he was feeling good. Had an opportunity to sit down, talk to him for just a few minutes, and he said that he's been sleeping all right. He said his head was still feeling a little bit heavy, right? Sparty always gets up to the party. We know him. But, I mean...
Whoa, I saw him in the gym at 6 a.m.
You saw him at the gym at 6 a.m.?
Yeah, and he was complaining about other people partying.
Yeah,
he is matured. He is matured.
All right.
New Sparty, new game.
There we go.
There we go.
Well, let's take a look at the picks and bans here and see what we've got in front of us for this matchup. Again, Garpy lost that matchup versus Toxic, so the very critical game here. Awoken, Deep Embrace, and Molten Falls will be on the menu here tonight. Poor Scale Bearer getting that ban out there in Molten Falls. But Flea, you want to break this down for us?
Yeah, no surprises with Anarchy and Athena being banned. I mentioned it earlier. They are the two most banned champions in the league right now. So on Awoken, we're getting Ranger versus Strog. Pretty standard. Deep Embrace, we're getting Nyx versus the Doomslayer, so the wall jump versus the double jump. And then lastly, Molten Falls. Interesting to see that there's really no movement champions on that map, right? Yeah. Usually you see, you know, the faster champions come out. You might even see a Sorlag and Anarchy. Of course, many of those have already been taken away. Slash, that's pretty surprising not to see her being picked. She wasn't banned, she wasn't picked beforehand, but I guess neither of these players are really, you know, known for their Slash gameplay anyway. So Dan, what do you think?
I think that map 2 is really sticking out for me there. Like I mentioned Garpy playing slow this morning, and he goes ahead and picks Deep Embrace, which obviously doesn't really settle himself for that. And he also puts himself in a difficult position. He needs to set the tempo and slow it down on that Nyx, because the Doom is so easy to execute. If you burn that Ghost Walk and you get pushed out of position, you're in a really tricky position. But at the same time, I have seen in the past a very similar circumstance with Garpy where he's just been able to control actually the low ground and play an incredibly stealthy, slow-paced game.
Sure.
So he has that in his locker, but it just puts a wealth of pressure on for you to deliver and execute and play smart. He can do it, but again, it just raises the stakes a little bit more.
I think map 3 actually pretty significant, right? I think Sparty needs that 2-0 to close this out. I think it goes to map 3, and I feel like the Visor is way better on Molten Falls versus the BJ, especially if neither have sort of any movement capabilities at all. You know, you get some more insight, you know where your opponent is, you can play kind of the middle top area a little bit better. So I think that if it goes split 1-1, like, it's in a better favor for Garpy going into map 3, but of course, right, they've got to make it that far to begin with. So, well, there was the picks and bans. We're going to be hopping into this game here in just a moment, but right, I think this does mean, and we don't know the result of the other game quite yet, but right, if Garpy does lose this, like, his chances of advancing out is
0, I think.
0. Yeah, no. He's got to win this one just to have a shot at making it until tomorrow.
Yeah. Rough.
Yeah, no pressure, right?
No pressure.
None at all.
Born for it, right?
None at all. None at all. Also, just trying to keep those 4 Maestro players, like, kind of in the round of 16. I know they want a dominant presence, but it might end right here. So.
I mean, I think Sparty's feeling really relaxed right now. You know, he's always a chill guy, but at this point, I think I really got the vibe from him that he's like, you know, no pressure. Same with Effortless, right? They're just like, hey, I'm here to have a good time. Yeah. I'm gonna put out the best that I can, but you know, no matter how it goes, I'm here to just have fun. Of course, I'm gonna try to see and get as far as I can in the tournament as possible. But if it doesn't work out, then wait, so be it, right? I'm here for the challengers anyway. So
it's a good place to be, right?
Yeah, it really is.
I have always thought, like, Sparty has had his his ups and downs. His downs are usually like he's up against himself, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, mentally not in a great place, didn't like how a battle played out. It like affects the rest of his game. So hearing that he's relaxed, feeling good about it, I think that's probably where Sparty needs to be to enter into this matchup. Let's hope he can remain consistent there throughout this series and see how that's going to break down. So I think we should get started here in just a second, and then you can, you know,
shut
not
aloud.
Not yet. Not
All
yet.
right,
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet. Not until we're officially in game, Dan. So, what is your best game you've seen so far, Dan? It doesn't matter, actually. Just, you can think
Now
about
I
it.
can go.
You got 30 minutes to think about it, maybe. Here we go. All right, we're jumping into map 1 of our 3rd series. It is going to be Garpy taking on Sparty, and we're going to be starting with Garpy here. And I really do think, right, like the pace of this game, I'm expecting it, Flea, to be a little slow here at the start, and then, right, seeing if one player finds an opening to really take some momentum. I still think that Sparty can be an emotional player. Sometimes that's
Absolutely.
great, right? Like you're doing great, you drive that emotion. Other times it can kind of be your own worst enemy. So we'll have to see how it plays out.
Ooh. I think the main thing that I'm going to be looking out for is just how Garpy capitalizes off of the advantages that he's able to secure, right? That's the one thing that he mentioned to me, that he felt not as confident to really push on the advantage that he got, to clean up the kill, to secure the frag. So that's what I'm going to be looking out for in this series. Does he have that confidence now that once he's got the upper hand and the opponent's on the ropes, to finish it off and to secure himself the frag and the lead?
Yeah, and of course control is such a big part here of Awoken too, which is probably one of the reasons why we'll see a little bit slower play, to see if there's an opportunity to kind of take some full control here. We do see Garpy on the lower end of that Mega. It's going to orb back up. Oh, interesting exchange into the midair, but there was a trade. Garpy was in a great spot there. The Mega was right there to be taken, but it ends up in a 1-1. And look at that little pinata of weapons and Mega health that's just sitting there after that one. I could see why Garpy was shaking his head, because I feel like that should have been his clean frag.
It should have been, yeah. I think he orbed just not far enough to get into the Mega. He was hoping to be able to just secure the item, but now no one really did. And then it's set up there for a while. Garpy actually had the opportunity to go up the bounce pad and to take it scot-free, but he wasn't sure, he wasn't convinced that Sparty wouldn't be able to rush him down with the LG, so he let it up. Big rocket, Mega not up for another second, and Garpy.
Really well done. I mean, that rocket hit direct. He smelled blood, immediately went after it. It is a great follow-up. There's an orb coming out that does maybe look like he's going to get away, but unfortunately not. And suddenly Sparty now up by 2 additional frags in that first exchange there. Not that big of a deal. Garpy does bring it back, does some nice damage. That's going to stop Sparty just a little bit and give him some room, give Garpy some room to breathe here. But Sparty still with some nice control here.
I love that Garpy was talking about his air rockets in his little interview, and then bam, he just shows us exactly what he's made of.
That could have backfired really easily, right? Like, oh yeah, you're gonna air rocket? Yeah, no, nailed one in the first 30 seconds. I love it.
Absolutely. Now Garpy actually the one with the stack advantage, heavy up in just a few seconds. Garpy is in position to secure it. This is a good opportunity for him to start building that baseline. Get that stack up. Nice, cheeky rail as well. Sparty on the back foot. Has to give up some critical positioning right here, and this is excellent for Garpy. He's got both of the major items.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned control, and that's exactly where you want to be. Like, Sparty wasn't really in a spot to be able to move back there, and Garpy is going to finally pick it up, having control of both major items, gives him an opportunity to really go in there. Does bring it back to 1 frag, and now, you know, Sparty kind of starting back from square zero, having to get all his weapons, make sure that he has what it takes, and that leaves a door of opportunity here open for Garpy. I think he's really got to be thinking about trying to hold on to this control. Going to go on to Mega. He misses it. Does some damage off the top of it, but these major items are actually so close to one another right now. It is going to be harder to get control of both again.
I was thinking the same thing. Garpy picked up heavy immediately. I think Rocket jumped over to Mega, and if you do that, you know, you're not leaving yourself a whole lot of time for the next rotation. So it can really help you out if things start going wrong, but if you remain in control, you kind of want to have a little bit of breathing room. Not just to get to the item as fast as possible, but also to evade your opponent or to apply pressure in between taking those items.
Oh, interesting exchange, and there we are going to see Sparty finally get his hands on a Mega after that one. And Garpy getting hit with a couple of rails. This time Sparty looks like he wants to come after it. LG out, and he does manage to get it. That's going to put him up one more, making it 2-4, not quite halfway through this game. And I like the pace that we're playing at. Like, both these guys are bringing it. I think Sparty, I like to see his range game a little bit here, Flea. Like, he's doing a good job. He's poking, and he's hit some very nice rails, and now he's going to be able to hold on to that Mega. Now, still not a whole lot of time between these two major items, and it probably would be beneficial if there was an opportunity to do so, to try to, you know, separate that just a little bit. But so far, Sparty doing good ever since kind of taking that initial lead.
Absolutely, he's still 2 frags up. He's really drawn to this part of the map, right? And that's
yeah.
not something you see a lot of players do, really sitting underneath that little pedestal with the tribal on it. He's going into this with a plan. He's setting up for those traps. He wants to be a little bit sneaky, especially now that Garpy is stacking him, outstacking him by a significant degree.
I mean, that's what worries me about that position that he's playing a little bit, is that it doesn't set you up to kind of go after those major items in the best way that you probably want to, but right, like whatever works, I think.
And, I mean, it did already go wrong, right?
Right, yeah.
He got screwed over big time when Garpy really pushed in with the orb, so I don't know about that position.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it plays out. Right now, we've got a full stack, both major items picked up there by Garpy. Sparty doing a good job of sort of plucking away at some of that stack and trying to, you know, open up a door of opportunity. But he's still in the lead, so he's got some room to work with here. I think he just really wants to try to break up Garpy's overall control that he's got. Now, 4 minutes left, still in a good spot. There's a great rail coming out. He needs to keep hitting those. Gone quite a few misses since then, but now Garpy from the top. Sparty's still looking for any opportunity he can to just kind of poke away with those rails and then try to go in and do some damage. But I like how Garpy's approaching this. He just, I think, is being patient, going to keep control. Maybe there's a window of opportunity and he can jump.
Yeah, he's definitely still got time to work with. Now, on Sparty's end, he also has to be careful that he doesn't get too defensive just yet. Like,
sure.
3.5 minutes left to go. That's a lot of time to burn. He cannot go plus back and just run down the clock just yet. He needs to continue challenging for the items, try and do damage, keep Garpy at bay. And that's exactly what he's been doing, right? Look, a lot of decent damage with the tribal to the rail, secures himself the Mega. Actually got a stack advantage right now. A little bit of damage with the Peeker. Ooh. Solid play from Sparty.
Yeah, and I mean, I liked his positioning much better than that one, right? He was able to fight for security of the Mega. And, you know, not probably going to make it over to the heavy, but even taking one of the major items away is going to be helpful for him in playing, right, the more defensive game that he's playing right now. So I like him up here in the middle area. He's going to, unfortunately, give up Mega yet again. So, you know, I wouldn't say the best showcase of control from Sparty, but he's playing and approaching these fights in a very intelligent manner, and that's why he's up by 2.
Heavy's about to spawn, 5 seconds out. Sparty's the one in position. Garpy makes a push, though. Sparty being pretty sneaky, but missing an important shot right there.
I felt like that was hesitation a little bit.
It looked like it,
you know? Which I get it. I don't want to give up this 2 frag lead, but at the same time, I felt like there was an opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no. Great Peeker.
So much damage. He should have been dead. But that defensive Peeker. There we go, Garpy. He risks it.
He could feel that too. He's like, he knew that rail was coming. Unfortunately, that 1 health bubble didn't put him into safe range at all. And now just a 1 frag game with about 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. This is where you really wish you were on top of that control, because I think it gets far more scary for Sparty here at this point. But Garpy's still got to make up that frag, right? We can't discount that.
I like how sneaky Sparty is being. Garpy had no idea that he was waiting just around the corner, that center part of the map, and he landed a nice little bit of rocket damage and disappeared again. So Sparty still keeping up with that chip damage. Stealing away an item as well. Here we go, Garpy. Doesn't want to commit just yet. It's gonna buy this time for now. 1 minute left on the clock. Will take away the Mega. But he's got to be careful, Weed, because Strog is faster than Ranger. Yes, he's got the orb, but if he burns that, it's going to be difficult to catch up.
Yeah. really interesting 1 minute to get one frag to tie it up and potentially take us into sudden death. But obviously Garpy would love just the victory here. Sparty in a position where, right, going Ultra Turtle, we're going to have the orb up for better positioning here. Garpy taking a look at that clock. You could see, all right, he's got that mega.
He was hoping that Sparty would go up the stairs, and he wanted to just catch him with the orb to the face, but now he doesn't have the orb. Ooh. 20 seconds left, he's got to go. This is the exact situation I was worried about, Wheat. No orb, it's not going to be up in time. There we go, he caught a glimpse of his opponent. He's got to push. Like, this has got to be it. This has got to be the engagement for Sparty. Rocket hits, heavy spawns. No, Garpy, he knows it's over.
Oh, that was so rough too. And Sparty with the rail to make it 5-3 for that first game win. Gosh, that last little bit right there. I mean, agree with the rocket jump up to the platform to try to go for an attack. The problem was that he missed the shot, and then Sparty was able to drop down, grab the heavy, and then it's like, well, shit, what do I do now? I've got to make up this frag. My opponent just got a stack, and there wasn't a whole lot of options there, I think, for Garpy at that point. So Sparty takes this first game. That opening frag was so interesting because imagine how different it would have been if Garpy would have gotten away with that one clean. He had control for most of the game. Sparty still played pretty well around it, which I think is impressive in and of itself. But then once he went defensive, Flea, do you think Garpy waited a little bit too long to go in? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, throughout the first half of the map, I was seeing more confident pushes from Garpy, right? And I was feeling, you know, like he was addressing the issue that he had in his first series of the day. But then, indeed, just as you said, Wheat, I think he just kept putting it off a little too long, falling back onto the item. And again, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Before you know it, you're down to the final half a minute. You burn your orb. What do you do then? You've got to take that fight. And then, as you said, kind of messed up the rocket jump. Sparty steals away the heavy, and that's GG for map 1.
Yeah, there's a couple good peekers in there too. I want to call that out, like you know, those perfect sort of launching of the peeker and then dropping into sort of a safe spot, kind of forcing your opponent to engage with peeker. Came in a couple times there, but you know, Garpy's still got to feel like reasonably okay with that matchup. I mean, did have control, played well. I think it came down to that needing to equalize the score at the very end and not necessarily having everything play into his favor, which is surprising, right? Because normally if you are fully controlling a map like Awoken, it means that you're probably in a great position to win the game. So this is one of those rare instances where we see Garpy with control most of the map, but Sparty still manages to pull that out.
Yeah, exactly. Now, map 2 might be a different story altogether, right? This was Deep Embrace. I believe that Garpy is playing Nyx and Sparty was on the Doomslayer. So both have kind of a similar passive, right? Doomslayer is, of course, a lot more versatile, especially around that heavy area of the map. So critically important. But then, of course, Nyx, she's got the wall jump. She's got the invis. She's got a lot of things to work with as well.
Yeah, and I think, right, with invis, something I like to bring up a lot, especially on it like Deep Embrace, you've got your escape utility. You've also kind of got a surprise utility, which, you know, it's a little bit more difficult, I think, on Deep Embrace, just given the size of the map. But having it to be able to work both ways, I think, will be good. Now, if we base this off of rails, too, I would say both players, right, bringing out the rails. Sparty had a little bit better rail percentage in the last game, I believe. But it could be a big deciding factor here going into game number 2. And we're live on this one, looking through Garpy's eyes to start.
I didn't get a chance to talk to it before we went live, Wheat, but Sparty has won 3 of the recent matches they've played. So all 3 of the most recent games actually went in favor of Sparty, and he's looking to continue that today as well. So both players kind of meeting around the center, top part of the map. Good rail from Sparty.
That was a nice one. I also got to echo the fact that, like, if Garpy wins this one, I still think he's got a better champion set up for map number 3. So it is pretty important, I think, for Sparty to try to close this out in 2 games. Still really too early to tell, but definitely something to consider as this map continues on. So some machine gun cess coming out there from Garpy just to try to do a little bit of damage. But already we're seeing Sparty on with those rails. And that's going to make it real hard here for a champion like Nyx to stay alive. Not any armor stack at all, and has to be keeping up on those. So maybe look at Sparty to try to be controlling those lights as well. There we're going to have a Ghost Walk into an escape, wall jump over to the heavy, but it is not there quite yet. His opponent grabs it, and that's going to be unfortunate for him to have to witness.
I mean, there's a few maps in the Quake Pro League where weapon denial, in addition to item denial, is very important, and this is one of them. Railgun can be such a difficult weapon to get a hold of, as Garpy has been finding out, and now 10 points of health. Sparty will finally clean it up.
Yeah, that health bubble being right there is going to be Sparty's best friend, because he waited and then was able to hit that shot from the midsection as well. Very, very nice. And now we're going to see Sparty just kind of hopefully try to gain and control the map a little bit here. A fight breaks out in the mega room. Oh, a huge misfire rocket. He's going to go for it anyway. He does get hit with the rail, but Garpy following up with another one to tie it back up 1-1. And now a big opportunity here for Garpy to try to make something happen, but he's so low that the machine gun fire of Sparty is enough to take him out to regain the 1 frag lead.
Both players are critically low, but damn, look at these rails. Sweet 4 points of health, even with the heavy to his name. That's not gonna matter much. A tickle of LG, a few machine gun bullets would have been enough, but Garpy unable to catch sight of him when he needed to. And now Sparty has successfully managed to restack, restabilize. He's already going to set up for the heavy. Railgun, the weapon he still needs, doesn't have the LG either.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's why it's one of his favorites there. He has been on target with his rockets in both of these games. That's going to be really helpful here, especially on a map like Deep Embrace. So Sparty just trying to hold on to this 1 frag lead. We're going to have the Mega up here in just a moment, but Sparty having to back up. Some good tri-bolt, anticipating the pickup of that. And now 3 minutes in, but Garpy smelling a little bit of blood, trying to make something happen with the LG. Pops out a Ghost Walk, 3 points of health, and Sparty still cleans it up. That's unfortunate.
That was all in that passive ability, the double jump. If he didn't have the double jump that allowed him to negate a lot of that damage, then that would have gone very differently. Now also, we've gotta appreciate how well Sparty has been using that Berserk ability, right? It's really not that useful during fights, but he's been very good at deploying it just to get position, just to run the Mega or the item faster than he otherwise would.
Yeah, completely agree. You gotta use all the utility in your belt, and he's doing that well. Sparty holding on to this 2 frag lead. Still absolutely a world where Garpy can make this up, but gosh, Sparty's rail has been really on point, and I think is the reason Garpy is struggling a little bit, like constantly on the hunt for health and armor. LG out this time, a nice rail. Can he follow up? He finally does to pick it up, and that's got to feel pretty good. It's been probably pretty frustrating to have those opportunities, but not be able to clean it up. Unfortunately, off the spawn there is going to have to give up the Mega, and takes a ton of damage from Sparty. In fact, there it is again, constantly on the hunt, and that, you know, that's not helping this game here.
Garpy just looked kind of lost right there, completely blindsided that Sparty just dropped onto the Mega with nothing really to his name, that it worked out.
Yeah, almost the 5-minute mark here. Only 1 frag separating these two, but we are seeing an echo of game number 1 where Sparty was ahead just by 1 or 2, and Garpy had to climb his way back. There's still a ton of time for Garpy to be able to do this, but as we've mentioned, like Sparty, it would be in his best interest to clean up this second game and make it. Now we got the Ghost Walk coming out, will allow him to secure that heavy. Takes a little bit of rocket damage, and that's the one nice thing, that Sparty somehow seems to, even if it's just a little bit, Flea, he's constantly dishing out that damage and making it really frustrating for Garpy, because he's never really in a full stack situation in these fights.
I really like the use of the Ghost Walk right there. I feel like during the first few minutes of this series, it felt like Garpy was holding on to it a bit too long, and he was popping it when he was down to like 15 points of health, right? And then like, what do? You've just got to run for your life anyways. But that was very calculated. He still had plenty of stack, but he still decided that he would just take the heavy and avoid, you know, losing what might put him in a better position. So I appreciate the Ghost Walk coming out earlier there.
I mean, another example, you know, Garpy knows that Sparty's really low. Sparty somehow sneaks in a rocket here or there to really stop Garpy. And again, he had some control. There's a great rail. He's going to go with a follow with the Ghost Walk. Probably follow him around. No. It still puts him in an okay position. Oh, I head shake with you, Garpy. That is rough. Sparty got to be feeling good about that. Really unfortunate.
I generally don't think he even needed the follow rail. I think the first little nudge was enough.
Yep,
but still,
Sparty. Add insult to injury on that one. And that suddenly makes the clock look a lot more intimidating with that extra frag on top of it. Ooh. And then for another rail, really quick flick over. Nicely done. And now he can sit here, protect that rail a little bit, because honestly, Garpy needs that in order to make up this 3 frag lead. Now he does manage to fly on it, with Sparty missing that one. In fact, answers back at his second one. All right, this is what Sparty needs, but he can't clean it up, going through the murder hole, picking up a little bit of that health. And it's those opportunities. If Garpy could clean that up, right, like then you potentially got a conversion frag in your future, and it's just not working out for him here.
Really isn't. Sparty has been so good with the constant rails, the chip damage, and Garpy unable to find a way around it. Now, for those who just joining us, Garpy needs to win this. If he loses this map, he's out of the tournament, and it will be Sparty and Toxic who will advance to the next day.
Oh man, I mean, Sparty's sort of defensive or on the run approach to this game has just been top notch. Like the number of times that he's been below 10 HP is just ridiculous at this point. And it's another misfire there. Unfortunately, Garpy thinking he was in a different spot than he actually was, and Sparty got a little bit of extra damage off there. But now, as we hit the 2-minute warning, Flea, 3 frags seems really difficult to try to make up.
God, direct to the face as well as Sparty drops down. That's so painful at this critical stage of the game. Indeed, like you said, 3 frags, 2 minutes. It is possible. There is still time, but it needs to happen now, and it needs to happen in a clean manner as well.
That's right.
Garpy can't afford to keep trading. Look at that, a little bit of tribal damage, 50 points of damage coming his way as well.
I mean, you mentioning a clean frag, and that's like, oh, so important. We did see Ghostwalk come out of there and runs by, but once again, Sparty down to 50. He does pick up a light, but there's not much that, right, Garpy can do. And now minute 15, does see his opponent cross the map. That rocket seems like it took a long time to get there. And oh my God, another direct rocket. And here's Sparty yet again, one arm hanging off, 11 points of health, but somehow still manages to stay alive. And when you go back and review this tape, there's no doubt that Garpy's going to be frustrated just knowing how close he was to cleaning up so many frags.
He already knows this week.
Yeah,
guaranteed. He's already feeling the disappointment. There we go. Lancer rail, 45 seconds left to go if he can catch him off spawn. Heavy not up for another 5 seconds. He cannot wait around for that. Sparty spawned over to the mega site. He's just slow walking. He should hear him now. He's gonna drop. LG comes out. Can he catch him? There we go. There we go. This is good. This is good. He needs to finish it though.
Gosh.
He needs to land the shot. He needs to land the rail. Oh, no. I needed that one. I think that was the last opportunity.
Oh, man. He gave it his all. He tried. There were so many just chances right there for it to happen. Maybe one. He is going to get it, but I don't know. 10 seconds. He's going to hold off on the spawn. I don't think this is happening.
He got shoddy spawn. Oh no, he's over at heavy.
Yeah, that's going to be game. A 1 frag game. Sparty does what we said he needed to do. Closing it out into that 3rd map on Molten with Garpy having the visor. I would have been a little dicey, but Sparty gets the job done. Unfortunately, that will mean that Garpy and the first Maestro player is out. And Dan, what do you think?
It's kind of heartbreaking, right? Again, because it was just such a close series from both these players, and it's so near, so far for Garpy. again, and another LAN, another QuakeCon. But you got to thank Spotty. You said he needed to win 2-0. He did the job. You know, he didn't go unnecessarily aggressive. He played restrained, and it's nice to see that level of maturity. You just have to think, if Garpy was able to assert himself, it would have been a different set, and it could have been any closer, really.
Yeah, I think that maturity was definitely present. I feel like we saw a really great Sparty. I mean, you look at map 1, and he was not in control for a majority of that map, but he kept it, you know, kept it going. He did, like you mentioned, Flea. He was running his own rotation, right? And whether or not that was throwing Garpy off, Garpy had control. He had stack most of the time, but every time there was an opportunity for a jump, Sparty had a rocket for him. Sparty had a rail for him, and what do you do?
Yeah. Looking at the stats right there, 43% railgun for Garpy. Is it just me, or did it feel a lot lower than that with how many critical shots he was missing? It
felt low, but if you think about how many times that got Sparty down to under 50 HP, right? Like, yeah, he was actually hitting quite a few. It was the one that was supposed to come after that, Flea. It was that one.
I mean, just if you look at the damage, we don't have a total tally right now, but I feel like Garpy did quite a bit more damage than Sparty did. Like, you can see the tribals, right? So many, like, the defensive shots, the railgun as well from Sparty. Yeah, like you said, he did his own thing, right? He didn't like just play for the standard rotations, and yeah, it worked perfectly for him.
Which I do think is a little bit different from Sparty that we've seen in the past, right? Where it's like something doesn't go right and it can kind of break down the game. But he adapted very well, and it was good to see him take that 1 and 2.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of hopping back to what you said, Flea, and that Garpy didn't feel confident in himself. The fact he had so much control on Awoken, and as you said, Sparty was on the back foot, but Garpy just didn't ever feel like he had enough to challenge for that. And when he did, yes, Sparty did what he needed, but I felt that, particularly playing a Ranger, you have a lot of license to push the boat out, and I don't think Garpy felt the risk was there for him to do that, and in the end, he didn't then do enough.
True.
I still think there's that alternate universe where Garpy cleanly gets that first frag at Mega, and then that game is totally different. But it just goes to show how something that happens in the first 30 seconds could ultimately dictate the rest of the game. It's kind of what we saw there. So we have a player, unfortunately, eliminated from the competition. We're still waiting to see who all is going to make it through in the group stage. We're going to take a break, but when we return, the games continue. Our 4th match of the day here in groups. Don't forget, we've also got the B stream going with all the matches that you would see in the group. So stick around. We'll be live once again from QuakeCon 2023. When we return, don't go away. Welcome back. It's day one here at the Quake World Championship live from QuakeCon 2023. The place, the energy is increasing. More people are getting in here. You're probably going to hear some like that, maybe. I don't know if you can hear that, but so things are definitely increasing, and it's great over here. So, gentlemen, welcome. ZSX and 40 Lions joining us here for what's going to be our fourth match here of the group stages. Before we jump in and talk a little bit about SIB versus Effortless, we could take a look at the groups because we have some results. You can kind of see what is going on here. And I think, unfortunately, like Group C, we see Garpy eliminated. We have the potential here for another elimination with this SIB if he loses this matchup. But anything you see on there? I think the most surprising, really, who'd Dramas lose to?
Yeah, 2-1 to Celts, I believe. Yeah, and Dandy King versus CNZ was very close. Wait, why are you helping him out?
No, hey. I got it, production. I got it.
How is it possible I'm on land? I'm like,
because you're not supposed to fool with that.
You know what's amazing? I did that. Nobody saw that. So
you did
anyways,
that? Nice.
It's fine.
Nice.
It's fine. You have to be ready on land, Dan. But anyways, looking at the groups, Cygib took it over SIB. He made it look pretty easy, so SIB's back is against the wall. But in my opinion, Dandy King versus CNZ was so close. He came out on top. It was a very fantastic game.
But Celts beat Dramas then.
Yeah, 2-1.
Damn. That's going to be a really interesting group, how that one's going to play out. Okay.
Yeah, now Dandy King CNZ, as was just said, that was pretty mental as well. Another 2-1. So it's heating up here, Wheat, but we're in Group D, the Mean Machine group down there. And
that's the group of death to you, sir.
It is the group of death, but Cygib's already leading the way with a commanding victory against SIB.
And this will be Effortless' first match of the day, and of course has the possibility to eliminate SIB. So let's talk a little bit about these two, SIB and Effortless.
Yes.
Where
do we start?
Well, let the non-American comment, right?
Well,
we don't want people to think that there's any bias
your mic
here
is on.
at the table.
I'm not entirely sure why I'm here for this matchup. They don't really need an analyst. So it's interesting. I've been speaking to Effortless, and I think like we said in the Sparty matchup, he's come here to enjoy himself. He's relaxed. He's enjoying the atmosphere where there's definitely a lot of eyes and a lot of pressure on SIB, and he's somebody that takes that within himself. Whereas Effortless, he's just happy to be back. And when he's flowing, when he doesn't have that mental problem that he has when he was playing in the QPL, he can play some incredible Quake. So I'm actually really looking forward to see how he can put this back.
I mean, the question that I think is on my mind, and I'm sure chat's thinking about too, is like, was the hat holding him back? Like, was it containing, whatever was, I don't know. It's the first time I've, not seen Effortless with his
Could be.
hat.
Look, obviously, since we're on land, fantastic energy, but we're also going to hear how mad Effortless gets because he plays on a glass pad. So if it doesn't go his way, there might be shattered glass we have to worry about after the fact. But yeah, I mean, all the pressure here is on SIB.
Right.
Even though it's Effortless's first game, he can kind of warm up. SIB kind of knows he's on the chopping block. There's added pressure. Like, this is do or die time right now.
You can hear the stadium, like people are stomping their feet. It's getting nutty in here. Yeah. I mean, this is right. Anytime you're in a elimination situation, the pressure increases a little bit here. Like SIB, it sounds like his game versus Cygib didn't go that well, so he's also kind of carrying the loss into this one. But right, it's his opportunity to sort of create his own path, like to make his own destiny. There, unfortunately, you can see the season results of SIB that started off pretty good there with the win versus
just
Drawn.
the tip.
And that's the definition of all went downhill. The only thing I will say is that we have seen that he's taken maps off of the best
Wenger,
players.
Kilson, Avik, right? Maxter. Yeah, that's that. There's other players that didn't come close to doing that.
And he is a extremely momentum-based confidence player. When he's got off to that good start, like he made Kilson rage quit, right? When he gets off to that start and he begins to feel himself and he lets his demons aside, that's when he plays his best. The question is, can he contain that if he gets behind against Effortless, somebody he would himself expect to beat?
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately for him during the season, the win streak was almost as short as I am. But, it's do or die. None of that matters. It's fine. Thanks. It's fine. Chopping block, you just have to have the great mentality. As you mentioned, the game against Cygib didn't go his way, but he did play better on his map pick. So we'll see pick bans. I don't know when we're going to get into those, but again, I think it's going to be a big deal for SIB It's do or die.
Before we get into the picks and bans, let's hear from Effortless, right? Kind of, you said he's more relaxed. We got a chance to sit down with Effortless before the competition started. Let's see what he had to say.
My name is Effortless, and I'm representing MCS Gaming. My nickname comes from just trying to be a little cocky sometimes, and so Effortless is just kind of a simple, kind of cocky little name that I kind of made up. My favorite champion has got to be Slash. I think everybody knows that. It's just the speed that character kind of has just appealed to me, and it just has a different dynamic. I'd actually never played Quake 4, and that's where that movement is from. My favorite weapon has to be LG. It's really the only gun I prefer to use in a game. I mean, I try to use other guns, but LG just kind of works perfectly for me, so I have to use that. I've been to quite a few QuakeCons. First one was in 2014, and I've pretty much been attending since. Obviously COVID happened, so couldn't come because they weren't happening then, but yeah, I've been playing Quake and coming to QuakeCon for as long as 2014. I'm excited to play. I mean, I'm in Group D, so I have Saigib and Sib. I mean, I'm excited to really just play it all. I haven't been playing too much Quake recently, but I decided to jump into the qualifiers. Ended up making it, so I mean, really, I'm excited to play whoever my opponent is. No name is too big or too small. So the person with the biggest chance of taking home the belt, I mean, you know, I gotta say Rafa. I mean, it's, you know, I live with him, and it's his country. He's kind of the big dog to beat, even though, I mean, Kilson won the last one, and Venger's looking great. I mean, Rafa's always the guy to beat in a tournament, especially kind of later on in the tournament. I got to give a shout out to MCS. I mean, they're just great people. I would give a shout out to Saigib, who is also part of MCS, but he, you know, he helps me practice, and then Death Row as well, and my girlfriend Anna.
We're in his country. Right, Danny,
What does that mean?
any thoughts on
This is Rafa
Effortless
country.
is, yeah.
I don't think being American is much to shout about these days.
But you know what? what I would say, take it away from that interview is that you nailed it, right? Like, Effortless seems like he's here to have some fun. He acknowledges, like, look, I'm probably not in my best shape, but I gave it a shot, and here I am. Is gonna keep doing that. You know, who knows? Let's see what kind of results that might yield. Now we can go to the picks and bans 40 as we take a look at what we've got in store here. Civ versus Effortless, Deep Embrace, Veil, and then Awoken. Who wants to take a look at this? I see we have some pretty interesting bans and some picks.
It's almost identical, if not identical, to what 40 and I casted on the B stream, the best stream.
Really?
Yeah, Sib versus Saigib. Pretty much same picks, same maps. I'm pretty sure Effortless is playing the same champions as well, and that did not end well for him. Obviously, very different opponent. Effortless is not as good as Saigib, but he has a similar skill set, particularly mechanically, and that's where Sib was struggling. He just could not keep up with the damage output that Saigib was pulling.
Yeah, I was just going to say the rails were really struggling for Sib on map 1, a little bit better on map 2, which, you know, we'll see how he plays it exactly. But again, no keel, absolutely disgusting. So we'll see what happens. The clutch ban, I like that. Respectful ban, you don't want to deal with that. Eisen versus Death Knight, we already saw that. If we get to Awoken, the Nyx versus Visor will be fantastic. The Classico on Awoken especially, a little bit more interesting. We usually see it on DM6, but yeah, I mean, this is all all the pressure is on Sib, all eyes are on him, and it's really how he can perform. And I think it's just the damage output, as you said. He's got to hit some rails, he's got to string together, and he's got to control the match a little bit better.
Yeah. No, I would agree with that exactly. We saw him playing with himself a little bit against Saigib, maybe too much respect, and when he wasn't connecting, he just retreated, and then he couldn't find a balance. Sometimes he was just over-aggressive to try and get back to the map. He wasn't delaying his spawns. It was just lots of basic mistakes that he definitely needs to brush up on, because, again, if he gets behind, that's where he struggles. If he can get ahead and he can maintain some element of control, that's when I definitely have more confidence in him.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, again, tons of pressure. You hear the crowd in the background.
Oh, wow, yeah,
it's nuts. It's different here. It's different.
It is. And tournament life on the line. Of course, 2 people from every group will advance out, but that means that one gets the axe. And that could happen right here. So Sib is fighting for his life here in this matchup. But as soon as it's ready, we'll be jumping into it. Any predictions, thoughts here as we get ready to enter into the game, gentlemen?
I'm always curious what Dan thinks, especially in this group.
I think it'll be 2-1 Effortless.
Okay. I think that's fair. Yeah. Again, Effortless being kind of not in the best form maybe with this game might give Sib an advantage, but it really depends on how he plays and how he bounces back from the game with Saigib. So we'll see. If he starts out at a decent pace and he's able to control the game the way he wants and kind of build up, I think Sib could maybe take this over Effortless. But Effortless has the ability to just kind of come out of nowhere because a lot of people haven't been playing him. He's been here before. It's just, can he kind of rise to the occasion and kind of catch people off surprise?
I mean, sometimes when you're not carrying the weight of pressure on your shoulders, like you can produce some of your best results. And I think that'd be a great spot for Effortless to be in. Can he maintain that throughout the game? We'll have to see. But based off that interview we just saw, is all smiles. Looks like he's ready to just kind of be here and put out whatever he can. Sib clearly is looking for results here, right? As you know, wanting to stay in and just this means everything for him. So it looks like we're jumping into map number 1. Gentlemen, take it away.
This is it. Do or die time here as we are live on map number 1 between Sib and Effortless. And Dan, your mic is not muted. And you're welcome for that earlier. Everybody missed the troll. It was fantastic. We're on LAN. You got to be, you know, ready for anything, as do these players here. Sib already on the low ground.
Deal with you.
As you can. Look, and the crowd loves it too. And a lot of LG. Okay, never mind. I was going to say the ability for a lot of LG coming up that jump pad here. And Sibs kind of have to play slow and set traps, kind of like we talked about.
Yes.
Big rocket there. Potential to get thrown off the map. Sync Air smiling somewhere at the thought. Dire Orb in hand. A little bit of tickle from down below as Effortless taking the high ground. And Peeker's already dealt with.
This is definitely one of the more interesting matchups, in so much that, you know, we spoke about it. They can both be erratic and irrational, but also pull out incredible plays. And, you know, with all due respect to both of them, they're not the most refined strategically, so it leaves a lot of opening. And I think, as we all know, we're just more interested to see what type of Effortless turns up today. As Sib goes in aggressive, he knows he's got Effortless fairly low, and that will be the first frag to Sib, something he could not do against Saigib. And let's see how he can build from here.
Good frag, good timing, but again, you saw there, missing with the rails and Effortless. He comes back and claps back with 2 in a row, knowing he's low. And again, Sib's struggling with these rails. He could have finished earlier. What a rocket!
Brother, Effortless only got a round to play with. Hits one at least, but that's the best of a bad situation. And as you say, it is a big watch out to see how Sib can contest with the rail. Already not hitting the highest of percentages, and it's going to be a critical weapon, particularly on Deep Embrace. He's super early for this Mega, so much so that Effortless can keep pressing. He doesn't know that Sib's just sitting on it like a bit of an open duck, and he has to burn that orb to get away. Big rocket to rail combo, and that'll be the second to extend his lead.
Definitely looking more comfortable, a little more settled right now. Nice little combo from Sib as he's going to hang out on that campfire, have position on this heavy. Effortless trying to rush in and do some damage, make it worthwhile here, make him pay. And he's actually going to go all the way in, and it's going to cost him maybe overextending. Dan, what do you feel about that?
I mean, yeah, that is exactly what it was. Way too much overconfidence, but how did he burn through that? 2 HP to come out the back of the that fight with, but it was 2 HP, which was enough. Goes up jump pad, Sib's waiting for him, can't connect with anything with those rockets. And he has to now forfeit potentially the heavy. He's got plenty of time to work his way back around, but no other resources on the map prior to the engagement. Decides to go in anyway, doesn't care. And he actually does get it, 40.
Really nice LG from Effortless, really nice. Hit him with the Elmers, 4-3. Trying to keep the momentum up, and Sib slowing things down a little bit, knowing he's a little out of control. When he ran out of LG, damn, this could be bad. Nope, rockets are there.
He gets the frag, but he has to then give up control of the map, or at least can trade position for item, which is fine because he has all of the weapons. Sib though burning his stack off the spawn, and he catches Effortless around the pillar. I think we're definitely seeing elements of that rust we talked about here, 40, from Effortless's perspective. There's some really, really good moments, and his timing is definitely there, but you can see what we'll just call it a situation analysis is a little bit off in some situations where he's overcommitting or slightly misstepping. So the fundamentals are there. You can see there's a very good player there, and I'm sure he will build his way into this.
Definitely trying, using the orb and actually disorienting himself a little bit, unfortunately. Tied at 5. Decent machine gun coming out from Effortless here. No armor for Sib. He's trying to work his way onto this. Can he defend it? That's a really good LG. The Peeker will be sent in. 52 damage. Big rocket as well. Both players very weak. Sib still maintaining position. Tri-bolt through the grate was almost great, Dan. Both players still reeling after that fight, trying to stack back up. Might take a little bit of an engagement here. The rail and the machine gun from Sib is fantastic and Effortless. Being a little careless here, but he wants to do damage, and I don't know how he got away with that rail, but it was risky.
Yeah, but it was a clutch one as well. Keeps him in the next minute or so. Setting up for this next heavy armor, and Sid is just sticking around. And I think back to the Side set we casted before, and that was something we did see, just this overcommittal from Sid. Once again, he's doing it a little bit against Effortless. Sticking around with this LG was burned it, but it is just before that Mega. Effortless able to force the spawn, do the damage. You know, he's struck off the rules, so he has that regeneration off of his frags as well. Backed it into the Mega, so really good play from Effortless here. Sib, there's some desperation coming out. He's gone early for the heavy again, but that's a big rocket 40.
Dodging the rockets from Effortless as well. Bit crazy, but it might work out here. 7 HP, how is he alive? Very, oh, and there it is. Just trying to duck around the corner for a 25, but it was inevitable right there. Sib doing a good job of clapping back. Fantastic rockets. Needs to try and finish this. The shotgun, though, will prevail. And again, Sib very confused as to how damage killed him.
5-minute warning.
Mega pickup from Effortless now as he's down by 2, 5 minutes in, and this is a bit of a bloodbath. I mean, NA, they like to play a little more aggressive here, Dan, so to speak.
Yes, they do. They throw strategy out of the window in favor of just outright aggression. At the moment, Effortless is the one coming out on top when it comes to that. We've seen it time and time again. As LG and his rail in particular have just been standout weaponry where Sib has not been able to just match that, and he's unfortunately not matched it with strategy either, as his timing in particular has been slightly concerning from my point of view. He's there, time for the Mega, but he's so incredibly low. Effortless, please just use a different weapon to finish him off, though, as he might let his opponent get away here.
I like this, though. Okay, good push from Effortless because he knew the Mega was to his back. He knew Sib was weak. He didn't have to really force it on the item, but now the heavy is left up. Sib should be able to get this. He wants a rail before the pickup, so the split's going to be about 6 seconds between, and now Effortless has no armor, and this is a big chance for Sib to get back into this one.
Yeah, and he has the orb as well, so this is critical timing for Effortless. He needs to do his best to hold off. Lovely flick rail just around the corner there. Could follow out with a second, but that will halt potential aggression coming out from Sib. The items are a little bit split now, so now he has to try and double back, but unable to make the move. And there you go, the power of the orb just to close the gap.
Very deadly indeed, and the rotation might be right on time. Nice rocket jump using that passive. The rail will miss. In comes Zipika, and he just goes for it a little bit, you know,
that's like one of those dreams where you just wake up and you're naked in an auditorium. You just had to sit there and take the pain.
Yeah, dream. Right. 9 to 9, 6:30 in. Okay, calm down, and no one. Wow, I don't know if anybody saw that happening. Effortless with the LG around the corner there, able to get that frag back 10 to 9. I don't know. I thought the shotgun up close. Shotty Pippin was going to reign supreme, but no dice. Does have orb again, and it is a 1 frag deficit here, but that machine gun is tearing apart Sib. Is casually going to pick up the heavy and might make a rotation over. More LG, and he actually goes after the orb. And wow, risky plays coming out, Dan.
And this is something I've observed, at least in this tournament from Sib. It's somewhat a lack of respect or a lack of concentration, is that he will just make maneuvers without really assessing what's going to be the consequence of it. Moving out of that heavy area without really assessing his opponent's weaponry or position, he gives up so much free damage, it forces him back onto the back foot and has to restart his next phase of aggression. And it really hinders him. The other thing is, we've been in this map for 7.5 minutes. It feels like we've been in here for 20. Again, Sib making a super aggressive maneuver and getting frustrated when it doesn't work. I don't get that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the idea there was as LG reigns supreme again on that rocket jump. Good LG from Sib, and Effortless caught off guard there, and Sib able to clap back, and he's keeping this close. Even with these mistakes and risky plays, it's still only a 1 frag game, Dan.
Somehow. 11 to 10. Oh, this time Effortless going in super aggressive. He realized Sib was going up late, but he himself was slightly late. Out-positions himself. Huge rocket from Sib as well. Effortless on the back foot, only with the rocket to play with. Gets himself, oh no, he has an LG, but it's just not going to be enough. 10 seconds before the Mega. Now Sib can make an aggression over towards his next LG. She doubles himself round and takes the lead 40 with 1:45 to go.
Again, getting a little crazy, but he made it work. 12 to 11. Now he's going to get the Mega. Good split between the items. Big opportunity for Sib here to take map number 1, but the position after that rocket leaves him a little bit vulnerable. But there's the rocket jump again. We've seen this not work. LG out. Effortless almost getting to it, but he can't finish. Peeker can. The Peeker slaps him down. Effortless just so weak after that engagement, though. Sib should be able to jump back into the fray and try and get the lead again. And there it is. A little bit of LG around the corner. Yeah, Effortless, how are you alive? 69 HP, 94 after the bubble in the direct rocket.
Oh boy. That's got to be frustrating. Sib pushing through the murder hole into the rockets. Now Effortless can take the 4th frag, and clean up map 1. Eventually, he's railable 40, but... Oh, no. No!
And the rail prevails for Sib. No fear. There's the rocket jump to grab the heavy. He is a little bit weak. Does have some bubbles to work with on this side of the map. But he's going to defrag his way over to the Mega here. 1 second. He has the timing, but here it is. Effortless is going all in on this. He wants it real bad, and they're switched to wrong. It's the Seek Error! Seek Error wins that fight. 30 seconds left. Can Sib use this to close out the map? There's a great rail. Wants another one, though. Surely that'll seal it. And Effortless in dire straits right now. He's going to go again, and there it is. Sync Error officially 2 frags into this one, and Sib's just shouting him out. Big assist. 2 frags, and I think he already thinks he won. Yeah, there's 10 seconds here, but okay. And a big rocket here, and another dire orb, maybe another rocket. He's just having a good time. That's the victory lap. He doesn't have to hit a button now, Dan. Sib has done it. Map number 1 goes to him.
That was the most NA ending to a map in history of Quake.
Love it, baby. Group of death. Group of death.
I don't even know where to start with that final minute of Quake we just saw. And plus, you know, Sib has instant respawn on, didn't even delay right at the end.
I'm just proud of you for not being muted during that match. But that was a nail biter, a bit of a barn burner, if you will. That's what we say here, I guess. But yeah, so now a little bit of breathing room, but still, he's not out of the woodwork yet. He's got to win this set.
There's a bit of breathing room, but he's definitely wheezing because it was not safe by any stretch of the imagination. But what he did do well was adjust to the chaos that Effortless was bringing, and that's what Effortless wants, right? He's obviously a little bit rusty, particularly compared to Sib. He hasn't played, you know, a huge amount of Quake, but he is mechanically gifted, and so he wanted to turn this into a bit more of a brawl, and he got his wish for large periods of the map. But for all of the mistakes that Sib was making, he did keep himself sane. He kept himself in it. And that's all he needed to do.
Not only that, he took away Effortless's map pick, so now he gets a little more comfortable. He goes back on Veil, which we've seen him play before, and he plays more to his strengths on that map, so you got to be feeling pretty good. Again, not out of the woodwork by any means. You still got to put in the work against Effortless, but right now he's got to feel pretty confident, even after all of this. There was some shenanigans and Sync Error coming up big. Shouts to him. But yeah, Sib did what he needed to do, took map 1. Now he can take a little breath before we get into map number 2 here shortly.
Yeah, and now we'll see if old Jolly Justin is actually going to live up to that reputation of being chilled nowadays.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that because he's got the Death Knight and he's got to have to use that Flame Strike to try and send us to map number 3. Sib on the Eisen can play more of a controlled, slow, methodical game that we might see as we saw against Cygib until Cygib was able to overcome that and kind of take the momentum in his grasp. And Effortless has to kind of do the same. They might have even chatted about this because, you know, their teammates, he said, hey, what did you do against Sib? How did that go? Maybe some tips. We'll see. But Sib is looking good right now in this set. Taking that map, it's got to be a huge just sigh of relief, but still work to be done, but looking pretty good in my opinion.
Yeah, looking pretty good, but I do worry about there was some very big mistakes with regards to...
Oh, don't get me wrong, not mechanically or anything. I'm just saying, like, in the thing. You know, you're up a map, you're going into your map. It's a good situation.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but play-wise, it was... yeah. I mean, look, sometimes high risk, high reward. It came out. It came out in his favor. So you gotta hand it to him. It was close, and shouts to Sync again. He came up with 2. That's a good one. I could count. NA counting over here.
Oh, dear.
Just feel free to hit this button and mute my mic if you want. But yeah, we're going to load up into map number 2 here shortly. It is going to be Veil again. Eisen for Sib, Death Knight for Effortless. And yeah, I mean, some of the plays were absolutely insane, but we did see some really nice LG from Effortless. If he plays a little more calculated, might be able to kind of rein this one in and send us to map number 3. But again, Sib is comfortable on this map. He's played it before. He played it pretty well. He has the notes that he needs. He's like, all right, this is where I went wrong against Cygib. Let me try and shore up those errors, play a little bit cleaner. I have Eisen. I have my map. He should be able to take this one. I would say this is all in Sib's advantage, and it's Effortless that has to kind of play spoiler here.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. Being able to assert that level of structure and discipline to this map is something Sib will want to do. You know, at the end of the day, on Deep Embrace, when you can create more chaos, it's a far open, faster paced map. When you want to play it like that, it's easier to make that happen. And so with this particular map, they'll want to try and maintain his choke points, but he's doing a very poor job at the moment as Effortless just strolls through. Feels like he took no damage through all of that spam from Sib. I don't really know what to make of that frag, but he takes it anyway.
Yeah, I have no... The rockets just didn't connect, unfortunately. Effortless just kind of moseyed on over and got the first frag early. And that's exactly what Sib did not want.
No, and Sib is trying to work his way around to find a route onto this next heavy. He does get it, but he eats the rail. and a double one of that, so it completely nullifies the stack and more. Keep him on the rope. He's going to go around to try and pick up this health bubble, and Effortless is waiting in the wings.
Yeah, dealt with it nicely. Very easy layup kill there using that LG. 2-0, 1 minute in. And now Effortless can kind of play the game he wants. The split on the items isn't that big, so it really depends on what Effortless wants to do next. He can kind of dictate the pace here, as it's going to be a fight at the churro. A little bit of a rail. He's going to fall back. He wants that Mega first. Armor Shard is up as well. Flame Strike in hand, so he's looking pretty good. Rails exchanged there. And no more rails for Effortless, though. He is going to have to re-up on that if he wants to place distance.
No more rails, but he is
there it is.
Working these angles, working his corners well, catching Sib off guard a number of times in the first minute and a half. As you said, the items are not split at the moment, so they're probably going to fall into this rotation of trading the two. Sib with the high ground here. Effortless needs to make a little bit of a careful move to push into this mid ground. He knows the timing. Big flame strike, catches Blizzard's guard, but no, Sib just falls on top of him and explodes him.
He knows where that goes. He's like, I know where that telly leads. He's going to leave the heavy up. I like this play.
That. Yeah, I do.
Ooh, almost gets a rail. That would have been big for Sib, but nice big split between the items now.
Yeah, no, I do like that for that exact reason. Trying to be proactive, to maintain your control and maintain your advantage. Not sure if Effortless did hear it, but obviously Sib did see the pickup of the Mega, so knows exactly when that is. Has a turret up as well to potentially control that telly, potentially control the low ground. Just for some information, a good read there and a perfect rail. So not only nullify the stack, but also the momentum. It means Effortless will not be able to contest this next heavy. He will probably just have to retreat to that light armor room. In fact, he gets high ground, but there you go. There's the turret I was talking about.
Timmy.
There you go.
And again, 4 to 5 second split is big on this map given the size of it, and that was an easy frag. And look at the stack after the fact. He can even be burning and try and take that rail as Effortless wisely dodges that. Doesn't want to take the damage off the spawn. Tied at 2. Sib, again, looking very comfortable.
He is indeed, and this is the control we were talking about. He wants to get into this rotation. He doesn't want to engage in these close-range combat, particularly against a Death Knight when you know you can get blown up, and out of nowhere, the fight turns to chaos. And he's experienced this matchup earlier today, so he understands the risks, and he's just playing slow and methodical. It is 2-2, so only 3 minutes in. There's plenty of time. He wants to ramp the pressure up, and that is exactly what he just did.
That's how you get her done there. The shotgun to end it, and Timmy's popping off with that positioning.
Wow, 135.
Lethal, absolutely lethal. Nice little rocket jump there to try and cut off. He's going to be able to deny the light armor off of that. Drops down, but Effortless is already out the window and gone.
Yeah, and this is smooth from Sib. Heavy's up, but he knows that Effortless is not in the vicinity to contest. As I say that, he does make his way through. He rocket jumped up, but he's taking a lot of damage once again.
Yeah, needs to grab that bubble, and he does. But that little time that Effortless bought, he got in, he swooped up the heavy, and that's exactly what he needed to do in that situation. Otherwise, it was slowly starting to get out of his control. Here's the dive, and Effortless caught off guard. The LG is so good from Sib, and Effortless has got to be kicking himself for that one.
Yeah, quite slow to react, all things considered. Absolutely no idea where Sib was coming from, and Sib is playing smooth on this map.
Yeah, I mean, he's picked it consistently, at least in the games we've saw. This is clearly his home turf, and he's playing it well. 4-2, going to be closing in on the halfway point here, and if he keeps this up, this could be a 2-0 over Effortless for Sib, and that's going to give him a big sigh of relief. Already, map number 1 was a nail-biter, and he was able to take it, so right now, the confidence has to be building if you're Sib.
Yeah, and for me now, one of the main things Effortless has to do is play around that rail and try and catch Sib in a situation where you can really maximize that flame strike. At the moment, you're not being able to force your way back into this map strategically. You don't want to brute force Sib at the moment because the stack differential was so high. Good damage coming out here, though.
Shenanigans from Effortless, and he does so much damage, and there it is, catches him through the Thunderdome, parts the cheeks, and another one off the spawn. Needs to be careful, wants a little bit more, but shouldn't get too greedy here. Stacks about even. Effortless has a little bit more armor to his name, and he should win out on the... Okay!
What? He was just waiting with a pummel.
I think he thought he was going to go through the telly, but there's also a jump pad there. Fun fact, Dan. You can go up there 2 ways. 4-4. A Sib will lay claim. Or excuse me, Effortless will lay claim to this heavy, and I think he has full map control now. The split's big enough. He can push this if he wants. It's just a matter of how he's going to get up there. He does need to be careful. Sib is lying in wait and would love some free damage.
One of the risks, obviously, is trying to play that heavy control game is if you get pushed off the map, you're the one that forfeits that perfect split of items, and that's exactly what's happened here for Sib. Flame Strike is not huge, but it does enough to prevent any potential difficulties of taking away that Mega and sets himself nicely for this next heavy. He drops him down aggressively. Sib has to escape. He has to evacuate the scene without taking the damage. He's feeling confident to stick around, but that rail will force the exit.
Yeah, nice rail there. And he should be able to catch him here. There's the drop down, and Sib has nowhere to go, and there's the lead for Effortless.
And let's see if Sib can do what Effortless eventually was able to. Would get back into his map, but no, he's waiting around. Just a shotgun and a Timmy in hand, and neither one really did anything. And this split is becoming huge for you. The 10 seconds. Effortless seems to be enjoying himself.
Mumbling him to himself like a psycho. But yeah, 2-frag lead, probably yelling at his glass pad, but it was his choice, so who knows what's going on. 6-4 though, looking pretty good. Solid control over the map. The Flame Strike just as a little bit of defense here.
I really do like the way he's using that.
Yeah.
He's not been able to catch Sib in any close combat situations, so he's just using it as zone control.
Yep.
He's using it to prevent any potential damage to get these pickups. He's then taking the pickups and then forcing a fight. And it's been a really successful strategy since he's got control. Biding his time. Timmy doesn't even make it up to the high ground. That is a fluffed shot there from Jordan.
Yeah, that was not what Sib wanted there. He wanted to add the pressure with the Timmy, but unfortunately fell a little bit short. Here's the rocket jump. He smells blood. He misses with the rail, and he's going to disengage at least a little bit. Try and re-engage from a different angle.
Careful though, yeah. I really like the move. He knows there was no Timmy. He knows there was no weaponry, but at the same time, a tri-bolt, we've seen how dangerous that can be in the hands of Tox, so you still have to respect it. Flame strikes up. There you go, just preventative. If Sib wants to come fight, let him. But the most important thing for Effortless is just maintain control. Sib's not been able to do anything to find a chink in that armor.
Trying his best to get back into it. Still down 3, fighting from up above. Ooh. And wow, nice play from Effortless there. He could take all that damage. The item was up. It would be way too risky for Sib to try and drop down for it. There goes Timmy. Just a line of defense. And he burns through that with 2 rockets. And now Sib again has nothing. Barely any armor to his name. He is going to go up the jump pad, try and get some position on this Mega, but he's a bit early. Is Effortless going to risk it? He could.
He could have rocket jumped through, I think. No, he just goes for the rail instead, which is the smart play, especially because he hit it. Nullifies that pickup. And Sib has to keep pushing. He catches it, but then maybe he runs out of LG ammo, swatches out, allows Effortless to get down. Flame strikes up. Sib in the vicinity to be so low. He just has to do anything to get out. Ooh, one of the easier rails today, not hit. Gives Sib a lifeline. 4 frags is in it. Just a minute and a half to go. And Effortless has the control. He needs to see this map out.
No more rails, a little bit of LG and only 1 rocket to work with. Mega's going to be up in 2. He's going to concede that. At this point, you can kind of see Effortless maybe move into defensive mode here. He just wants to try and play as defensive as he can for a minute 30. And Sib with some rockets that are beautiful.
And it's just before the heavy. Perfect timing coming out from Sib here. He obviously got the timing. He's been ever since trying to contest. Timmy's up there once again. Effortless has fallen into the trap. There's not much he can do. He doesn't even do damage. And now he's painful. 1 minute to go. 2 frags. This is Veil. Perfectly reasonable. Sib hears his opponent. He's chasing down. He smells blood. Big rail coming out, preventing any further damage. Sib still in this one. He's got that rotation. 15 seconds is time for at least one more major item from Sib's point of view. Effortless is fighting on the ropes here. Big rail from Sib, but he himself is railable. And that flame strike, he just can't move.
He's walled in.
He just can't move.
Yeah, he's stuck there. That's going to chew up the time, and that's exactly what Effortless needs. He has the 2-frag lead, and Sib has to go on the hunt with not a lot to work with, and he swiped the heavy from him, but this could be big damage here, and it is! Sib, 5 HP, survives. He's got 30 seconds. Can he bring this back? He needs 2 frags, at the very least 1 to send us into sudden death, and with that Mega pickup, there is a shot here, Dan.
But the dilemma he's facing is, do I wait for this heavy? I don't think he can. He has to go on the run. Effortless has only got a rail. He's missing, but he hits that one. Timmy doesn't do anything. Effortless is just backing off. Lovely spam coming out. He's in. He's waiting. Sib is there, but no, Effortless. He gets the frag to now take this to a 1-1.
And wow, I just
have to kick DJ Wee out as if he wasn't here.
He just wants to be a part of the gang. But there it is. Effortless able to clap back, steal away Sib's map pick. It wasn't easy. Sib had control of that map. Effortless had to use every part of his game, his Flame Strike. Again, as you said, not a lot of burst damage. We usually see Death Knight just blow up opponents. But in this one, it was more area control, item denial. We're doing a show here, Dan, please. and he was able to clap back.
I thought he had it.
He had no faith in Effortless. That's all it was. Literally no faith.
Shenanigans on land, chat. You have no idea.
I think the most impressive thing for me was the stabilization from Effortless there.
Yes.
There was a period in that early mid-game where Sib looked like he had it on lockdown. He put that split in place we talked about time and time again. He was controlling the map. His Timmy placements were pretty good. And it didn't look like Effortless had much of a clue. And then there was that massive engagement around the heavy. I think it's almost here. In fact, yeah, it is exactly here, where Effortless comes out on top somehow, does an immense amount of damage, pretty much 250 damage, gets the frag, and then, as I said, that split becomes Effortless's. He asserted dominance, he was able to maintain that control, and then Sib looked lost. He didn't know how to come back into the map. Effortless changed from being proactive to just being stable. He was using his Flame Strike to maintain control of the major items. He was almost baiting Sib and saying, I want to fight, but it's going to be on my terms. And it was almost a very clinical performance for 5 minutes of that map. You know, final minute was very American. Got messy again, but that mid-period I can respect.
Yeah, as we take a look at the stat breakdown for the weapons, 9-8, the official score on map number 2 for Effortless versus Sib, and we are indeed going to map number 3, and it's going to be Nyx versus Visor, but not on what people may think. We're going on Awoken. It's not Blood Covenant this time, but we do get the El Clasico, so to speak.
I'm always a little bit unsure on Visor on this map, just because I've seen it in both ways. I've seen it work, but at the same time, I don't know if it offers enough utility to really keep up with the pace that Awoken can play at. And so what a Visor wants to do is a Visor wants to keep in control, play around that like T-junction, and use his piercing sight to almost just be a beacon and be like, this is my area.
He said beak, but also to deny those vials from Ghost Walk. If you keep using your vision on cooldown and just gobble up those vials, makes it infinitely harder as a Nyx to not have Ghost Walk at hand to get out of those emergencies.
It's the lack of mobility that really hurts you on Awoken as a Visor. You can play around it, absolutely you can play around it, but at the same time, you have to be the one to dictate the tempo. If you're the one on the back foot, that's when it becomes extremely hard. Then you're kind of playing around Banana, you're playing around the LG, using audio cues, and it becomes a nightmare as a Visor.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, I would love to see the rail stepped up a little bit. Sib's still a little shaky, even Effortless on some of these rails. They're, you know, layup rails that you need to hit in this situation to get that damage, to get the advantage for the next fight or the next item. So hopefully they could both clean those up. And I don't know. I mean, both maps very, very close, and maybe the third one's going to be a little bit of the same, whether you call it sloppy, messy, calculated, whatever it is. We're going to map number 3 here shortly, and it's
Quake, right? It's all Quake.
It's Quake, baby. It's Quake. And some might say NA Quake more than whatever it is. We love it. And yeah, we're gonna load up here shortly. Even though Wheat was ready to get back on, he just wants screen time. How dare you? But yes, map number 3. He did force it, and again, you thought everything was going Sib's way, and Effortless is able to just pull out that surprise and kind of play spoiler. Still one map remaining, but still all the pressure goes back and flip flops right back on Sib because he is on the chopping block here.
And again, for me, the start is huge, right? We saw it from Sib. He felt stable. He looked good, but when he got on the back foot, the pressure was getting to him. He's talking to himself. He just didn't find a way through. And that's worrying for me. The maturity for Effortless to keep composed to get back into that map was definitely a lot of respect from me. On the flip side, Sib didn't offer enough. Looked great for the first few minutes in control, but did not do enough without it.
We'll see. 10 minutes stand between the victor here, and we will see exactly who that is. A little bit of plasma
damage.
Oh yeah, and he's stuck. He's got to try and get out of there, and does hit the rail, makes it all worthwhile.
Got to be careful here as well. Sit back for controlling. No, he doesn't actually intend to take that angle. Instead, uses the leeway to try and push out on the map.
Yeah.
Interested to see if he tries to defend that rail. We know that, you know, we talked about how proficient Effortless has been with it this series so far. Is Sib going to make an effort to try and defend it?
Oh, big rocket, but again, misses with that rail. That would have been a beautiful combo. Would have got him the first frag, but Effortless, lucky to be alive. Oh, nice. He was alive for a second there until the rocket exploded his body. Big frag by Sib. And gonna use the heavy as bait. I like it, but Effortless with such good rockets that he's able to force him off.
Yeah, and that's one of the benefits of the piercing sight, right? It's not just for hitting those clutch rails, it's just for judging entries, judging the perfect position and timing, and that's exactly what he used it for.
Yeah, very well done, and now he's gonna gobble up those vials, and again, taking away the Ghost Walk.
Yeah, interested to see as well how Sib intends to use the Ghost Walk. Obviously, the most obvious way is as a defensive tool, but obviously my preference is to use it to control the map as well. Use it to be aggressive. Use it to keep your opponent on the back foot. Keep you second guessing.
But at LG, the tribal not really doing the damage that Effortless wants here. Sib doing a good job of hanging in the pocket, but just can't find these rails again, Dan.
No, he can't. Obviously, yet to be seen whether that's going to be his downfall, but this level of Quake, he has to be connecting with the critical ones. And that is an important one. Sets him up to defend this next.
Oh, no!
He jumps actually underneath. Gets caught.
How did the rocket land? And the shotgun follow-up, is it going to be enough? But it is, and he turns a disaster into a frag. But wow, that was very scary. He needs to be careful. He wants that armor more than anything, but those hips don't lie, and he couldn't pick it up. And now Effortless is just going to push it. He's going to steal away the armor, 75 HP. And Sib, he's just going to go in, no fear. And Effortless says there should be a little bit of fear.
I mean, I don't know what the shake of the head is. Obviously, without the Ghost War cut, that was going to be a push. The piercing sight comes out as well. Big rocket to defend. Sib jumping around the rail. Actually switch. Interesting choice. Messy.
We should mic up these players. I'd love to hear some of it. Effortless claps back again. We're getting a little sloppy. It's a bit of a bar fight, and I love it. Yeah. Oh, big shotgun damage. And there it is. Cleans it up, and Effortless is like, yes, damage. Again,
Definitely the C stream, the curse stream.
Content stream. 4-2. And the important thing to remember here is Sib. Oh, he's catching rockets. No, the important thing to remember is all the pressure's on Sib, and Effortless just absolutely lands a beaut.
One of the frustrating things I have seen with Sib this tournament, he just does not delay his spawn. He was sulking right then, and yet still spawned to get a free
You gotta get back in there, Dan. There's no time to waste.
But if you're not even touching your, I was gonna say utensils. This isn't a cooking show. But
No, you're right. It's their brush, and this is their canvas. And right now it is horrific. 4-4. But both players battling it out. Again, Sib, all the pressure on him, slowing things down ever so slowly. Effortless trying to make a play on this heavy, taking his time. The split between the items is going to be just about bang on 20 seconds. A little bit of tri-bolt coming in as Effortless comes in like a wrecking ball. He's just going to face that damage. If anything, it lets him take away the light. Big rocket almost hits the rail combo, and he's thinking twice about it. No, he's not. There's nothing to think about. Effortless wants it. And there's the ghost walk, and again, no fear. And Effortless is like, wait a minute.
No, Effortless read that so well. You saw the 180 just as he spawned. And I think Effortless was...
Spider senses were tingling.
Yeah, just muttering like, obvious, bro. Who do you think you are? Ketchup is getting exciting on the B stream. We're going to go check out what he is screaming about, but we are here on the A stream. A team.
Love it. I love live events. So much LG. There's a good rail. Can Sib hit another one? And he does. I mean, considering the situation he was in, he kind of made the best of it. And now he should be able to push in here.
But I think he's lost a little bit of timing because that's not the first occasion where he's pushed that Mega too late. Yes, he got the frag, but the amount of damage he took means he's vulnerable over here by this next heavy. Sib has the opportunity to steal it away and also Ghost Walk if he needs to, but Effortless has to get out the dodge and even allow Sib to pick up that heavy for free and doesn't burn his ability either. Good use of that ability on Vize's side as well, just to make sure he's got full information of how to pressure this Mega. But as we've seen, he's now got no items. He probably has a semblance of timing, but you need more than that to be able to contest.
Yeah, as you said, kind of getting at a dodge. Can't really afford to be there.
Nice.
And Chevy's in 4 minutes, or 4 seconds, excuse me, as there's the LG on LG, and Sib catches him out in the banana. That's a big frag at the halfway point, only trailing by 1.
And Effortless gets to spawn over by the rail, but he can't do it. He hasn't got the piercing sight up to be able to be sure of when that item is up and when it's going to be picked up. He wants to contest, but it's not enough damage. 2 rails is still not enough. This is the challenge. If you're not getting either major item, you just got to do too much damage to burn through that stack. He's going to go in aggressively to try and do something. The Ghost Walkers is needed. Does connect with the rail, but he's so low. They're both low, and Sib knows he can get this frag, and there you go, extending his lead for the first time in this map, I think.
Ooh, that was pretty, like that. Denying the rockets, but he is still a little weak. Needs to be careful, and there's Effortless. He's actually okay. I thought that he might get the tickle he needed, but Sib, and this is exactly what he wants. He's kind of dictating the pace, and he's almost baiting Effortless in, where he's like, you know what? I think I can take this. And this is actually Dire Straits, goes for the air rocket, misses, and Effortless able to burn him down. But you saw for a while there, Sib was actually gaining momentum. Effortless was kind of kited into him. He constantly wanted the refrag, and Sib was making it worthwhile, but Effortless finally able to capitalize.
Exactly, and all you can say is, all things considered, at least he didn't give away more frags trying to refrag it. And as we saw on the previous map on Veil, can he keep the control now?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Sib just pushing in super aggressively up the sidewalk there. And Effortless's LG is nothing to be sniffed at. It's been proficient this set, and Sib is sticking around once again. He wants to take this fight. He knows the Mega's up, but he has to Ghost Walk. Effortless has the timing this time, doubles back. Sib is there with his pummel, but nothing's going to come of it. Effortless just needs to do something. No rail!
Welcome to NA, Dan!
America!
That's what's up, baby. Anyways, 9-8 as a great flick rail from Effortless there. Probably not your first choice, but that's fine.
If he didn't get
We'll
that
call
frag,
it cultural differences, Dan.
yeah, if he didn't get that frag, I would have left this cast.
Lots of damage coming out from Sib. And now the vision popped, as Effortless has to play slow, has to concede the Mega, does stack back up to maybe do a rail here, and that's pretty good for Sib to kind of push and make sure and check that there's going to be no free rail damage. And he's actually getting so much mileage out of that machine gun, and Effortless, of course, hits him with the Rafa eye roll.
Is that patented?
I'm not sure. Patent pending, but 9-9. And let's not forget, less than 3 minutes potentially for Sib's tournament life here, as he's doing a good job. Great rail before Effortless goes up the jump pad, and it's just a matter of time now. Effortless can't be here. He has to get out, and Sib knows that. He could play a little aggressive. He could take some chip damage, and he can eat up away. Then that armor is just around the corner. Effortless doing a good job of eating time and also damage, and there it is. The Ghost Swap, 4 HP. Can he make it to the Mega? It's a mad dash, and Effortless cuts him off, and he gets the frag.
That I don't understand. That was so much damage. Effortless's biggest downfall this map, though, 40, has been his timing, his control. Sib has done a magnificent job on that side of things, but these fights, the damage, the combat, all Effortless. All Effortless.
2 minutes to get sloppy. Damn, 10 seconds to the Mega, a little bit early. He has to be careful. No Ghost Walk. Great rocket into rail. Sib makes it work yet again. Not the best position, but again, the mechanics, the rockets, they all come out. The aim is there when it needs to be, and he wins himself the Mega. Now, the split is going to be just enough, and he's going to get a light. It's all about what Sib wants to do with 1:40 left. He's going to take the wrong path and needs so much LG damage. And now, Dan, it's Effortless's time. Oh, just the hairline. A visor there through that drive-through window. Decent rail. He needs another one. He's still weak. Ghost Walk available. He's going to play. Yeah, he's going to play really risky, but that's what he wanted. Rail into Ghost Walk. Maybe another one here. Oh, just missing out. But I like the idea from Sib, trying to maximize damage while he can. Play around that Ghost Walk with the rail.
No, it was definitely the right choice from Sib, but as you said, execution not there. And now Effortless has this control. He has to get around to this heavy now. He knows there's no Ghost Walk. He's pushing.
Who put that wall there?
Yeah,
10-10, 1 minute left. Critical error, but so much LG, and now the wall jump shortly around the corner. He's going to think twice about it, pops the vision and sees the reroute.
Get the item, please. Please get the item. Okay, well, he's going to have to give up this Mega now. He still hasn't got a rail. He's barely got any LG. As I say that, he just walks on through to a free Mega, in fact. Sib is the one that forfeits the vicinity. 40 seconds to go, 40 Lions, and we still have time for something to happen.
There is still time. One of the rare times where there is still time. 30 seconds. Are we going to see a sudden death?
No rail, though. Sib can play around that. I don't know if he knows exactly the weaponry of his opponent, but he doesn't have to engage. He can just stand afar, deal his damage, and he has to take the fight now as he's been spotted. Does pop up the Ghost Walk, and this is massive for the next Mega. What is Sib going to do? He has to forfeit the map.
And with the vision, needs to be careful, doesn't overextend. I like that. No. Knew exactly where he was going. He didn't want to give up that item. Now,
he's been spotted now.
A big stack, and that missed rail, we are indeed going to sudden death, but how sudden is it going to be? The rocket and Sib wisely doesn't drop down here. Vials gobbled up again by Effortless.
I mean, I'm feeling nervous. I don't know how these two are. As tournament life on the line for Sib, Effortless could pick up a victory, a much needed one here. He knows Sib is down below. Ghost Walk is still not. 3 seconds to go. Will it be up before he dies? It will be.
Wow.
But there's nothing to live with, and the piercing side is up, and that is all she wrote.
And the timing on the items wasn't great, but the ability timing for Effortless literally won him that map, and he will take it 2-1. And I think bang on prediction, Dan.
I don't know why you just, yeah. But what can I say? I mean,
hi, Wheat.
that was North American Quake through and through.
And we love it, all right? That's how we love it here, brother.
I mean, it's pretty dog shit, but no. I mean, it was chaotic. Sorry, that was the adjective I was looking for. It was chaotic. You know, this particular map was super interesting because we had two polar opposite playstyles. We had Sib on that Nyx playing incredibly disciplined and controlled. His timing was spot on. I thought the strategy was good, but mechanically, 40, you mentioned it, he just wasn't living up to the damage output of Effortless. And the amount of times Effortless just was throwing his body at this Nyx. He knew the Ghost Walk wasn't up. It was somewhat calculated. all it needed to pay off was once or twice, and then he could rack up a few more frags, and then we would rinse and repeat. It was so back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, nail biters throughout the set. Call it what you will in terms of the actual plays and how sloppy you want to call it, but the maps were very close. This was a very good game. Effortless just able to inch it out in sudden death. And that weapon switch, I know you love that one. That one's going in the highlight reel. That was optimal, Dan. Okay?
That hurt my soul.
One more time.
Just
the exit rocket.
Oof.
Like right. Oh.
They cut it off. They don't care.
What?
Yeah, that's
Wow.
actually paywalled content. You have to pay to see that one. But 11 to 10 as we take a look at the breakdown. And yeah, right in the nicks of time, that Ghost Walk, but the vision was superior, able to just get that last rocket on the way out.
And look at the damage differential. Effortless basically just running at him with that LG. Barely even wanted to use the rail, in fact. And Sib keeping himself in the game, particularly with the rail and the rockets. There were some huge clutch rockets there, but at the end of the day, just couldn't keep out with that LG of Effortless.
Well-deserved win.
Well-deserved indeed, hard fought, and I don't know, maybe he's going to change the world and glass pad all over Quake players. We'll see. Well, I don't know. Maybe that was the key, guys. Who knows?
I'm sure that was it for you. Yeah.
We'll probably see it in pieces
right,
because
Dan?
there was frustrations.
Yeah,
there was definitely frustrations from Effortless.
Toxic's been using it for 25 years.
No, who's that? I don't even know who that is. But yes, let's
all
take a look at the
3
breakdown.
games by 1 frag. I don't know if I would have predicted that going into this one. So
that was
interesting matchup.
Really fun series because it was so back and forth.
Yep.
Yeah.
We also just saw Chain versus CNZ.
Oh, is that what that racket was next door?
Yeah, it was a pretty wild end of the game. You want to take a guess at what happened?
Something horrible.
Someone went off the
probably.
map and Molson.
Or who
CNZ
won.
went off the map and
No,
Molson.
but CNZ did lose that one, unfortunately, in a CNZ spectacular faction. So it's a little rough. It hurt a little bit right here, but yeah. So the results continue to come in. We now have a few players that have kind of seen the end of their tournament. Might still have some games to play, but some results that I'm actually kind of surprised by.
Yeah, we got that. We got, I think, Group C, is it? With it Celts, Dramis, and Buckster. That's the big, I don't know if Buckster and Dramis have played yet, but that's a big one coming up. That could be a tiebreaker.
That one is, I think, up next on the B stream, and that was one of the results that was a little shocking to me. I thought that Dramis would be able to take that one, no problem.
I think we all did, but that could be a tiebreaker, which is huge. This one won't be a tiebreaker as Sib has now lost both his series, so it looks like Effortless will be going through with Zygib, which is.
Yeah, I mean, backbreaking for some of these players, but like we said at the beginning of the show, someone's going to turn into spectators, unfortunately, and Garpy, I think, is one of them. Now Sib. It happens. It happens.
It does. It is the nature of a tournament at QuakeCon 2023. So, all right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, it's matches 5 and 6 to close out the day and determine who will advance on to the round of 16, which is taking place tomorrow. So I hope you are gearing up and getting ready for the entire weekend. We're going to take a break. When we return, more Quake World Championship here at QuakeCon 2023. Don't go away. Welcome back to the Quake World Championships here at QuakeCon 2023. I'm DJ Wheat, joined by ZSX and 40 Lions. Gentlemen, hello. We are about to jump into our 5th match here for groups on the A stream, which you said earlier that the B stream was the best stream. Is it still?
The Beak stream, sorry.
Okay.
Because of
Got it.
side profile, yeah.
We've got
Fixed it.
Toxic taking on Sparty in this next matchup, and we actually have seen both of them obviously on both streams, but excited to see what will come. Now, I think this is sort of a safe match. No one in danger of being eliminated, but it would determine final seed going into the round of 16.
Yeah, and given the total age of this matchup, I'm sure they're protecting wrists going into the rest of the weekend. Just can play it nice and easy.
Yep, armbands, wrist holder,
Dan
everything.
talking like he's a young guy still. Like I don't
Not a
understand.
day past 22. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Built like a truck.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about it. Toxic, who both these players have been in the QPL before, right? Toxic had some ups and downs, took a little bit of time off, back in it, both qualified to get in it, and, you know, Toxic is a freaking legend. Quake 3, Quake 4, and now Quake champions.
All over the map. We actually got to cast one of the matches earlier with Tox, and we kind of realized, Dan and I, that, you know, the key to it is kind of make him bored. That's the way you take down the Terminator. You just play so defensive that he gets bored, and he's like, I just want some action. And then he jumps in there. But no, we'll see how he approaches this one. Absolute legend, as you mentioned, across many titles, and it's just good to see him here, especially on LAN.
Yep.
I think that legacy is slightly frustrating because everyone knows the player he can be, right? And then you see glimpses and microcosms of that.
Sure.
Yeah, perfection come to fruition, and then the absolute polar opposite swing effect in the last 3 minutes of the game where it just goes from 100.
Not anymore. It's different on LAN
but
so far.
It's frustrating because you know what could be.
Yeah. I mean, like we've seen this with many players throughout, right? The legacy that is Quake, and you just know, and you could see it in Toxic, like that cyborg is still kind of in there. But you know, even he has said, like, I don't have as much time able to put into the game. This is like one of the, as you get older, it's a problem that we all have, right? And then you've got Sparty, who I think has probably shown more discipline in his matches here at QuakeCon 2023 than we've really ever seen before. So I would say that he's, you know, actually been quite impressive with what we've seen so far.
Waiting for the party. Waiting for the party to pop off.
But, you know, this matchup might be different, right? We got two players who just want to go toe-to-toe, head-to-head, like two alpha bulls in a matchup that, fortunately for both of them, doesn't mean anything with regards to tournament life. It means something with regard to seeding. So they can actually play a little bit less restrained and enjoy themselves. They might not, but that's what the cards might hold.
We'll see. Well, before we jump into the picks and bans, let's actually hear from Sparty. Sat down with him before the tournament and see what he had to say.
My name is Sebastian Sira. My nickname is Sparty. My nickname comes from Spartacus, long time ago, but I shortened it to Sparty. My favorite champion depends on what map it is, but on most of the maps, Strog is my favorite, but also like Nyx or Visor. My favorite weapon is Railgun because I'm good at it. This is my 10th QuakeCon. My best memory is from 2008 when I played in the finals, but we'll see if I can get there this year. It's gonna be cool to play another Swede, Toxic, this tournament. Already in group stage, so yeah, it's gonna be cool. This year, I feel that Wenger has the best chances of winning with the close Rafa and Kilsen behind Wenger. But Wenger has been looking the sharpest so far. Thanks to all my fans and to all the people I'm meeting at QuakeCon. I'll see you in the bar.
There it is, Sparty.
I wasn't kidding. I wasn't kidding. I'm waiting for it.
There it is. But we heard a couple of things in there, right? Like the excitement to play versus Toxic, another Swede. I kind of like that that's there. And then also just sort of what he didn't say, which was like no mention of Razy in there at all, who is, you know, second place king right now. So
yeah, definitely interesting.
It's yeah, very interesting what we heard from him. So should we look at the picks and bans maybe?
I think it's time.
Let's do it.
And let's not forget he was in the grand finals in 2008. That's legacy. But Blood Covenant, Awoken, and Deep Embrace are going to be the maps for us. Dan, you want to run through the champs?
Yeah, we're starting off strong with the Athena versus the Nyx. We actually saw Tox play Athena earlier today over on the Beak stream when he took on Garpy. It was, you know, there was moments of rustiness there. He definitely looks better playing the likes of the Slash which was out, or the Strug, but he's definitely pushing his boat out and trying to play that Athena. The Nyx, you know, want to countering that with the Light Champion, the same ability, but having that defensive capability as well. So obviously a great pick for Blood coming up. Awoken, pretty stereotypical there. A little bit surprised that range wasn't picked up, instead opting for the Doom on Tox's side, so just wants to play quite stable and slow. Spotty saying Strog is his favorite champion. It's a great champion for Awoken. And then Deep Embrace, you're kind of scraping the barrel with the champions in a little bit.
How often do you see an Iceverse Galeed on Deep Embrace? Like, it doesn't happen very often.
I think it just shows also a little bit the mindset on LAN now, because we've seen basically no heavies today. Like, sort of like you would see time and time again, Scalebearer situational, just avoiding them on LAN. So the meta is
I'm standing right here. You can't even say his name in front of me.
Flashbacks of, like, you know, 50% win rate, like not even close.
His name is Keel. You can say his name.
I have a clip on my phone of someone saying Scalebearer is unbeatable. So we can talk later. But
we'll see Scale at some point in this tournament.
At least in the best of 7.
Not in the ban column.
We see it in the bans, which is respect. But anyway, I think it shows a lot of these players. I haven't like drilled into it yet, but you know, playing in a LAN environment where it is easier to hit, those heavies become even more vulnerable, even more situational.
Yeah.
So this is why we're seeing a little bit of a more unusual rounding out of this set.
Yeah, and again, like, no one set or in danger to be eliminated, but definitely will play into where they are seated in the round of 16. I have to say, like, of a lot of the matches that we've seen, sure, there's been some really exciting elimination matches that have taken place, some kind of heartbreaking, but this one I'm just excited for what you said, right? You've got two Quake players that just want to go in and duke it out, and sometimes that results in some of the best games that you could possibly get. So a lot of legacy here in this across many different Quake titles, and so to have them now battling it out here to officially, you know, find their spot in the round of 16 here at QuakeCon 2023, it's quite great.
It's going to be great, but predictions? What do we got?
You know, I think like my default would be to just go to Toxic, but I have to say I've been more impressed with Sparty, how he's handled himself. He definitely was playing, I think, a much sort of smarter game, using his rail that he says he likes and that he's really good at, but doing so in a way that was just opening up a lot of opportunities for him. So I don't think this is by any means a walkover for Toxic, and I think Sparty will give him something. That third map is kind of like throwing me off, because I do think that we've got a 2-1 potential here, but I'm not quite sure which way it's going to go.
I completely agree with that. I was going to say definitely 2-1. I'm edging towards Toxic just from what I've seen today, but either way, this is a matchup that I don't think anyone's favorite.
I'm going to go 2-0 Sparty because I'm crazy. So the party starts now, chat, okay? Everyone's going to recognize. No, I feel like Toxic, again, his defense and earlier against Garpy, the game we got to cast, Dan and I, he did look really solid. Some flubs, but I think he's pretty strong. But I think a little bit underlying, again, it's kind of comfortable. You're just playing for seeding, but also, you know, that inner Swede kind of battle. Who's going to be the superior one? I feel like there was a little undertone.
There you go.
Sparty said there was a little bit of that where he's just like, I'm excited to play this and kind of, you know, say I'm the better one. So
blood, right?
I'm just saying, there's a little bit of that. But as you guys mentioned, the third map pick is a little weird. We're used to seeing that on Veil, but Deep Embrace, I kind of wanted to go to 3 so we could see what the hell's going to go on.
We're too big for this desk.
I'm standing right here.
You're too big. I
keep bumping into you.
I'll just do one of these over here, give you guys space.
I was thinking earlier when me, you, and Flea were casting, we're probably the biggest trio in esports casting history at the moment, you know?
I'm sure. I'm sure.
They're just bringing down the averages.
Yeah.
Oh, you stepped off your box.
Yeah, they didn't give me an Apple box like I needed.
All right. Hey, we're going
there's a game
for this one, so take it away, gentlemen. Have fun.
There's a game.
Thank God.
And we are live between Sparty and Toxic. Map number 1 here at the Quake World Championships, live from Dallas for QuakeCon. Tox starting off on that Athena. We're going to be on his POV, grabbing that light armor before maximizing and doubling back for the heavy.
Yeah, and you know, the rail's obviously going to be fundamental on Blood Covenant, but with both these players, as great as they are with the weapon, two of the more erratic when it comes to the percentages. So if they can start stringing those together, it's going to be, you know, a bloodbath, very back and forth. But if not, or even as I say that, Tox just brings out a double rail without the zoom onto a Nyx from distance.
See, the problem is that Sparty didn't clarify I like to use the railgun. He's just eating railgun right now. Tox is like, oh, you like rails? Here's rails. It's 2 good ones, but Sparty's able to stack back up, so not a big deal. But does need to try and get in on that so he could fight at a distance. I like the fake there. Nice little play from Tox. Should have him cornered for some damage. Can Sparty be sneaky? The Tribolt trying to serve it up from down below. Rockets on the exit. Never mind, it's going to be the rail instead. And now the hunt is on, maybe?
Nice.
Now he wants the Mega.
Yeah, I like the fake rocket jump, trying to force the double back from Sparty, not to be, leaving the Mega up, actually delaying it. Not sure how intentional this massive delay is, or whether he's just so focused on blood that he just locks onto his opponent. But either way, he's actually just going to forfeit the Mega in exchange for a heavy. We saw that a few times earlier today, 40, where his Athena maybe just a little bit rusty, just
tactical fake out. But the Mega's still up.
I mean, Swedes don't care about items, they care about rails.
I thought there was a gentleman's agreement that we're not going to pick any of these up, says Sparty. This isn't a party at all. But yeah, so Tox even after all of that. I mean, massive delay between the items. Trying to find some opening damage, and Sparty has to kind of make himself...
Oh, Tox Bolt comes out as well.
Nice rail there as he drops down for the light, and this is going to be a big cutoff here. LG, Sparty's trying to back up onto that heavy, and he does, and he ghost walks, but the rail connects before.
Yeah, important rail, obviously. Nullifying the pickup from, you know, these exchanges are huge on light versus light. Any unreturned damage, particularly a rail, fundamental. And wow, Tox just talked about it. If he's hitting, he will hit hard, and that's what's happening already. Sparty doing a good job just to keep stable, keep that high ground. That's what the Nyx needs to do.
Oh my God. Oh, too much partying there as he just ran into a brick wall. Sparty takes out Sparty, -1, 230 in. And that's a big rail from Tox. Trying to find another one here. There's a cutoff shotgun and has to force out the Ghost Walk. That's going to be a Mega. And now he's left with nothing but 50 HP. And just missing out with that rail is Tox. But there's so much time between the heavy. He's able to drop down. Just a little tickle is all it took. Up 2 frags. Tox looking so hot right now.
Yeah, he misses that rail, but he's got plenty of time to finish off Sparty. And in the moment, it is looking painful for Spartacus as has to get out of dodge, but no Ghost Walk, no life, no weapons. There is not a lot in his corner at the moment.
Pretty brutal start here. Again, at this point, I think, Dan, you can agree that you just have to make yourself scarce on the map, try and get some resources and slow everything down, because of going against an Athena and the momentum, it could be just horrific. He needs to try and get in on some items, some defensive damage. That rocket's going to be decent. He needs to be careful. Nice choice there from Tox. Wants to make sure the heavy doesn't go away, but he might patrol this armor if he wants. Actually, he's going to go straight for the Mega. Wants to make sure positioning on that is perfect so he can keep running the map. And Sparty with the Ghost Walk, and that's enough to make Tox back away.
I don't think Tox heard the Ghost Walk, because you see him...
Heard the jump pad at the very least.
100%, but you can see him slightly confused, so... Didn't need to forfeit that, and one of the things that Tox needs to be conscious of is almost the reverse of what we would talk about on a weekly basis, which is he's giving a lot of respect and breathing room to his opponent, and this is why Sparty's being able to slowly get himself back into this particular map. So what I actually like to see from Tox is slightly faster tempo to keep his opponent weak and vulnerable. But at the end of the day, he is playing against Nyx, and when that Ghost Walks up, you've got to be careful.
Tox Bolt not landing on that one. Sparty trying to get a little bit of his own. Nice rail there. Sparty's trapped. Tox misses with the follow-up, can drop down for another one, and he does so. And just like that, Athena's in your face. There's no escape here as Sparty's just getting peppered from every angle, and he's like, please stop. But Tox relentless, as that positioning was just fantastic from Tox there on that heavy.
Yeah, and his control's been good. Again, something we would not often credit him for. Just solid fundamentals, and that's when he's scary. You say it, these type of mechanically gifted players, if they can maintain that presence of mind, they can keep that control. You have to do something quite special to boot them off the map.
And again, getting caught on his way to the heavy, can't even steal it. Tried to put his hand across the finish line, and Tox said no. Now he's up by 4 as Sparty's still on -1.
There's moments like that where you're just praying your opponent's going to miss. There's not much else you're really doing except, I just hope they don't hit me. Oh, Top's going to go in aggressively. He knows he's got plenty of time to steal away that Ghost Walk, and at the moment, Spuddy does not have an answer. Hasn't got a weapon at the moment. He's just trying to tickle from below. Can't really contest from down there. He's just trying to find a way to get out.
Tox playing with fire a little bit there. You don't want to get floated, but he does get away. And now makes his way to the heavy, and he has had such a firm grip on this map for 6 minutes. It feels like Sparty hasn't gotten an item.
I can't be surprised. I think the last one he really had was stealing away that Mega. He got close to touching the heavy, but shut down.
Did just get a Mega, so maybe a bit of a lifeline here, but he's still got a lot of work to do here. Trying to get a little bit of rail going. There's one. There's the wall jump. Make it 2. Can he make it 3? Tox is getting out of there using the hook. Putting walls in between him and Sparty. Does use a little bit of Tri-Bolt. Does Sparty on the way out, and now 95 HP. Tox on the back foot, so just like that, Sparty kind of takes map control, but oh wait, there's the heavy that he forgot about. So now he has to pivot back, but after the Mega and try and keep up this damage while Tox, I would say, has a pretty decent stack, all things considered, because look at the time down.
Yeah, Toss can exactly just burn down the clock at the moment. He hasn't got any rappels up, so that's one of the reasons why he's playing it slow. Trying to get his gauge on the opponent as well. Spuddy with that Ghost Walk up might need to start changing strategy to use that a bit more aggressively at this moment in time. At the moment it's just been to try and steal away items or really to defend himself, so has to change his approach play and his strategy to try and find an answer, because this distance rail game is not going his way.
Yeah. It is unfortunate. For a second there, I thought we were on the Travel Channel because it's Rail Wars, Dan. That's an American joke as the Mega is taken by Toxic, but the Ghost Walk aggressive.
There we go.
And then straight into some Rocket and Rail, and Sparty gets a bit of a piping on that one, and he is kind of licking his wounds, does grab the armor and makes a mad dash for the heavy, but nothing's up for 14 seconds. So now Tox kind of baiting that lower armor. Is Sparty gonna bite? And there's the hook, surprise! Good rockets from Sparty, and he turns it around. Toxic gets blown up out of the sky, and Sparty back on 0.
Resets his default, but no, he has at least got himself on the board somewhat. There isn't a lot of time left, though. We know that how much you can burn the clock as an Athena. We saw it when he was chasing down Sparty before with that mortality. Big rocket coming up from Spartan, and he actually gets the frag. Still 2 to go, but there is 2 minutes. Now Sparty has this control. The items are split, but not enough where you can control both. So Sparty has to make a decision here.
Oh, and with that rail, the decision's made for him. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. 8 HP. Does have the Ghost Walk, but just wants to stack back up before using it just to live. But most importantly, this is burning time. Tox looks like he picks the heavy, which gives the Mega to Sparty and a bit of a lifeline, but time is a ticking, and that's going to be crucial. 1:30 to get 2 frags on this map. There's a rail before the Ghost Walk. Here's the chase. There's the Athena hook, and wow. Tox with the LG just so strong. Great defensive play.
And that's the frustration playing up against an Athena. Even as a Nyx on this particular map, you are mobile, but you are not an Athena, my friend. And she was just gone, like the wind.
Yeah, that's got to be brutal. I like that. You did good. Anyway, 2 frags, 1 minute. I'm so proud of you. Yeah, I mean, what do you do, Sparty? You get maybe 1 more major, and you just got to start pushing at this rate.
Yeah, you have 1 more Ghost Walk up, but you just have to use to try and trap and surprise your opponent. He knows where the Athena is. Another hook going up. This time failed from Toxic, and this is it. This is go time. You have to just... There we go, the double back Ghost Walk, but he's now burned a lot of time. Toxic... He saw his opponent a moment too late. And now what do? You gotta play some Clan Arena.
Gotta get crazy. Tox giving him a slight opportunity, a little risky. Drops down, grabs the vials, but Sparty says, I'm gonna grab the heavy, I'm gonna try and make my way over. And the rail, okay, there it is, connects after Tox hits one of his own. There's another one. That one's easy down the hallway, and Tox almost connects with the third. Sparty doesn't really have a choice. He's going to try and make a play for the Mega. That's going to give him a little bit more tank to deal with. But with 10 seconds left, even if he gets this frag, which he does, the time management from Tox was fantastic. Played defensive when he needed to, and again, edges this one out on Blood Covenant. Very well done from Tox. Strong defensive play.
Oh my god, how many times have you said that in the last year?
It feels like he's turned it around. It's almost as if LAN is different from online, Dan. I don't know. It's crazy, but this is the Tox we want to see, playing more solid, able to close out games. Very well done from Tox.
Yeah, it's a good hypothesis. The balance is there. The balance is there. I felt in the early stages of the game, it was almost too far that way.
Yeah.
But at that point, he'd already built himself a decent enough lead, and we saw it was more than sufficient to see it out. The problem for Spotty was obviously these opening engagements where he was just unable to get any sort of reasonable damage on his opponent, and that gave license for Tox to play as free as he wanted. And really the standout for me was that control from Tox.
Yeah.
5-6 minutes where it felt like Spotty, as you said, didn't even have an item. The turnaround came here, 7:45, but it was just not enough time to make a comeback.
Yeah, not enough, unfortunately. We didn't even see a ton of rails connect for Sparty, which is unfortunate as well. But, I mean, you got to hand it to Tox. I think Tox just played better. He played more solid when he needed to. And again, that time management comes into play, and he played the way he needed to. Very close as we take a look at the accuracies there from Blood Covenant. 3-2, a close one. A close one.
It was close, and the accuracy didn't feel as high as it was, but he just didn't have the weapon an awful lot. You know, 53%, but only 700 damage against Tox's 51 and 1600. That was the definitive turning point. Tox was able to punish Sparty time and time again. It's basically the only weapon he used. So really well played by Tox. As we said, methodical, patient. That is qualities that you need to take this further in the tournament. If you can couple that now with a more balanced, aggressive play style, that's when he becomes the Terminator. That's when he becomes scary.
Absolutely terrifying thought there to have. But Awoken, Sparty could maybe come back in this one. There's still the ability.
Yeah.
And again, this isn't like a knockout game or anything. It's just for seeding into the brackets. So again, Sparty, not a lot of pressure, to be completely honest. He doesn't want to perform. He doesn't want to do well, but he also wants to party, Dan.
Yes.
You're like, I hate this. This is my nightmare.
There isn't a lot of pressure, but at the end of the day, it's the difference between playing someone like a Venga or a Razy or a Rafa versus someone maybe like a Nosfer, that was still a good player.
Do you think Sparty not mentioning Razy could come back to haunt him?
Oh,
he's like, remember when you didn't mention me for a contender? And then they get matched up in the... I'm just saying.
I don't think Razy's watching the stream.
You're right, because he's practicing diligently.
Yes, exactly.
As we are loading up into map number 2, it is going to be Awoken. And again, the Doomslayer versus the Strogg. You were a little surprised that Tox didn't go Ranger because it was still available in the pool.
I wouldn't say surprised. I would just say Ranger, when played correctly, is a little bit stronger. But, you know, Doom is just still an incredibly effective champion to control the map, which is all Tox wants to do, right? He doesn't want to have these shenanigans, nothing extra to think about. Let's keep it to the basics. But obviously we know Ranger has very, very high highs on a map like a Woken. The Doom, as we know, pretty much the meta pick back when it was released, and this map was released for a particularly good reason. So offers a lot of good utility still nonetheless.
This is it. Right now, map number 2 is live. We're live on Toxic's POV. Sparty has to try and clap back to potentially send us to a map number 3. Sparty making his way. Tribolt, LG trying to get everything to just start the onslaught that we might see. But again, more measured Tox this event that we've seen. Not quite unleashing the beast, so to speak, working on the control movement around the map. And it's turning out great for him so far. So why mess with the formula when it's working, Dan?
Exactly. How?
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous.
Doesn't even need the zoom button.
I don't think he has it bound.
No.
Maybe just for machine gun Tribolt? Okay, that would have been pretty. Again, yet to see the Tox bolt so far, but we know that he has it in his back pocket if he needs it.
That was quite a spectacle. They're so slow.
Oh,
the pair
he didn't
of them.
spot. Okay, he did at the last second.
So
out of the damn wings. Oh no. Tox says, I'm going to disengage. The peeker was popped from Sparty. And so now I think Tox heard that and he knows that he's a little bit free to roam, so to speak. Playing very, very slow. Nice play to catch him out, but just a tickle. That's all it is, and misses with that rail. But you can see he's already forcing him on this side of the map and not allowing Sparty to kind of traverse the map as he pleases, which as a Strogg, I mean, you want to use that movement flow around the map, and Toxic is saying, I'm cutting the map in half, and you're lucky that you even have that.
What is so fascinating when you watch Tox, but also so difficult to actually articulate and analyze, is just he plays at such a high tempo with his aim. He creates such unique and quick angles and always fires. And this is why, you know, his percentages aren't as high as some other players, but his damage output is just insane because he just uses his every opportunity he manufactures potential damage. And that is one of his greatest strengths. And we've seen it already. Sparty's barely laid a finger on him, but Tox has hit multiple rails, multiple tickles of LG, etc., etc. And it all adds up over time.
Indeed, and look at that. Peeker's actually going to do a little bit of damage on there. Oh, big rocket. Might go for another one. Tries to serve up that rail through the drive-through window, but no dice.
Let's not forget the Berserk does exist. It is an ability.
It is. It
but
is.
It's more of an escape tool. So Tox does have that if he needs to get out as well.
Absolutely. I love the fact that you can cancel that. I'll never shut up about that because the speed burst into having an actual weapon out, not just being stuck with your fist, is fantastic. But we're closing in on 3 minutes, and this one's a bit of a chess match here as Toxic playing very, very slow, waiting for the right opportunity to strike here. Sparty not really laying the damage down that he wants to open up the game and try and push in and get a frag, and I think Tox is more than happy with that. Again, this is kind of his pace.
Is it?
I feel like this Tox that we've seen, he's playing slow every game, and again, it's working for him. So interesting to see for sure.
Well, he's definitely getting good use of that walk key.
I was going to say, his keyboard might be stuck. Yeah. I'm going to walk over and give it a quick gander as he might sneak up. This is so bad. Oh, no. Why? And that's it. That's the slickest play we've seen. That's top 10 easily. That
was oh my god, how did that rocket not hit as the Doom Berserk come out? Tox turned into a ninja right there. I'm losing my voice with all this shouting.
I love it. Little the rockets are so good from Sparty. Can he finish though? The tri-bolt not gonna land. There's the drop. The Mega's up. 15 HP. Sparty's gonna grab the light armor. He's gonna make his way off the jump pad. When he secures it, and the machine gun actually finds the bullet, and Tox is like, I just don't get it. But how?
What is happening? Yeah, 1-1, 4 minutes in. They've got 2 fights, 2 frags. Very standoffish. Sparty pushing the bolt out. Long. Oh, that wasn't a rail, right? Was that a visual bug?
No. You don't see that skin? That's new. Anyways, 2-1, Sparty up with a nice combo rocket to rail.
Okay.
And 5 minutes in, just about 4:20 in. And it almost clips the shoulder, and Sparty's like, I don't like that. No, thank you. But he does go back to the Mega, and he does have the light armor available, but it's a matter of, do I want to try and attack the heavy? And with the mobility, he might be able to get both in terms of opening up an angle, but no, he doesn't even want to risk it. He's going to let Tox grab that one for free, and he just wants to control center map that we saw Tox doing earlier, and kind of cut the map in half and make it easier to try and track down this second frag, or third, excuse me, to try and really open it up by 2.
But what we have seen is as soon as Sparty has this control, which is, this effectively pretty much the first time this series, he's finding better openings to increase the tempo and keep that pressure on. Good retaliation damage from Tox, but Sparty now can get across this heavy if he wants to. Tox isn't going to show face. As I say that, he does exactly that.
He heard you, and he's like, how dare you speak to me this way?
Well, Sparty was late, so he's only got himself to blame for giving up that item. He's trying to get out. He's looking for the rocket jump, but it is there. But he's taken so much damage in the process. He's going to just have to maintain position and try and use his posturing to bully away Tox. He does exactly that, hitting that rail. Tox is low. He's going to go around the corner. They're going to exchange, but no, both miss. Tri-bolt flicking around, rail to respond. Tox is low, and Sparty knows it.
Oof, that rail. And there it
Nice.
is. Sparty doesn't give up on the hunt. Wins himself the Mega. Knowing that he could fall back to the major item, I do like the risk of just hanging in there and knowing that Tox was low. And now he has full map control. Adds a little bit of a split as well.
Yeah, so that previous mishap on the heavy actually comes to his favor as it adds to the split, allows that control to be fully solidified. Now the question is, what's Tox going to do? We've not seen an awful lot of proactiveness coming out from Tox. Now the retaliation damage from Sparty is good. He's going in aggressively. The zoom is there, and he couldn't even see his opponent, but he does get the frag. It's messy, but it's there.
Yeah, had to zoom out a little bit, but he found it eventually as Tox tried to make something happen before that Mega pickup. And unfortunately faltering, and now he's down by 3. Sparty looking strong on this one. He wants that third map. A bit of a rail attempt there, but the LG kind of messing with Sparty's aim. Now trying to lay claim to whatever resources he can on the LG side of the map before fighting potentially for this Mega, but Tox kind of has superior positioning on this, cutting off the banana.
Just approaching 3 minutes to go, and Sparty's feeling confident. You can see it in his aim. He's connecting far more than we've seen already. Although this time that miss is huge as Tox is ready with the LG and he's punishing for it. He does fall on down. He does now pick up that heavy and he can't keep the pressure on. You can see how low Sparty is. Tox just doesn't have the angle to finish off his opponent.
Really nice peeker damage though.
Yeah.
Not too bad considering he had to concede the item, but the problem is the damage he took, he's now going to have to concede the Mega as well. Let's grab the light armor and Tox with a little bit of a lob of water balloons there. But the Mega's up, and Tox is on the wrong side of the map. What has happened, Dan?
He's reverted to type. He's got the heavy though, he's got the timing for that, and he knows where Spotty's position is, but he eats a huge rocket right there. And in doing so, he's now lost out on all the momentum he was building. And he needs to reset his mind. We saw it in map 1, he absolutely has the capability to do it. But at the moment, allowing Spotty back onto the map, allowing Spotty those free items, just gives him a massive lifeline.
Rocket jumps for the arm, a little risky, but Tox wasn't in a position to punish that, as Tox's health is insane right now. Sparty's going to be able to grab resources in the LG room, conceding the heavy, and Toxic not able to find the shot. So now, stack firmly in favor of Tox, but can he find the damage? Less than 2 minutes.
Nice.
That's a great rail to open things up, and Sparty's going to have to play the run game. Doubles back to grab the bubble, and Toxic stirs up another one and says, "You're back? You want another dose? How about a third?" And there it is. Tox finds the angle, picks him apart with that rail, and says, "Remember your favorite gun? Here it is."
And there is time. There you go. I've said it. There is time.
So proud of you.
And he has all the resources in the world to make it happen as well. Love you, rail. Through the hole right there. The heavy fake rocket jump as well. So he's trying to get Spotty out into the open. Spotty not falling for it. Remember, Spotty's playing the strong, so he's got a bit of his speed, but he's been caught here. Lots of damage coming out from Tox. Definitely not a killable range, but there it is!
Beautiful. Minute 10, down by a frag. And this will just be incredible if Tox can bring this one back. It wasn't the biggest deficit, but we've seen Tox with the lead able to maintain it. Yet to see Tox come back from a deficit and then close out a game, and he has a minute to do so to try and find this frag.
Yeah. But time to paint this Mega if he wants to, and potentially sweep around to the heavy. The other opportunity is to use it as bait, and that's exactly what he could do. Is he caught Spotty from above to be able to tie up? No, big rocket to deny him that progress. But once again, there he is for a rail!
Deja vu, dude!
Literally deja vu. 4-4, 30 seconds to go. The Terminator has now the timing he needs. What is Spotty gonna do?
Not again. Oh, Sparty, please.
Sparty's just tried to run the last 2 minutes, and it's just not been the approach he needed.
Oh no, oh no.
Headbutts the Pika, but he just doesn't care. He has all the stack he needs to push on through. Misses that critical rail. Sparty's not railable, but he hasn't got anything to fight with either. No resources on the map, and Tox knows it. Heavy's got plenty of time. He can take this fight. He can fall back onto it if he needs to. He hits the rail, and this is all she wrote. He can take away the resources. He can leave Spotty there to die. There's nothing up for him on the map. Tox can just bully his way into this next fight.
This is a different Tox.
Yeah.
He doesn't chase. He just gets the items instead, and this one's easy. And there it is. And this is a crazy Tox. This is crazy. Absolutely fantastic play. Welcome back, Wheat.
Hello.
And that was a fantastic display from Tox, playing from behind, but still calculated near the end, not chasing too much, making sure the items are still in his grasp, and then making that last frag look easy. Tox looks hot right now. Tox looks hot right now.
You got to think about that last frag exchange there, and when Toxic tied the game back up, he was in control, and you know it's like the place that you don't want to be when you're, as you mentioned, right? You can go too defensive too early, and then that can just open up doors for your opponent. And I feel like Toxic, as you guys mentioned, really played that well and capitalized on it. Like it's one of those rare moments when it hits sudden death, but your opponent's stack and kind of their control is optimally where they want to be, and there's not much that you could do, which is why I came over, because I was pretty sure Tox was going to win that one after that.
You got it right this time. But no, Spotty...
Damn.
Spotty did exactly that, as you just mentioned. He went defensive very early. Now, let's credit Tox, because the reason he went defensive was because Tox was playing so effectively. He was dealing damage at the right time, and that was giving Spotty just no confidence to contest these items. There was a big split between the two major items, and Tox was able to rotate them. And even though Spotty was trying to make a move to steal them, he wasn't able to define any approach play to threaten Tox in order to enable that steal.
Yeah.
Beard power. That's the only thing I could think of. It's the beard power.
Sure. I mean, you've got one, and
I'm weak.
Yeah,
I'm very weak. Don't look at me. How dare you, Dan? How dare you call that out?
It's the length. See, you need a little bit more length.
I'm trying.
I think.
All right, I'm trying.
You got it goes below the neck here with Toxic. So.
I'm trying to cover up the triple chin as best as I can, but as we take a look at the breakdown, you can't help but notice Sparty's rail. The percentage not that great, not a lot of damage, and that's kind of what he needed to even things out a bit.
Yeah, I don't think Sparty should be disappointed with that, that series overall.
No, not at all. And again, it was more of a seeding thing. Like, I think it'd be pretty funny if he ran into Razy now that he didn't call him out earlier. And he's like, oh, I get to play you in the bracket? Sorry, I forgot your name. We'll see how it shakes out. But again, not really a high-stakes game for Sparty, and we'll see him at the bar in a bit. So it's fine. It's fine. This is fine. I feel fine.
This is fine.
It was a job well done today, right?
Yeah.
He'd achieved what he set out to do, which was to make sure he made it in today.
Absolutely.
2, he did that. This would have been an added bonus on top. That little cherry, but he can now go and put that in his margarita or something.
Yeah, and well, we'll see. We'll see if he's gonna wait to party or not. But I do think that he showed, I think, I wouldn't say a new Sparty, but a very disciplined Sparty, right? Like, I'm happy with how he was playing. So, all right, well, gentlemen, we're going to take another break. When we come back, it's going to be our 6th and final match here for groups. There's still some games going on the B stage as well, so make sure that you've got both of those open. But when we return, the action here from QuakeCon 2023 for the Quake World Championship continues. Don't go away. Welcome back to the Quake World Championship. It's group stage day, and this is our last match of the day here on the A stream. Coming up next is going to be Chain versus Dandaking. Yes, I forgot already. I had to look down just to make sure.
You could have got. I think you could have got away with it.
Just your age.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. There's still one more match also taking place on the B stream. Of course, tomorrow is when the round of 16 starts. In this particular matchup, although we have seen some elimination games, this is going to be a game for seeding. So maybe we can take a look at like how the groups have actually played out if we have results there. Hopefully you've been playing along and watching at home, so you know that we've had at least 3 players that have been eliminated and 2 additional that will be moving on. And here we can see Buckster and Celts. That's probably the most surprising group results of the whole
gotta
thing.
say, we saw it live. Celts versus Dramis was a pretty insane one and a huge upset. You know, I was not expecting Dramis to not make it through the games.
I also wasn't, especially after seeing Buckster versus Celts in that first game. It wasn't bad. It just was a different pace, and so it felt like Dramis was going to be able to kind of take it. But
I mean, I was watching when I was watching Celts beat Dramis backstage. All the pros were so confident that Dramis was going to beat Buckster. Everyone was spitballing what the situation was going to be when he did, and it just wasn't to be. Buckster comes through, was 2-0, takes his way top of that group into tomorrow, and then we got new blood coming through as well, which is really nice to see.
And I want to say, if you haven't watched CNZ versus Chain yet, do it. You owe it to yourself. Because the ending of that series, I watch it back and I still don't understand how Chain won that. Like,
you tell people to watch them and then you spoil it. I mean, it's there.
It's there. Yeah, it's on the graphic.
Yeah,
it's been pre-spoiled already, Dan.
That's fair.
But yeah, I think that, you know, some surprising results here in the group stage, but it's going to make for some exciting games tomorrow once we hit the round of 16. So let's talk a little bit about this match that we've got going on right here, Chain versus Dandaking. Dandaking definitely stepping up today in the groups. Again, neither of these players are at risk of elimination, but the results of this game will determine where they are ultimately seated in the round of 16. And there's Dandaking, right, who's played just a solid game, like nothing like, oh my god, over the top exceptional, but not like bad, right? And it's like, it doesn't matter. You just have to play to win on a day like today, and you know, try to.
Even last year, he was incredibly unfortunate not to make it through to outside of the groups, and
yeah,
you got to give him credit. You know, being down in Down Under, he's like Mario Kart. He's playing against his own ghost because there's no real scene down there. So
everyone hates you, Dan.
To be, I just like to piss off everyone. But to be as good as he is, to come here and to make it out and potentially even be top once again, like, he fully deserves it. And I know you've been a big fan of him, casting him earlier, so you can kind of fill us in on what you saw.
I just love watching a player that's not in the. He's got this thing where he's not a part of the regular weekly matches, and we don't get to see a lot of him. If you only watch Pro League, you don't get to see a lot of him in general. But when he turns up to LAN, he always just brings this confidence, this fearlessness, the experience, because obviously he's been around for a while. There's just this element of when he turns up, you kind of know that he's just there and he's going to disrupt everything. And then how he goes from there kind of remains to be seen. But against Chain, this is a matchup that, I'm going to be honest, I think Dandaking could win.
I mean, I think the one thing that Chain probably wants is like a decisive victory to leave the groups a little bit.
Yeah.
His regular play, I don't think has been very indicative of how he finished off last year. So, right, like Chain's someone who's like, I have got something to prove. Not saying that that's an automatic win scenario, but I think, right, like the burden's on his shoulders. And to your point, Ketchup, Dandaking's like, cool, I'm in it no matter what. I'm just going to play my game, and that might be enough.
Yeah, but Chain's got the same attitude. I think I was at breakfast with him yesterday, and he's feeling very calm, very confident, and he knows he's good. He just wants to play his own game. He doesn't want to concentrate on anything else going on around him. And he had a really bad season, but he's somebody that shows up at LAN. He puts in that time, and you're going to be watching his games backstage. He's been taking max off Rafa, taking everyone to close games, and his style suits this environment. So I think he's in a really good place mentally as well.
All right. Well, let's actually, we sat down with Chain before QuakeCon started, and let's see what he had to say.
My name is Chain. I'm representing Artisan. My username just came from when I was 14 years old, so nothing special, just thought it was cool. I think my favorite champion now is Anarchy. I think he can play very aggressively and he can be very overwhelming. So I like his speed and his durability as well. My favorite weapon, hard to say, maybe rockets. I really enjoy like the predictive aspect of them and how you can be really rewarded if you place them properly. This is not my first QuakeCon. This would be my third, I believe, in Dallas. But in terms of QuakeCon finals, I think it's number 5 or so. So yeah, my first one was in 2018. It was pretty successful one. Financially, there was a very generous collegiate league where they got colleges involved, and I played with my friend who I know from school. I've known him for a long time, and it was a comfortable win for us, and it was a good payout. So that's how I started my QuakeCon, and since then, the first one in 2019 with QPL, that was probably one of the most fun events to play at. The format was really fun. We got to play 19 matches, so it was a lot of games. It was really good if you were a new player, which I was. I don't really care who I play. I'm going to be focusing on myself. I've been doing very, very well in practice recently, beating some of the best players, so I know what I'm capable of. This is the best form I've been in by far, ever. If I was actually talking objectively, I think, based on form, I actually have one of the highest chances of winning right now. A lot of people don't know that, but in practice I've been doing very, very well. The toughest opponent I've had in scrims was probably Kilson. I didn't do so well against him, but I didn't feel like I was playing my best when I won against him. But he just has a very good style. I feel like he makes the least amount of mistakes out of all the players I played against. So I actually end up playing him. He's on my side of the bracket if I win 2 bracket games. So I think it'll be a good one if I get there. I just want to give a big shout out to Artisan. I'm sure everybody in Quake, really, and just FPS in general, they know who they are, who Artisan is, and I'm very, very honored to be representing them here. They've been honestly a huge support for me. They believe in me, and they're just supporting me in other ways that allow me to take the time and energy, really, to dedicate to training and really performing my best.
Yeah, you mentioned attitude, and clearly I think the best attitude you could have is I don't care who I play, I just need, right? Because I think at that point, even if you have a loss or you have some results that are not great, you reset, you move forward. I would say that Chain has been one player to show up at a live event and do some damage, right? Yeah, maybe is not showing the same results during the regular season, but at the end of the day, that doesn't matter if you're posting wins at the finals.
Yeah, he kind of said that exact interview verbatim to me, so it was kind of a bit of an echo chamber. But I think just seeing how long...
He was practicing.
Yeah,
with you, right? Good job, good job.
But I think, interestingly, seeing that, I'm going to do some 5D analysis, the way he interviews, how long it was, how detailed, he's a very cerebral player. And I think that's why it benefits him on LAN, because he really takes a lot of time. You see him sitting right there, looking at the VOD, looking at the players. He just likes to be in his space, be in his zone, and just evaluate how he's going to take things forward. And I think that's quite a rare quality.
Well, and interesting, he also noted, catch up, that, right, if I win 2 games, I'll probably go up versus Kilson. That is a possibility based off of what might happen here. And, right, he also said, like, that's one of the most difficult opponents for him. So it's this weird scenario where if he wins this game, he might be rewarded with a matchup versus a champion. And if he loses this game, he's still in the round of 16. But, you know, he's still going to have a tough match no matter what. But, you know, if it doesn't matter who you play and you're just going to play your game, then it shouldn't really bother him that
If you're going to win the tournament, you got to beat everyone.
Yeah, but it does raise the stakes, right? He said Kilson's a 1, basically, subtly, I don't want to play. And now he kind of has to win this to avoid that fate. So it does raise it a little bit more than it otherwise would have.
What do you, really quickly before we get to picks and bans, right? Like, I would not say that Chain's name has necessarily come up as I think that this person could win, right? I think at a finals event, you kind of have to go, anything can happen. And clearly people have sort of their top 4 that they expect to go. But, like, do you think, based off of what you've seen, that Chain is capable of doing that?
It's hard to say yes, right? Because we haven't seen it competitively for a long time. And he hasn't played the Maestro guys in Scrim. So he's kind of judging his evaluation on playing Rafa and Kilson, which he's doing competitive against, right? I think his style suits him to go well into brackets. I haven't ever seen that X factor from him that I think is champion quality yet.
All right.
I feel like if there's one tournament to have that, it's going to be this one. It's just,
sure.
You know, this is the tournament where everyone is here. You know, you're lined up against one of those players, you play and win or lose. And if he's confident that he's able to do it, then hopefully he's just able to produce at the same time. Because, I mean, look, we're all happy for an unexpected result. And if he's able to do that, quite a redemption story. Because we'd spent ages talking about Chain. And to be fair, even here, you know, there's even Dander King on the other end. And we've just been talking about Chain. It's just that for Chain, it was not being able to return to a form that we'd seen. And if that return happens today, great. If he can defeat Dander King to start that stepping stone, all the better.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the picks and bans and see what we got in front of us for this last matchup here. Awoken, Blood Covenant, and Molten Falls bringing in the Scale Bearer, ladies and gentlemen. What do you got to say about this, Dan?
I mean, if this goes 3, we know who's winning. So Dander King's got to take it home in 2. Interesting clutch ban from Dander King. We've seen Chain play it a little bit online towards the end of the season. Not enough where I would say it validates being banned out. Nonetheless, Chain's gone light into that heavy, starting out on Awoken. Dander King picking up out of everything he could have picked out, he picks the Visor.
Yeah.
I can't explain why, beyond... Oh, I was feeling it. So
I'm just hoping that we see a strong reason that's the case. Because as we have, and I've mentioned this a few times today, as we have entered like the later stage of this year, even in practice, I've seen more players do things like pick clutch in the scrims. I've seen more Visor pop up in Pro League on maps that you normally wouldn't see Visor on.
That's just big Australian balls, right? He's first picked it. He didn't even know what his opponent's going to pick. He's like, I'm laying a line in the sand. I'm playing Visor, bitch. And so, all right, I'll let you know.
I will see you. And Chain got the Anarchy on Blood Covenant, right?
Which he wanted. He said it's probably his favorite champion. So he plays it well. He definitely plays it really well. And I love the counter in the slash because you can punish that Anarchy. Obviously, it goes the other way, in which the Anarchy with that inject can completely distort a light champion in these fights. But I do like it when slash is played well. And I really want it to go to 3. I just want to see Scale Bearer.
I feel like there's two sides to this desk right now. You know, when I hear I just want to see Scale Bearer, I look on the other end and
I'm just like, it might be a free win for Dander King. Is just all I'm saying. We'll have to, I don't know. Versus the Strong, it's a little bit tougher, but.
I don't know. It's
Bull Rush in a dream, my friends. Bull Rush in a dream.
Scale Bearer is a dumb hero when played well. Dumb hero.
It might be. All right, we're about ready to hop into this game. Any quick predictions before we enter in?
I'm going to say 2-0 to Chain. I think Dander King was looking really good, but everything we've heard from Chain, the arrogance is there, and I think from what I've seen in the picks, I would say... Oh, wait, 1 second. Is that correct?
The clutch is down there, but I'm not convinced it was. If it did make it in, your prediction's probably even stronger.
It's too all the way, Chain.
No matter what.
Don't speculate on that. Here's what I will say. If Chain is going to move forward and potentially put that belt around his waist, he's got a 2-0 Dander King.
Yeah. I mean, Dander King's a great player, and if he gets a map or even wins it, it would be no surprise. But the context is there where this should be a Chain victory. I think Dander King will challenge him. This is one of the problems why I don't think Chain will be a champion. Hasn't shown enough to take games away and blow people out the water.
Right.
Always leaves his opponents with a chance.
Yeah. An opportunity show adaptation.
I got to say, I'm going to have to break it up just a little bit, though. After looking at Dander King earlier today and really seeing just his level of consistency, even on like a basic level, I definitely think he has what it takes to make it a 2-1.
Yeah.
But I don't imagine them being dominant maps. I imagine them being close if it's the case, but I'm not counting out Dander King here.
I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but they've been training kangaroos down there to play Quake Champions, so there's a whole new group of opponents for him to...
Pretty sure I saw one of those matches earlier on stream.
All right, we're live. Get out of here, Dan. We're going to take this one away, catch up as we are officially live here on our first map. Oh my God.
Sorry. Oh my god.
No, that was an appropriate response right there.
Even the
Did not see Dandaking at all on the screen. All of a sudden, Jayden is flying off the side of the map. Thankfully, he's got a hook to bring it back in. And will he get his first frag up? And he will.
Put all the eggs in the basket of the rail, and both of them missed.
That was good recovery by Chain. Good recovery there. That first frag will be pretty big. It was solid. It was clean. It's going to have... nice. Hit that
Have Dandaking's rockets just got extra knockback or something? Because this map's only been live for 50 seconds, and we've seen Chain get sent here, there, and everywhere. But on the opposite end of that, Chain, in these stressful situations, has been playing nice and reserved. Has been hitting those shots. The defensive position's been great. And Dandaking has been unable to push. And actually, even more so, as you could see there, Piercing Sight was just used, and it didn't enable him, to get anything from that.
It didn't at all. LG comes out, trying to get a frag from the bottom right there. Definitely being very liberal there with those hooks, and it is paying off. You know, some people might say that those are a bit risky, but they're just perfect positioning hooks here for Chain, and it's resulted in 2 frags now. And 1 saved his life, so that's a good way to start.
A lot of those angles have been a bit fiddly for Dandaking so far. Quite a few vertical rails have been demanded if that's the damage that you wanted to go for. A little bit challenging, perhaps. These rails have been great from Chain, looking for another one. Dandaking going for the safer angle, but he really wants to punish that heavy for being taken. You're going to get nothing from it, and I'm going to get this mega, and there's nothing you can do about it. Right, the aggressive push. Both grapples used by the Athena. The second rocket does not hit its mark, and now 1 frag for Dandaking. Plenty more left to go.
Yeah, I do like the aggression that I'm seeing from Chain, right? It's a confident aggression. And although it didn't really work out for him right there, rocket looked like it should have connected, but it just was short by a little bit. But Chain's hitting some really nice rails. He's keeping his opponent right where he wants him to be, kind of pinning him and zoning him in a way. And still up by 1. Let's see what he does, though. Dandaking's opportunity to bring it back. There's a hook back in, and Chain, with 2 rockets around the corner, makes it for frag number 3.
A roll of the eyes from Dandaking. If you notice that from the player cam, a little bit frustrated from that one. Drive-by rail. And before you can even blink, he has been able to obtain himself another frag on the board. Now, I've got to say, I'm kind of deep down paying attention to just trying to see why this visor was selected for the matchup, because right now we haven't really seen a huge amount of reward. You know, obviously the piercing sight, you're going to get information here, but Dandaking has been unable to use that information for anything substantial yet. He hasn't really been able to win these fights. He's not been able to do the staple, which is get a frag, pop your piercing sight right near the end, find the spawn, pressure the spawn, maybe try and stop someone from running away. You never know. It's just Chain has been so efficient at this in and out style that even if you can see him, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Chain is also, these are unconventional hooks that we're seeing out of Chain. In fact, there was at least 2 that we've seen so far in this matchup where he's just kind of used it during a fight to just kind of randomly change directions. Not random because he's aiming it right, but it's kind of faking out your opponent, right? And like having them guess a little bit.
For your opponent with the potential of 360 direction, it may as well be random.
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty true. And I think that's maybe one of the reasons we saw that eye roll there. It looked like he had hit him off the platform, but then Chain right back in it, put him back in a position to be able to get those 2 rockets in. And, right now, I really like what we're seeing from Chain so far.
Hang on a minute, though. Dandaking, this is a green light to go in and push forward. He knows he has to be really careful, though, because going up that jump pad to make chase is going to be a death sentence, and does not want to lose all that stack that he's just worked so hard to build. Now with the piercing sight, I guarantee he's used it by now. And there we go now. The cooldown's on. Chain probably does not know that Dandaking has used it.
Yeah.
Now the aggression of Dandaking, unpredictable in its own right. Could have maybe gone in there, but I think he really wants to keep himself reserved. The experience a player has will always show you that I need to get 4 frags, but we're not even halfway done yet.
No, we're not. Also, I mean, Dandaking, he's got solid control right now, and Chain seems okay with that. He's going to try to break through here, potentially with this heavy. Actually, no, he's just going to drop down, position back up for the Mega. He could delay it here a little bit if he wanted to, and that will happen as he uses it to bait out, but then he will give that up. Now, I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, but you've got a lot of work to do to get that next frag, and he does. The rocket damage does work.
That rocket placement at such an unusual angle, all 3 shots hitting more than sufficient, enough to, I would say, push in for Dandaking, but that defensive rail has certainly changed the plan just a little bit. However, Chain is the one in a better position for Heavy, and by doing so, Dandaking did try and challenge, but it was absolutely in vain. Now, will he be able to take this next item?
I can appreciate that patience from Chain, right? Sometimes you can panic being kind of out of control on the map, but he put the effort in to make a nice position. Ooh, there's a nice rocket rail combo, and Chain does survive, and Dandaking survives as well. He'll have another setup here with the Heavy. Is railable, but the Heavy is picked up, and 6-1 now at the halfway point, just passed.
Dandaking was able to, at the very least, survive that rail that would have damaged him near teleporter. He's able to hide his little feet for that one, but the question lies in how does Dandaking bring himself back? Because the piercing sight and the use of this visor could give you, in theory, various avenues. Maybe use it far away, get an idea, spring some kind of trap, maybe. The problem is, in all of these instances, you would benefit from that. Athena and the pace that Chain brings forward really does kind of mess things up, because even if you spring a trap and have some kind of fight, Chain is able to reposition at a moment's notice wherever he wants. He's going to outmaneuver you. Even if you know where he is, by the time that piercing sight is gone, he could just grapple hook a totally opposite direction.
Yeah, and his map awareness right now is really spot on, allowing him to really get the best use out of those hooks. Catching his opponent once again. There is another hook directly into his opponent. Very aggressive, but he's able to kind of do that. Another rail. He's backing it up with his shots, and another to make it 7-1, and Chain looking really strong here in game 1.
And it really seems unlikely. 2 rails and a direct, what's that, like 340 damage or something? I don't know. I can't do maths this time of day.
Close enough. Close enough.
I should have just said it was a lot. I'd have got away with saying it was a lot. But look, 2.5 minutes left to go. Chain, no sign of letting up any kind of control. Another aggressive hook. That one felt almost like I don't even want to shoot my shot here. I'm just going to allow you to do it.
Yeah, it's a little rough there, but you know, resulting in a trade, so not too much skin off Chain here. And Dandaking is going to try to bring something back. You know, clearly not much he's going to be able to do this, and I think a lot of it's just chalked up to the fact that I think Athena just kind of rules the roost here over Visor on Awoken, but we haven't seen Piercing Sight do much of anything for Dandaking here.
I imagine it's going to be 2 minutes of the same thing. You know, we're at a position where you can see Dandaking there already kind of, let's think about the next map.
Yeah.
We have 2 minutes left to go because we can't, you know, we can't do a GG or something like that. I think if Dandaking could have GG'd this, he certainly would have at this point. So we just have to think about what went wrong and what's an opportunity for us to do something in the next map. I think if we look at how things began, really, from the get-go, it was all Chain. Chain just had not only the awareness, but I think it was just his use of the grapple hooks was really, really annoying.
Yeah,
you could see it. You could see the frustration it was causing.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes adding a little bit of chaos, being unpredictable in that sense, it could throw your opponent off. And with the visor, it's like the piercing sight is not necessarily negating these hooks on any level. Chain has used it both offensively, defensively. In a couple cases, it kind of put him in a bad spot. But when you're 7 frags ahead too, you kind of have some freedom and flexibility in order to do that. So 1 minute left on the clock here, Ketchup. This looks like it's going to very convincingly go Chain's way. And that could set him up for potentially a 2-0, but we'll have to see what happens in game 2.
To be honest, one of the more impressive things that we've seen from, I don't know what that was, but I think Chain
he thought he was going to be able to hook out of there, but maybe should have aimed a little bit more to the right.
I tried to aim at the tree, but the tree hasn't got a hitbox on it.
Yeah.
I'm stuck. But on a more serious note, what I was going to say before that was, Chain, there's been something rather chaotic about the way he's been playing this, but it's very clean and controlled. And I think that can be quite a strength to have in this game, is going not necessarily the most expected way. Ooh! Hello, hello. but being able to have a complete head on top no matter what.
Yeah.
And Chain, I mean, you could see it there. He was calm, collected. As Dan was saying a lot during the pre-game, there's a lot of confidence, there's a lot of self-belief that I can do this. I've been looking good in practice. I think maybe even I could win this entire tournament. So being able to see that changes things a lot when it's game day. Because if he can win the next map like that, I think we're going to be talking about him tomorrow, for sure.
Yeah, there's okay, that hook was not very beneficial here, but we've seen a couple, I don't know, we might see one in here, where, you know, in mid-battle, there's just kind of like a hook off to the side, and it ends up quite well. So mobility, definitely a winner there. Chain's got to be feeling good about this, and I do think that bit of unpredictability is beneficial in this state, right? You think about these guys that have played regular season, they've played the same sort of individuals over the course of 18 weeks. Throwing in, you know, some chaos there can throw some players off. Not saying that's necessarily the case here, but I think with that confidence that Chain has, it's not a bad attribute to carry along with it.
Hey, no matter how major it might be, an extra element is an extra element.
Yep.
And in this kind of setting, let's not forget, right? You know, we're used to seeing the weekly Quake Pro League. We're used to seeing 3 maps regardless, and then, you know, later on in LANs and that, you've got more games to work with.
Right.
It's the best of 3. You can win in 2 maps. So having anything under your sleeve, even if it's enough to win a single map, is monumental, because that's half of the work required to win the entire thing. Now, to give Dandaking his credit, 1 map is not a fair representation of how the series will go as a whole. You could definitely win map 2, but Chain's looking very good.
Yeah, I also wonder, right, how different that might have been with a little bit different champ pick, but right, we can't read the minds of these players, so we're not quite sure what was being thought there, but we'll see what happens as we enter into game 2. It's going to be Blood Covenant, and I've now totally forgotten the champions. What do we got?
Anarchy?
Yes, Anarchy versus Slash, right?
Slash.
Yeah.
My brain was trying to remember whether it was that or the other order of the champion picks, but I do believe it was. Because then the final map was the Strog versus the Scale Bearer.
Yes, I do not believe that we're going to see Clutch on Blood Covenant, despite what you may see there.
Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes. Obviously, you know, sometimes new graphics, new little bits and bobs they throw in there, so there's always a chance. Maybe, to be honest, maybe we shouldn't even be talking about it, but we're just trying to give the people at home the most information. Just because you see it, don't mean. But you know what? We're going to find out in due time, and that, regardless, actually, of whether we get that or the Slash, it's going to be fast.
Yeah,
and
I
that is
agree.
the guarantee.
Yeah, yeah, and it again, if Chain wins this, then he will probably be at least on the trajectory to potentially face an opponent that he said, right, has been giving him a little bit of trouble, Kilson. But as you mentioned earlier, right, if you are going to be champion, if you're going to wear that belt around your waist, you've basically got to be able to go up and beat anyone in this case. So the right attitude, we're about to hop in and find out what exactly our champ picks are going to be. I think the original graphics were right, but we'll find out shortly.
It makes more sense.
It
definitely makes more sense.
It does.
And it will be. There you go, Slash.
Yep.
The clutch was quite rightly taken away from the ban, and it's now going to be a matchup that we have become, I think, at this point, quite familiar with. And these rockets have been so good. Dandaking starts off strong with that rocket barrage. 20 seconds in, he's already got a frag.
Just kind of pinned in the corner there, Ketchup, and there wasn't much he was going to be able to do. There was really only 2 exits: walk towards your opponent or go through the other door, and either way was probably not going to be a safe exit. So Dandaking on the board early on. Right, momentum that he might be able to carry, but I think that just happened to be a very fortunate situation for Dandaking, and he capitalized them.
I present to you 2 choices: die or die harder. Now, from this point, though, we're looking at Dandaking. This is more information for sure. Sitting in the middle of the map and just listening out for where they're going to be. In this case, actually, though, Chain has been able to push forward with some pretty impressive rails. That's going to force the hand of Dandaking to retreat. Not particularly sure this 1-0 is going to last long. Chain looks to be pretty much on the warpath, I think, and trying to scout out. The Heavy's just been taken, and the Battle of the Lights, the Heavy, is so monumentally important. Let's not factor in as well, Chain having access to that inject. So So you almost imagine that Chain's going to prioritize that heavy over the Mega in this matchup because of the access to so much health. And Dandiking's rockets, 3 rockets to undo all that hard work. And that is a fantastic way. What?
Wow.
Okay, I see you.
I didn't even see him coming around that corner right there. And there's 3 quick frags here for Dandiking. Now, Chain mentioned he, prefers Anarchy, likes to be able to kind of go a little bit aggressive, but Dandiking kind of feels like he is, he's expecting that. And so far, it's paid off. But that's also because Dandiking has been hitting those shots that he needs to hit. He hears that hoverboard from a million miles away, goes in for the shot. Great LG as he drops down, and I feel like we're watching a different player.
And getting the rail off spawn too. It's the damage output that is changing everything. And I must say, actually, against CNZ, Dandiking, one of the major factors that allowed him to secure his victory earlier today was the consistency of damage output. Every time we go into one of these matches, Dandiking is bringing a massive amount of damage that if you can't compete, is going to be kind of hard to bring it back. And in these instances, there's a lot of fights happening. Dandiking, he's hitting the rails. He's getting a high concentration of damage on those rockets. And look, we've only just started 4-0 as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen somewhat of a meta shift on this map throughout Season 4, where we get more we get the, our light champs with some speed there, but we still see a lot of long-range play. There's been a little, I'd say a mix and match of the two. Right? Chain's certainly not one who's afraid to go a little aggressive, and there's a big opportunity for him there as he hits the rocket, then flies down. A second one follows up with the LG, and that's the first frag on the board for him. So 4 frags was probably feeling pretty good and comfortable here for Dandiking, but so early on catch up, right? There was going to be an opportunity for Chain, and he finally found it.
Aware probably would have wanted to try and get a little bit of damage there on Dandiking, but at the end of the day, that first decision is going to be, I want armor first.
Yeah.
And now he has it, we can start cycling around. Likely has a mental timer on the Mega, as Dandiking is now back here. Fair to assume if he's taken all this, he survived. Not using the inject in that. Actually, no, didn't have it available, so definitely missed that one.
it was used.
Yeah, must have been. But at the same time now, Dandiking being able to make that last frag, not very monumental. And we saw that too. Dandiking was staying in the fight. Even if he lost a fight in the last series we saw, he would refrag straight away and basically reset the situation. It's his dedication to the damage that's just been a lifesaver.
Waiting, setting up a little trap here, but Chain anticipating that with a nice little attack of his own. Unfortunately, Dandiking handling it quite nice. He answers back with the rail, and both players screaming for their lives there as they disengage. Could have been an opportunity for Chain to bring one more frag back, but Dandiking held off that one quite nicely after Chain's little attack there. And I do like Chain's sort of aggression. It can be unexpected. It can be surprising. And great, it could go very, very wrong in that regard. But so far, it's been nice. Great set of rockets coming out by Dandiking. Some good damage from Chain, but both players, again, incredibly low.
But Dandiking's rocket launcher has been one of his star weapons throughout the course of the day, and in this matchup it will be a bit more challenging. Let's not forget, you're going up against Anarchy, a champion that has that increased air control. It's really his entire gimmick. So if you have that rocket launcher in these 1v1s, it's a lot harder to place them correctly. Unless you can get a magic prediction with like a direct or something, it's kind of obvious as to why Dandiking's not getting as much mileage out of those close-range rockets. Chain's able to get in and out, deal damage at the same time. Even now, 5 minutes to go, I feel like I'm not counting out Chain just yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, we're seeing him take a lot of risky kind of moves to position himself to potentially get those frags back. I think there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, that was a very risky rocket jump that we just saw there in the center. Didn't pay off, but it also didn't result in a frag for Dandiking. We're halfway through this game, so Dandiking's still sitting pretty solid with that 4-frag lead. Now, of course, we will get to that point where if Chain is having to basically chase his opponent down, it's going to get tougher in those final minutes. But if he could pick up a frag or two here, be something that'd probably be a little bit more manageable.
Dandiking being extremely careful there, conceding the item, and actually no, rather than picking up the item, Chain opts to go for the chase instead. Knows that if the frag is secured, can probably back off towards the heavy, but actually, it looks like it was just left out in the open.
Wow.
And he does nullify the use, almost leaving it up as the forbidden fruit. And actually, a rail, make that two! Chain being able to get 2 frags back to back, and with so much time to secure 2 more, this comeback is real. Did he leave that heavy up the whole time, knowing he was going to take it?
I think that's exactly right. And basically disengaged from the Mega too, knowing that if he got the frag, he would come back. So well played. Again, kind of risky, a little bit unorthodox, but I like that. It's unique to Chain right now.
However, Dandaking is still going to be on the defensive. It looks like just for now was able to sneak past him, and sadly did miss that rail. That would have been quite important damage, especially with this Mega just about to spawn. Looks like Chain is going to collect. Chain will now be on the hunt once more. Can we find another frag here? Shutting down the light. Denying the light versus the other light champion is very, very important indeed. He's not covering around these corners. Dandaking has done that twice now.
Yep.
What?
Oh my gosh, I'm not even sure. We just saw the pillar before we saw the explosion of Gibbs. And I was gonna say, I think Chain needs to find that 4th frag by the 8-minute mark, and he's done it. I didn't even get an opportunity to say that. Oh, big LG battle, and Chain even kind of saying that was a little rough. And he's avoided some situations where he's put himself into a bad spot and still got away okay. That was one of those where unfortunately Dandaking finally was able to capitalize, make it 4-6. We've got about 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
And it does look like off the back of that wonderful LG from Dandaking, that has just become so much harder for Chain. Was looking really good. Spawns in with a machine gun only, did not have anything to compete with the damage. In theory, a possibility now. The big push was made. However, Dandaking was able to pick up that large health first, and now Chain's job has become infinitely harder. We're starting to understand now, when that frag on the LG jump pad happened, that kind of almost grimace from Chain. A strong reason. Should we say, almost silly way to get caught, but...
Yeah, but I mean, as you pointed out, right, that was about the 3rd big trap from Dandaking, and or sort of just like posted up around a corner and waited for an opportunity, just got a ton of damage and then cleaned up the frag. So he got away from a couple of those that time, was not so lucky. That time, Rocket completely misses, jumps over the second one, and then rails mid-air. 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. Chain has got a pretty large hill to climb here, Ketchup, but a minute, 60 seconds
a really
to do it.
Interesting attempt at a fake out there too, using the jump pad and landing all the way back down to the bottom. That plasma trail is going to shut down the rail there. There's one shot. You cannot survive the second unless you pick up a light here. Dandaking is going to be able to do just that for now, but make chase will Chain, but he has to catch him. With a champion this fast, you can't just simply follow their lead. You have to get a good prediction on where they're going to go. And as you can clearly see, Dandaking able to get in and out on a moment's notice. Chain has had a fair idea exactly where his opponent is. And now the demanding rails that need to hit their mark. Chain needs to get a frag now because Dandaking is going to delay the spawn. Dandaking is going to spawn probably far away. This is the last opportunity for Chain to get that 2-0. Right, the fight up close. Hits a bit of damage, but the defensive positioning from Dandaking, if you follow me here, it is pure advantage for me.
I still have to appreciate that, like, when you're in that position, you've got to make moves to try to make something happen. You might be saying, well, that wasn't very smart by Chain at the end there, but it was, right? He was just trying anything that he possibly could to try to bring one frag back and see if he could convert that one. A great game by both players. I mean, Dandaking definitely deserved that victory. I would say that I quite like kind of Chain's approach. Played a little bit risky. It can work against you, but right, he got several frags back on top of that. Dandaking just was the better Quake champion that day.
There was that comeback that was so close to working out, and Chain was working really hard for it, was hitting some really, really good rails to set them up and finishing the job. It was just, amidst that comeback being made, Dandaking, I think it was about 3 separate times, sprung a trap in a place where it's not really the most unusual place for a player to be hiding. I think the first one was right near teleporter exit up where power up normally spawns. The second was on the bridge near heavy, and the third was caught near the jump pad, the one that made Chain just recoil in his seat, because that stopped all momentum. If that frag didn't land there and then, Chain definitely could have made that full comeback through momentum alone, and that just snuffed it out.
Yeah, and he had just those 4 rails in a row. That was just so spectacular. So yeah, it was right after that when we saw the LG kill. And I mean, the funny thing is that I think it's right here, is that look at how much damage. Actually, Chain did a fair amount of damage. Another rail, and that would have been all she wrote. But some great exchanges there. Scoreline 8-5, but it was pretty close throughout that matchup.
As I said at the beginning, we've been talking about Chain in droves for good reason. Chain always has one of the more interesting stories of a player. He's been so confident, but Dandaking, look at the damage.
That's trap damage right there, Ketchup, right? I mean, 1,400 rocket and another 13 LG, like that was all kind of unanswered in those traps.
That damage suggests opening high damage rocket, follow up with a nice amount of LG because they're knocked up, and it's an easy little trail, even against Anarchy. And that's against Anarchy, a champion with more controls. So who knows how that could have gone if he was playing someone else.
And now we're going to be moving on to the final map, which means that it will be Scale versus the Strog on this one. I gotta say, like, despite all the things I've ever said about Scale, but this feels like it's definitely in Chain's favor here.
It's a map that, on face value, you wouldn't have ever expected Scale to be strong on it. Because when I first started seeing people pick Scale Bearer, it was on the slightly smaller maps, the maps that tend to have like a lot of fighting and close combat, because bull rush, because of the movement that, to be fair, Scale Bearer over the years has gone over so many movement changes, it can be hard to keep up. But the way he moves right now, very clean, very fast, very momentum heavy. So who knew that one day we'd be seeing Scale be a popular champion here? But it is going to introduce, as many of the heavies do, areas of the map you just need to steer clear of.
Yeah, and that will be, right, like all of the places around our major items on this map are going to probably be very good bait spots for that Scale Bearer. How I would expect Dandaking to approach this one is to play keep away, right? A solid rail game with Strog and, probably playing the upper or the middle area. It might be even one of those situations where you kind of are okay giving up a few major items in order to just land those 2-3 rails, similar to what we saw in game 2. So we know Dandaking is capable of doing it. The question is will he be able to keep up, right, with the heaviness of Scale Bearer?
Well, we are moments away from finding out. We're loading into Molten Falls here, the final map between Chain and Dandaking. Two very different champions put forward.
It should be said, you know what? Right out the bat. It should also be said, right?
He's leading the way! He's leading the way! And he wants to murder.
Oh!
How much damage did he do there?
I thought I saw 200 something in there, but I could have been wrong.
Anyway, you were saying we were so rudely interrupted.
Yeah, that Dandaking really deserves some props, right, for his performance here in groups. He's bringing something here to QPL and representing Australia. I think this is fantastic. Regardless of how this turns out, right, he will be advancing on the round of 16. Quite nice. Chain probably still wants this win, potentially go up versus Kilson, but both deserved by these players, I think.
Oh, you can say that again. Oh, very nervous when you get those rockets in those situations. Now, Dandaking has been able to maintain a much larger stack than Chain so far, which I think more goes to show that Chain is keeping the cards close to the chest at the moment. We're not peeking out. We're not even really looking for rail angles at the moment. I think we're just trying to build ourselves back up to a decent amount of HP. And then we can start to plan our attack on the next set of items. Even here, Dandaking, you've got to be so certain that Chain is... Yeah. You've got to be so certain that Scale Bearer is not around before you pick one of these up. A lot of respect is being shown.
Wow. And this is like full control here for Dandaking. Now, I wouldn't shock me if Chain just plays the, I'm just going to set up a trap, try to find, and right now, just based off of the corners that Dandaking is checking, like, he doesn't really know what Chain's got up his sleeve.
Yeah. No way on this earth he was going to go through that door as well. My opponent's down near rail. That's like one of the prime locations for Scale Bearer to do what he does. Yeah. And in this case now opening up, that's going to give extra information, maybe for a rocket as we open. Looking for that LG. If there's one thing heavy champions don't like, it's Lightning Gun. That's a lot of damage. And even more so now, Dandaking has been able to more than equalize. Lovely rocket angle and the rail. Chain just didn't have access to the bull rush, and if he didn't even have the health. A rare sight.
You know, like just based off of the 2 minutes that we've seen, I like completely am changing my thoughts here because given the movement that DandaKing has and given just the size of the map, to your point, as long as he stays out of what would be considered these heat map danger zone where Chain could really do some significant damage, he's controlling, he's playing that long distance, a lot of LG, hitting those rails to clean up, that could win you this game.
It's a great pick here by DandaKing too. You know, I know Strog is good on this map anyway, but if I'm thinking of champions that can compete with what Scalebearer wants to do, you would imagine that Strog, with the movement alone, is just able to keep that dance going, being able to stay outside of that effective range while at the same time looking for the rails, looking for that LG, anything to just chip away. But what normally would happen though is that players would concede a few items. DandaKing has had control since the very beginning, so on a really weird turn of events, Chain is the one significantly down because he doesn't have the stack, he doesn't have these opportunities, and DandaKing is keeping him at arm's reach.
Oh, I thought he was actually going to be having aced all of the major items, but finally Chain comes in and sneaks one away. But look at these rails, Ketchup. They are equalizing the matchup, and Chain, I think, wants to be in the face. He wants to be aggressive, but not when you're getting railed like that, and then you go in with like half a stack. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I'm not speccing, so I can't necessarily look at like what the count is on major items, but I don't think it is very good in Chain's favor. And doing the runaround. What, Dan? What was that?
Hey, look,
oh, okay.
look, we'll save that for like 6 minutes.
Tears over there.
All I'm going to say right now is you'll notice DandaKing in that entire sequence never even considered dropping down to that level.
Of course.
Positioning has just been the most important thing because I don't want to be down there with him. He's got that murderous look in his eyes, you see. And he could bull rush me at a moment's notice. But now Chain trying to cover that high ground with the rocket, something he wasn't able to do before, immediately knocked back. However, the bull rush is going to finally do it. DandaKing. Chain says, you want to stay up there, do you? Well, I'm going to go and say hello to you, my friend.
Oh, that was, I think that was pretty big refrag there. Bringing it back, Chain. He found an opportunity. This is maybe his strategy, how he's going to approach this. But I think that DandaKing, if he keeps up with this frag pace and plays this sort of mid-long distance game that he's has been so far with Strog, and somehow manages to keep control, like the big question is like, how is Chain going to take the stack away from DandaKing?
Well, at the very beginning there, DandaKing, I could almost feel. Oh, hang on a minute. Close range fight. Wonderful dodging. Wonderful dodging. No bull rush for you. The only thing that would have made that better would have been if he finished off there with the shots, but the sequence of going to get LG, jumping down and taking the rail, I was so nervous even for that. Because DandaKing has been purposely avoiding those sections of the map. The one time he did, Chain wasn't there to maybe wait, maybe try and catch him close range, because Chain was near Mega, but the Mega was still like 10 seconds away from appearing.
And he's starving Chain of these lights. Like, Chain hasn't had armor for a while now after that last exchange. There's another one he could potentially steal away. He'll grab that Mega, sees his opponent down below, but he's been basically denying those from Chain. Finally picks one up.
I know this is the wrong game to even use this term, I think, but DandaKing has just played this matchup perfectly. You know, it's a matchup at the end of the day. We're looking at, people do not like fighting Scalebearer on a map like this for obvious reasons. I mean, they don't like fighting him in general, but at the same time, DandaKing, knowing what the situation is and just understanding that Strog has the ability to handle quite a lot of different styles. The hand has been forced though. Chain was able to get a little bit of damage, but not enough to seal the deal. DandaKing, not even railable at this health, can actually take one more, and Chain is low for another time. But guess who's in position for heavy? It's DandaKing. DandaKing now hits himself. One of those lovely rails is now going to look to meet him head on and maybe even secure himself another frag. The light armor still belongs to DandaKing. Chain, for another time, has nothing to work with.
Yeah, and you want to know what else? I think that like the bag of tricks that Chain has with scale on this map has been exposed. And DandaKing, right, he's been hanging out here in the Mega upper level. DandaKing caught that, came in, surprised him from the side. Like, I don't know what other tricks he might have, not only to bring back 2 frags in 3 minutes, but to potentially win this game.
And this is all looking good for Dandaking. You know, I said at the beginning of this series, you know, I can't count him out. Just looking at how he fought earlier today in his first matchup, there's such a level of consistent performance that, you know, we're going up against a weird matchup with a champion that is unorthodox.
Right.
I'm playing it. That's a nice little combo there. Chain forced to retreat. The danger is now that time is running out. You know, Chain has been biding his time, and he has been playing this slowly, so not to allow things to get out of control.
Right.
But now you've got just over 2 minutes.
And
you're gonna have to do something soon.
You're up against someone who can just kind of, you know, slide to victory. And this is going to be like, this has got to be a frustrating 2 minutes here for Chain. Now, I like what he's doing, right? And now he's kind of anticipating. I wish that he would have been kind of playing in this way for the first 5 minutes or so. But he is going to get an opportunity. That was pretty big. Big rocket there. He's going to rocket jump up. He knows he's got to make a move here.
Oh, he's stuck. He got stuck.
Oh.
I was about to say Chain almost went down, but with how weak he is, it's still going to be hard for him to escape this with his life. And that's it. Again, Chain sees the heavy, wants to go in. Dandaking, there ain't no way on this earth Dandaking was dropping down there to fight him. He'll just take those free rockets all day, every day. And yeah, look, 2 frags is all he needs. But with how Dandaking has been making this a nightmare for Chain so far, it's not as easy as that.
I'm so eager to see the item counts at the end here, because I think it's going to look pretty bad here on the scale side. And there it is. That might end up being game. And once again, Scale Bear's win rate in the QPL is shattered with a loss against Strong on Molten.
I'm not going to lie, Wheat, when you went shh, I thought you were going to say a different word.
Well, 1 minute. Chain did get a frag. Let's see what he's going to be able to do here. He's given it his all, but I think that early play by Dandaking, playing cautiously, having full map control, he stopped all the little traps that Chain had set up for him, and it looked like that might be enough to just take him to victory. And
sadly, though, even down to little things like that, you know, you can see the frustration in Chain, not even making a rocket jump. That's going to probably not feel too good. But if you're in Dandaking's shoes, continuing to play this retreating game, and by no means it's not over, because a telefrag lies in wait. And
if he wins after getting that frag like that, I'll give some props.
15 seconds though. He found it.
Oh my god!
No, he missed the rail. He missed the rail, but he lands the full rush,
god!
and he gets the rocket to equalize. How did that happen, Wheat?
Dan brought some sort of weird power. Get that grin off of your face, Dan. So we're at sudden death. I did not expect us to be there. I admittedly counted Chain out a lot earlier, so props to him, especially having hardly any control. Now we'll see. Dan he's shaking right now. He's just he wants Chain Scale to win so bad. I don't care either way. But.
Yeah, sure you don't. Sure you don't. Well, there's a rail. Hang on, Chain. That might be the opening. Oh, I'm not sure about this Pika. I don't know about this Pika. He doesn't get anything, but the rockets are fantastic, and Chain! Chain does it!
God, are you kidding me right now? After playing such a perfect game for like 7 minutes, it just completely breaks down.
He got scaled. This is
He did.
Oh, it actually it breaks my heart because Dandaking.
Kidding me right now?
Dandaking played that matchup so well.
Wait,
as well.
I want to see the item count. Can we see? Do we have a final screen? Can we just see the item count on it?
What are you looking at me for? I don't know.
No, it was a general question to production.
I genuinely feel really bad as well. I thought Dandaking played that perfectly, but yeah, that was bullshit at the end.
I don't know. Like, was it a confidence thing? Like, okay, I'm 3 frags ahead. I've got the faster champ. Like,
he got a little bit maybe cocky when he stuck around for a second to do some damage at the TP, but otherwise, it just got scaled. And I mean, what a series that was overall from both players. Phenomenal gameplay, and this was just he should have gone on earlier there. That's the big mistake.
I can't believe. Oh my God! There was like 10,000 things he could have done out of that teleporter.
Yeah.
That was a smart move by Chain, going back in and getting the telefrag. Super calculated, and then this right here.
Panic, yeah.
Yeah. That is nuts. Actually, I still, I must know how many heavies and megas that Chain had in that match, because I think it was hardly nothing.
Yeah, and Dandaking played it perfectly. His pathing was perfect. He understood where Scale was sending these traps and just worked around it to maintain control. He obviously couldn't really build the lead.
Unbelievable. I still could not believe that. Holy moly.
But I think over the course of the series, I think Chain looks more clinical than we've seen him in the Pro League, but at the same time, he still has that same issue in that he can't play from behind very well. Like, map 2 and 3, he just didn't really look like he had much of a clue on how to get back into the game, and that's worrying if you're kind of pitting yourself to win the championship. You need to have that full 360 game, and he hasn't got that yet.
Well, I'll tell you what, I know the overall series went to Chain, but Dandaking was this close to proving my prediction right.
Yeah.
And it's hard to count this player out. It is the experience, the composure, obviously not perfect, but even down to that final map, just having the brain and the mind to look at the matchup and think, what do I need to do? He got kind of robbed near the end of it, but he fundamentally played that matchup so well.
I mean, it really goes to show in a game like Quake that 8 perfect minutes can be negated by one bad decision or good play from another player. And a couple more frags, a larger separation of the score there, and that would have been unwinnable. But he got that Chain got that last frag when he needed it the most. And then I think you're right. I think it was a little bit of panic in there, especially when you've played such a solid game. And there was one point where Dandaking kind of like stopped. He gave himself a little breather. I think he even took his hands off his, and that might have been the moment, right? Or it's like, oh, I'm up by 3. I'm in good shape, and then get scaled.
Well, he played so well to keep away the whole map. That 3 feels like a life, like a full life at that point. You got so much breathing room. You're strong, you can get away, but it just shows how quickly you can turn around. But at the same time, Chain will know he got lucky, and that will eat him up a little bit inside, right? It was not, it didn't fully deserve it. He didn't bully his way and had a dominant victory like he would have expected.
Yeah. I'll have to wear my special shirt to open up the show tomorrow. Now that this is taking place, it's still unbelievable to me. I hope someone can give me the item count on that one. I'm still blown away. But there you go. There are your group results. Buckster and Cults advancing out of A. Chain and Dandaking out of B. Toxic and Sparty out of C. And Cygib and Effortless out of D. They will be moving on to the round of 16, which will be kicking off tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Probably actually a little bit before that, so we can kind of chat about what's going to happen. But interesting day. Oh, there we go. Oh, we get a look at this. Wenger, Kelt, Strong Stage Buckster, Razy, Effortless, Seneca, Cygib, Rafa, Dandaking, Nosser, Chain, and Kilson, Sparty, and Maxter, Toxic.
So Chain was wrong. He would have faced Rafa, not Kilson, so he avoided Rafa by winning with Scale just then. That is a huge. That shows you how huge that was.
Wait, he avoided Rafa? You mean avoided Kilson?
No, he avoided Rafa.
Right. In that first,
he got his brackets wrong.
Yeah.
He said he'd be playing Kilson.
Right, he thought he would,
So he's playing Rafa going into round 2.
Gosh, that's going to be pretty epic tomorrow, just watching these, not only these initial matches, you've got the tried and true QPL folks you've been watching for 18 weeks, but you've got some players that have come out and put some pretty impressive results up here for a group stage. Any big surprises out of this one? I mean, I think we probably all...
Celts.
Yeah.
Celts is the one for someone's first LAN, let alone being here, of all places, where there's so much to talk about, there's so much going on. You had some really dangerous players in your group, and here you are. I got to say, huge congratulations for that alone, and that's what this kind of tournament is all about.
On the flip side of that too, I think it's pretty shocking that Dramas didn't come out of that.
I agree.
That's the big one. I was going to say those two. Everywhere. Dramas he didn't have the best season, but he's been looking solid when he turns up. He's beating some very good players, and so to lose both series and go out flat,
no one's going to be more aware of it and disappointed than Dramas.
Of course.
He's going to be, I'm sure he's probably devastated right now, but It's the cutthroat nature of the tournament, gentlemen, is you turn up on the day, and if it's just not your day, it can result in things like this.
I mean, we said coming into this throughout the last final weeks, like, guys, get ready, because this is going to be an epic QuakeCon. And a lot of times, you know, we're like sitting through day one going like, all right, we're ready for day two. But I think day one delivered on a lot of different levels. And if this is insight into what we're potentially going to be seeing tomorrow, like, yeah, the superstars, the legacy players, they're going to be going nuts, but I would not be shocked if we see maybe an upset tomorrow or someone drop down to the lower bracket a lot sooner than you might expect. So hope you're going to be here tuned into day two. Any final thoughts before we wrap up the day?
I mean, it was kind of written in the stars that this was how the day was going to end. Scalebearer coming back for a storming.
Man, shut up. No one wants to hear it.
I will lead the way.
Oh, Mike, I still cannot believe the telefrag into like, oh my, what are the chances?
Welcome back to QuakeCon, everybody.
Yeah, what are the chances? Got scaled indeed. All right, any final thoughts, Ketchup? We don't want to hear any more final thoughts from Ziazak.
Look, it's just nice to be back. You know, shout outs to everyone watching at home. Stay tuned this weekend, and a reminder to watch both streams. We have Quake and Quake 2, so you don't miss an ounce of the action.
Yep.
Obviously, shout outs to everyone that's here. It's great to see everyone again. Old friends, new friends, the whole package. And tomorrow is where the big day begins.
You're right. Round of 16 begins. Our A stream is going to be moving over to the main stage, so you're going to get all of the audience energy and intensity behind that as well. We're still going to have the B stream, so you'll be able to watch every single game, regardless of who you might be following along. And then, of course, on day 3, our finals day, you all know what to expect there. It's going to be explosive, but don't miss day 2. If today is any indication, I think tomorrow will probably bring a lot of really phenomenal matches and maybe some upsets tomorrow. So that'll be starting tomorrow morning at around 9 Central, maybe just a little bit before that if you want to get a recap and hear a little bit about what happened at day 1 and what might be expected here for day number 2. But on behalf of the entire team, the production staff, and everyone here at QuakeCon 2003, thanks so much for tuning in. If you're here, I hope you're having a great time chilling at BYOC. Got Quake 2 Remastered. Go back and play a little bit of that. Shoot the blaster.
Love it.
I love it. Gotta love the blaster. It does so much damage. It's ridiculous. Thanks so much for joining us here for the Quake World Championship and QuakeCon 2023. We'll see you tomorrow, bright early, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. Thanks so much for joining us. We're out. Peace.